Right, we are live. So, watch your swearing. Don't be confessing your love for anybody live on air. Or be careful who you're doing it for. Because we are live. We're going to go over rumpus and tangents and shit. But I'm going to go and do some music again like we always do now. Bust the music, agents.
I just got the notification that you're live.
Oh yeah, throw it out.
One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by.
We got a triggered glance in the chat.
Come on in.
I am the one here that will show the proof. I am the one here that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins.
You actually think you're important enough for us to hide you?
Become the one here that will
Really?
show the proof. Become the one here that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their minds. Become an agent of the logos. Become an agent of the logos. We are the agents of the logos.
Right. Music's finished. Thank you very much for that.
Whoever that was.
Yeah, bless you. I'm guessing that was Genesis. There you go again.
Bless you.
Another one. Wow. Is it hay fever? Or have you got a bit of a snuff or something like that?
I apologize for talking through the music. I didn't realize it was on.
It's
My bad.
okay. No problem.
It's all right. It's all right. Genesis was
Yeah.
making all sorts of noise.
Sorry.
I don't think he's even got headphones on listening at the moment.
if anybody wants to come, and we've got all the music there anyway on the Discord, live stuff anyway. So I mean, like we always start off with a Buster song. I think that's going to be tradition. That my videos always used to have the. Wow, it's
Bless you,
dusty.
Genesis.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't think he's aware. We're joined today by Genesis of the.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No problem.
He's gonna get muted by Mike and Sugar Cookie soon.
It's all right. He might have been
So,
having a few drinks.
I'm just that silly. So keep on punching at me.
Yeah, well, it's okay. Don't worry about it. We're just live. Never mind. Friday, free for all Fridays, as you can see. Anyone can come in here on Fridays, even though we're even waiving the don't drink in Discord rule.
Yeah, can we get Babs in?
Yeah, Bab wants to come in.
Babs
Come
won't
on in,
come
Babs.
here.
Anytime. Come on.
He won't come here. He's scared.
Come on,
of him.
Babs.
You'd have to
I'll
talk
have
to
a
me.
chat. I'll have a chat with Babs.
He's scared.
It's
He's gonna
Friday.
stay at Gem Pandas.
Look, y'all got to be careful because he gets really, really butthurt about the mic control.
Uh-oh. Don't talk about the, don't
But it's
talk about
free for all
posterior
Friday.
as well. You'll start him
I
off.
know, but you got to handle him with kid gloves like we did George, one at a time. One at a
Free for all
time.
Friday doesn't mean talk over everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
He won't come here. He's scared.
I'm just sorting out the links everywhere so everyone can be informed of us going live. Got to keep everybody up to date. Oh, shout out to Sean Hawkins, Debate Night channel. It seems as though all of the debates he's been offered and we tried to sort out with Right the Hand and Mr. Sensible and all of that fell by the wayside, but he does have a DayZ server up and running. So if anybody plays DayZ, hit up Sean Hawkins. Just look at any one of the servers, apart from this one. He's advertising his Discord, his DayZ server. You get $200,000, or I don't know what currency it is, but you can buy your weapons and all of that. You can put your flag in. You can have your own base and everything. So go and help Sean. Yeah, we stand with Sean. We're trying to help him out. He might eventually get round to the debates at some point, but hey, there's plenty of gaming to go on with first, so. Paige. Ooh, don't tell. Don't tell him you've got DayZ, Paige. That's.
Wow, we have one triggered. I don't know what he is. Baller, half flat earther, 3/4 baller. I don't know.
No, he's on his own. He's a standalone character.
He's too baller for the flatties and too flatty for the ballers.
Mm-hmm.
I
Definitely not going to be with us in the middle.
think he renounced his title as Flat Earth Messiah, so now I don't know what it is now.
No, he's just Messiah.
Maybe.
That's too scared. The VC scared to come in here.
Yeah, he
I
might.
wish us all good health and well-being, so that's good.
Yeah.
Is that what you call that?
Yeah, I wouldn't read that live in the air. That's like, wow.
Guess if it's opposite day.
Yeah. They're angry, man. Why are you so angry, bro? If you found the truth, right? You found the globe, right? Why are you so angry? Why are you hating on everybody? Why? Think about that. Get on your horse, right into the sunset. You found your truth. You should be a happy man.
Wow. It's t-shirt logic, I think, at the minute. Hot thing.
You think that did it to him? Yeah.
I think that's why there's a spark at the minute. There's a lot of people. So share it out. I'm going to go over Rumpus and the tangent in a bit, because this is good. Just in case Rumpus still wants to come in again and go over the tangent, just so everybody's in here is aware of what Rumpus actually thinks about a tangent, or just to make sure that everybody can talk to Rumpus about the tangent next time he comes in here.
Well, I see he's hanging around here today, but he doesn't want to talk.
Yeah, he came in early on today. He's been hanging around all day. I see Joseph Stanley's in the chill lounge over there on his own.
There was some sparks flying in there, I heard. R.C. Meisty and Righteous.
Oh.
I think
Somebody just moved
Joseph was being nosy, I think.
I disconnected him because I don't think he can actually get out of that room.
Yeah, good move.
What do you mean he can't get out of it?
Because he can't, he's not supposed to get into it in the first place.
Maybe
It's happened
just
before.
in there.
He can't come in here anyway. Oh, yeah, he can, but he won't. It doesn't matter.
It's weird. Space Pope was saying that I was scared to talk to him, and here I am in BC today, and he's around in the text chat, but apparently he's the one that's scared.
Emma's in
I don't
here. He gets intimidated by Emma. He did that last time.
Oh, he's one of those little guys
Yeah.
who gets intimidated by the women, the strong woman type. I get it.
Yeah, he always seems to only ever come around when Emma's not around here. And it reacts really weird around Emma when Emma comments anything, so.
Yeah, weak men, gods, they can't handle strong women.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I was like that I remember when I was 5 or 6 years old, I felt intimidated sometimes, but I grew out of it.
By the
Yeah.
time you were around 7, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Well, that was a big bink. I've not heard that for a while. Was that Genesis?
No, he dropped a while ago, bless him. He made a load of noise and then I think he might have passed out.
Yeah. He's snorting. It's like it was early afternoon and he did, how many times did he say he loved me?
I
I
heard
think
it
it was
once
up
or
to about
twice.
10.
Yeah, I think it was, double figures. And that's...
Well, you are a pretty big deal these days.
Yeah, and
Like
he definitely wasn't a flat earther. And he was declaring his love for me.
Well, if I didn't know any better, I'd say the way some people can't help but, talk about your name. There's a lot of people out there that are in love with you right now, today, even.
That's why I thought when I had the Bev name, I've always had it, since I was a kid. People used to laugh at me, thinking I was a woman. Well, I know that. See, that love's coming right back at me, innit? Look at it.
It seems to be.
Yeah.
Well, 1 out of 10,000 ballers, that's not bad. At least there's one that loves you.
Only when they get drinking. I did want to ask him
He has
because
to be drunk,
yeah, Johnny was doing that. Johnny was drinking at the beginning, and then after a while, it was love, I love you, and then it turned nasty. So I was wondering whether that would be the same. with Genesis, so it might be better that he does go before that. The hate parts that turns.
Go while there's
Yeah,
still love.
yeah. Yeah, part on the love part, and then next time it may be more pleasant.
Well, you know what they say, a drunk man's words are a sober man's thoughts, so I'm guessing he really loves you.
Yeah. T-shirt logic. Right, well, do you want to get over the... we'll go over the rumpus thing first. It's on the screen that I've got on. And let me go over this. Close that. Go with that. There's not much on screen. But this is... I was going over... There's only 146 views on this video. This is from a year ago when we went over to Ranties. But not Ranties, it was Brandon that was there. And when we first talked about the T-shirt logic, 3.5 hours of video. So, and does it say how long ago it was? A year ago. So this is T-shirt logic from a year ago when we went over it at Brandon's Ranties. And we're talking about the T-shirt logic, or we have talked about the T-shirt logic. This is how old the T-shirt logic is. I've been walking around with a T-shirt with this logic on it for a year already. But get your own soon. And this is afterwards, after the discussion of that, and Rumpus has come in, and he's starting with a tangent argument, which is inevitable because the parallel horizontals, the globe Earth model believers, enthusiasts, afflicted, have to have that horizontal as being a tangent. It's impossible. It can't work. But that's what they have to have. Now, this is Rumpus trying to go over this, but as you'll hear, there's a little bit of a lesson into how to react when Rumpus is in the room, and the way that Rumpus can play multiple people off each other whilst obfuscating an argument. Well, I don't know how soon this is. It's around here, so there's only about 12-13 minutes left of this, but this gets over with pretty quickly. I'll keep pausing it. So you guys all right with that? Actually, how's the sound over there in the YouTube today? Does it sound better? Have I got a bit more volume to it? I have turned it up a bit.
Yeah, you sound a lot better, actually.
Yeah. Is
Sounds
that
okay.
like good levels that now? Yeah.
I haven't heard when anyone else is talking yet, so I don't know. But
Right. Okay.
you sound fine.
Right. I'm gonna put the video on now then, and it might take a few seconds to catch up. Right.
Hey, I heard him say in his punchline, his concluding thoughts, that they were trying to establish the difference between horizontal. The horizontal was level. If he makes that statement, then he's wrong, and he's made.
Whatever.
Why is he wrong?
He's got, and
Why
you,
is
this
he
is
wrong?
what this. That's what this is. He's going to show you this little thing that he's drawn up. If you just listen to him.
You want to listen, Rumpus, or what?
He's scared.
Oh, listen, okay.
Scared.
But if he came to a conclusion that level and horizontal are the same,
You
then he's
said that.
misunderstood things.
You're saying it again.
Okay, just wait. Just listen to him.
Okay.
I can't get me screen on. Right, they got me
Come on,
camera on.
Dave.
Right.
Go,
Can
go.
you see these words here? Letters.
Yeah.
Right. A. Parallel to. B. if
Yep.
A is parallel to B, logical symbol, then A is parallel to A and B is parallel to B. Logical statement, tautology. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
You used a very odd symbol. If that's the
Yeah, I've
implied.
made it up. I made this up for a t-shirt. DP's
Anyway,
making
but
this up.
I accept the point anyway. I accept the point. What
Yeah,
you're
because
saying,
it's
yes.
mathematical and thingy, right? So we're doing it, right? So
I don't think that's not called maths. That's called That's I'm not quite sure what you call
it's
that.
called Bev's logic.
Anyway,
Bev's logic. This.
but it's valid. But it's valid. Yes, it's
Yeah.
valid.
Okay.
Yes.
So if A is parallel to B, then A is parallel to A, and B is parallel to B.
Yes.
That's okay. You're okay with that?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. So then this here, horizontal, is parallel to the horizon. If
No, it's not.
If horizontal is parallel to the horizon, then horizontal is parallel to horizontal.
Well, horizontal is not parallel to the horizon.
Go on, find us a definition of horizontal for us, will you?
Well, that is a
Just
90
anywhere.
degrees to the
Go on.
Well, I'm trying to give you one. It's 90 degrees to the vertical at some point on the Earth.
Yeah, perpendicular.
Yeah, perpendicular to a vertical.
But to a horizontal.
The horizon is not on your horizontal at all. It's always below it.
There's a horizontal.
Get in a plane.
Boom.
Let's make clear. If you get in a plane
See
and
this?
you get out your little port on your little app on your iPhone, you will see that the horizon is below the horizontal.
Do you reckon when I have this vertical here, like that, if I go like that, right?
Did you hear that? This is one of the things he said a few times.
Accept the point. What
Yeah,
you're
because
saying,
it's
yes.
mathematical and thingy, right? So we're doing it, right? So
I don't think that's not called maths. That's called That's I'm not quite sure what you call
it's
that.
called Bev's logic.
Anyway,
It's Bev's logic. This.
but it's valid. But it's valid. Yes, it's
Yeah.
valid.
Okay.
Yes.
So if A is parallel to B, then A is parallel to A, and B is parallel to B.
Yes.
That's okay. You're okay with that?
We can go over that at some other
Okay.
point, right?
So then this here,
Didn't quite get this right.
horizontal, is parallel to the horizon. If
No, it's not.
If horizontal is parallel to the horizon, then horizontal is parallel to horizontal.
Listen.
Well, horizontal is not parallel to the horizon.
Go on, find us a definition of horizontal for us, will you?
Said horizontal is not parallel to the horizon. Now,
Horizon.
listen to why he says that, right? Because he does this a few times. Listen to the reason what his understanding of parallel to the horizon means.
Well, that is a
Just
90
anywhere.
degrees to the
Go on.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to give you one. It's 90 degrees to the vertical at some point on the Earth.
Yeah, perpendicular.
Yeah, perpendicular to a vertical.
But to a
but
horizontal.
The horizon is not on your horizontal at all. It's always below it.
There's a horizontal.
Get in a plane.
Boom.
Let's make clear. If you get in a plane
See
and
this?
you get out your little port on your little app on your iPhone, you will see that the horizon is below the horizontal.
Right, so the horizon is below the horizontal.
The horizontal, yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't say anything about being parallel to. It's almost as though Rumpus thinks it has to be at the same level to be parallel to.
Yeah.
Right? Or there's some sort of a mental block that he's not quite got, right? But I might have missed that, in what I'm saying, because I'm still trying to talk to him here. That's an important note for listening to this,
I
right?
reckon when I have this vertical here, like that, if I go like that, right, that vertical there is parallel or perpendicular to this horizontal here. Yeah?
Of course. Yeah. That's the definition of horizontal, yeah.
And there you go, there's another plumb bob.
Yeah.
Now,
But it's local, remember.
that,
You move 400 meters, you
is
get a
that
different horizontal.
perpendicular
Going
to
to
the
the point.
horizontal here?
Well, actually, it's very slightly different.
What do you mean?
Obviously,
You mean it's
let me
not?
explain.
This
Let me
vertical here
explain.
isn't perpendicular to
No,
this
the
horizontal.
verticals are very slightly angled. You cut it's so small because they're so close together.
But
if you make
Model affliction.
He has to say that.
Yeah.
Right?
It's just insanity. Right
Yeah.
there.
I'm having the same drop from horizontal conversation at Jose's chat with Doofus right now.
Yeah. This is a consequence of the horizontals being parallel. This is the mind sort of breakdown that they're in at the minute. If you live in reality, this is simple. But if you've got a model, then these two verticals can't be perpendicular to that line. And which one isn't? Well, he said the second one. Ridiculous. Fantasyland.
Yeah, this is bicycle wheel geometry. Yep.
And I think you can hear it in Rumpus's voice now, right? He thought he had control of that, but now he has to deflect. There you
made
go.
that 400 meters apart, say, we'd have a measurable angle between the verticals of that plumb bob and the vertical of your laser.
Have you found somewhere that says that horizontals aren't parallel to the horizon?
Well, it's a fact. I mean, we know that's not the case, as I told you.
We know that horizontals aren't parallel to the
Let me finish my
horizon.
goddamn sentence. Let me.
You're talking
You ask me, and I'm
shite.
going to give you. I'm going to answer
You're
your
just talking
question. Now
shite.
wait. Answer you. I'm going to try to answer your question. If you look in any surveying book, they will show that the horizon is not something you use in surveying. And if you get a little app, a little theodolite app in your phone, and you go up in an aeroplane, you can see that the horizon is not on your horizontal. And what's more, if you
See what he says it again. You can see that your horizon is not on your horizontal, but parallel to, right? It's just completely missing the parallel to. It's strange behaviour. Completely misrepresenting the argument and like deflecting off to somewhere else, like tangents. Which is where we're going to go. Rumpus does.
Lines don't have to be at the same level.
Let me finish. And if you use the water level to establish a horizontal, you can see that the horizon is always below it, even if you're quite low.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be at the same level, you muppet.
Parallel.
Three people talking now.
There are three people speaking.
Mr. Rumpus, may I say
Paige
something
went
before you take off in an aeroplane?
Paige was
Before you take off.
Paige was one of your...
Right, so what Rumpus just did then, because three people talked, then Rumpus now has the opportunity to just talk to Paige. When he can hear Gadget in the background trying to do that. So Rumpus now takes advantage from where Rumpus was in that conversation we were talking about parallels. Listen to what Rumpus does there.
Mr. Rumpus, before you take off,
if I take it in order.
before you take off in an aeroplane, you gauge your attitude meter to a level, to a horizon. Okay?
Well, who cares what you're doing at the start of it? We're talking
Because
about...
Rumpus, because he's saying that...
Paige, shut up when I ask you to ask a question. And now you just on interrupting me when I'm answering Gadget. I'm trying to answer Gadget's question. Gadget, it doesn't matter.
Now he's
whether you
answering
start off
Gadget's
with your
question.
head up your bottom, or up the pilot's bottom, or the aeroplane is pointing vertically. Let me make my point.
No, I'm nearly there. Did you ever fly an aeroplane?
I'm still in the middle of a sentence. So it doesn't matter what the aeroplane is doing. All that matters, if you've got a little iPhone app, is you're pointed out the window, it shows you where horizontal is, and the horizon will not be at the same place. Go ahead.
See, the horizon will not be at the same place again.
Unbelievable.
Completely disregarding parallel to. Right? It's almost as if Rumpus thinks parallel to means at the same place. Does he think parallel to on the plane. Right? Does he see the horizon as a line and the horizontal line on his thing in an aeroplane as two lines, and they have to be on the same plane? Is he thinking two-dimensionally here? Could that be what Rumpus is actually doing and not understanding that the planes are parallel? Completely misunderstanding 3D reality geometry. I think it might do. I think Rumpus has got a skewed geometry of reality. They've not understood the two-dimensional concept of Euclidean geometry and then apply that in reality three-dimensionally with all of those planes being parallel, like a top-down view of a plan. Just putting it out there. It's only just come to me that. Like, he said that 3 times about the line not being parallel or not being at the same place, right? So whether it's a mind trick that he's doing to himself or trying to get everybody else to go with, I don't know. I'm listening to it, and
I think he's also playing on the thing where, the horizon rises to eye level. Everybody seems to think, which it doesn't, of course. I think he's trying to play off of that as well.
Yeah, but he's trying to confuse people with the idea of the logic states that if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, well, that makes the plane of the horizon a plane, and the horizontal, obviously, a plane that is parallel to that plane. It's plane parallel.
Yeah, absolutely.
So carry on, because this Rumpus gets around it again.
Oh, okay. I flew an airplane. We gauged our airplane. Okay, it was a Cessna. Okay, the nose is up. You have to bring her down before you take off. Before you turn the engines on. Before you turn the engines on, you have to get that little 10 degrees so you get the vertical on the runway.
Hang
okay?
on, Gadget.
You
He's
okay
missing
there?
the point of what Bev is saying
Okay.
is that it's
And when I flew 200
the
miles.
horizon.
They're all
I
obfuscating.
flew 200
Theory.
miles
It's got nothing to
and
do
I
with
didn't
anything.
dip my nose. I didn't dip my nose once.
Well, how do you know?
Because I fucking flying the airplane. I wasn't actually flying. I was with a pilot. Because I pilot, but he showed me how to fucking fly the plane.
Right, you do know that the artificial horizon in an aeroplane will change angle as you move along the surface of the Earth. It
Yeah.
always keeps you to a tangent, to a horizontal. So
Do you hear that?
Yeah, that's what he thinks, yeah.
No. Did you hear what he said?
About the horizon.
No.
Tangent. Something
Flying
like
the
that.
airplane. I wasn't actually flying. I was with a pilot. Because I pilot, but he showed me how to fucking fly the plane.
right, you do know that the
Right, here we go. Listen to this very carefully.
artificial horizon in an aeroplane will change angle as you move along the surface of the Earth. It
Yeah.
always keeps you to a tangent, to a horizontal. So
Yeah, tangent to a horizontal.
A
Yeah.
tangent to a horizontal. Now, if
Well,
there's
how about
one thing we know about tangents is, well, the main thing that people think about tangents is it's a straight line. It's a straight line, but it's a straight line that touches a curve, or particularly a circle, at one
Not a
point
horizon.
and one point only.
Yeah.
Right? So the tangent is a straight line that touches a curve. Now,
Wordsmithing.
well, take this literally what he says, because this is the big game that everybody seems to be missing, but people talk about it like this. Rumpus says a tangent to a horizontal. Now, a horizontal is a straight line. Plain.
Straight line to a straight line.
A tangent needs to be to a curve. But a horizontal is not a curve. So the tangent that Rumpus is thinking about is a tangent to a horizontal. He thinks, quite rightly, that the curved surface is horizontal. The curve is a mental concept that Rumpus can hold as a horizontal. As everybody has to.
He said the artificial horizon changes angles.
Yeah.
Yep.
Always keeping it as a tangent to a horizontal.
Well, but isn't the angle of a horizontal 0? So how can it change?
It doesn't change. That's what he's saying.
Yeah,
like it's mentally a concept that nothing changes, just in his mind.
In the brain, yeah.
Yeah. And he says this, right? But you're in the middle of a conversation with him. And if you don't get a chance to pick this stuff out, and if you're not quick enough, you don't notice it. It slips you by. But once it's slipped you by, you have heard it. It's sunk in. Like these little words and these little lies that you keep hearing over time, they slip into the conversation. You might start saying it yourself. You might start being like, science it out. He says every straight line is tangent to itself. He's allowing himself the concept of a tangent to a straight line. Because they need it mentally.
Well, he can bounce it off his belly if he's got a pot. That'll count.
Yeah.
It's curved. They're in fantasy land.
Let's listen to it, right? And I'll carry on. A tangent to a horizontal, did you just say? No, wait a minute. Rumpus, did you just say a tangent to a horizontal? Listen to that. So that, it's obviously, it's over at Brandon's, so it was a shit show. But I heard him say that, and I'm trying my best to have a conversation with him. And it's obviously there's other people that are all trying to get the points across, and Rumpus is playing everyone. Oh,
the artificial horizon curves with the Earth.
I did, yeah, I think I did.
Horizon curves with the Earth. The
A tangent to a horizontal, Rumpus.
The artificial horizon curves
a tangent to a horizontal, Rumpus.
Curves with the Earth. Go ahead.
A horizontal. A tangent to a horizontal, Rumpus.
And it's local, and it changes as you change position. As
tangent to a horizontal, Rumpus.
Tangent to horizontal.
You don't understand.
A tangent to a horizontal, Rumpus.
Curved in an aeroplane, Rumpus.
What's a tangent to a horizontal?
Parallel. Sorry, Bev.
Water.
Rumpus, what's a tangent to a horizontal, please?
He's a fucking... do you know that guy needs a fucking woman? I'm telling you.
Rumpus, hello.
Googling it now.
Has he left?
Rumpus, is he here? Has he gone?
He's gone.
Wow, he couldn't answer that question. He said,
with Nathan. He knows what's coming.
let me get... Okay. Watch the video. Tangent to a horizontal. Rumpus had to leave.
I mean, I know it's a bastardization, but wouldn't it be parallel? If you had a tangent, which I know it's to a curve, but if it was a tangent to a horizontal, it's parallel.
Or it would be an angle.
It would be the same fucking straight line. It is. If it's a straight line that touches a straight line at one point and one point only, it's the same straight line.
If it's not the same horizontal, yeah.
Literally doesn't exist.
What if it's a vertical line touching a horizontal line? Isn't that an angle?
Well, that would be perpendicular.
Well, it doesn't have to be perpendicular. It could be at an angle, could it not? It'd still be a straight line touching a horizontal at 45 degrees.
No, not vertical, no. The vertical would be perpendicular. Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
So vertical is only 90 degrees, you're saying? With horizontal.
Well, the vertical is vertical and a horizontal is
okay.
horizontal.
Yeah, I see what
the
you're
relationship between the two is at 90 degrees to each other. But the point of this is that Rumpus' concept of a tangent that you'll hear them all talking about is it's a tangent to a horizontal. It's not a tangent to a curve. So it's as though the tangent doesn't exist. As explained, there's no such thing as a tangent to a horizontal. So that is actually talking about the horizontal, which is what he imagines it to be. Everybody does. The horizon is horizontal. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Simples. T-shirt logic. But that was like over a year ago. So Beddy's come back around and thankfully picked the T-shirt logic up and plopped it back over there and had said it's dangerous, right? It's really dangerous to the model afflicted because all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, all horizontal planes are parallel to each other. You have to add the planes in, but everybody should know horizontal is a plane anyway. Yeah. So that's just so everybody knows, when Rumpus keeps coming in saying we don't understand what a tangent is, well, it's pretty simple. It's a straight line touching a circle at one point and one point only. I mean, it's not hard to visualize. Everybody knows what that is. If it's a ball that we're talking about, then it's a plane, a tangent plane. It just depends on the dimensions that you're working on. 2D circle, straight line on that two-dimensional plane. You're working into reality.
Dude, Rumpus, that everybody thinks is so intelligent, got such a fundamental thing wrong.
Yeah, that's like a really basic concept. After just failing twice at trying to explain what a parallel to the plane means.
Well, that could be due to his trying to convolute the horizontal as well. You know, trying to make it something it's not.
I think there's a severe mental cog dis thing that happens. It's got to happen because reality is obvious of what reality is, and then the model is different, and like the two don't comport together. So at the point that occurs, there's got to be something that occurs in somebody's mind. That's why I say I think it's dangerous for if you've got a model to enter into this T-shirt logic sort of discussion, because I don't think there's any way that the model can come out of the the logical process.
No, it wouldn't.
But if the model is what is drives you, then I mean, how does that occur? Well, like what goes on? I wouldn't like to think because I don't have to put myself in that position.
It must be like muscle memory or something that just kicks in. I don't know.
Yeah. It's sort of worrying though, right? Because when you know that the people that we're dealing with, particularly us in this, like we just try and have conversations with people, everybody that we talk to, even, you know, the people that are in here now admit that we're all model afflicted, just to different varying degrees. And some people are severely model afflicted. They're going to struggle with basic t-shirt logic.
I think the older you are, the worse it is for you to not to be afflicted. Let's put it that way. You know, if you grew up in the 60s, right? Ooh, moon launches and, you know, people walking on the moon, playing golf and, you know,
I grew
Star
up in the
Trek
60s.
and, yeah.
I watched the moon landing.
Yeah.
I actually, as a gag gift for Valentine's Day, I bought my wife an acre of land on the moon. And they were advertising in the 80s or whatever it was. Yeah, no shit. She got a deed. She got a map showing exactly where her land is. She got mineral rights. I thought we were going to be rich with H3 when they started mining it.
Yeah, how many people fell for those scams, bought tickets? Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's not try and threaten the model too much. We just like to talk about reality and stuff like that, you know. Model bashing will get us into trouble. I'm just trying to warn the people that you know, mainly the adult globe earthers that are listening. Don't attempt to go sort any of this stuff out. Just turn around and leave. Go and join one of the Adult Globe Earth Discord servers. You can be in a group of people that'll sort of bolster your belief in the model. You can hate on a group of people over there as well. Take your mind off the arguments that we've got. Concentrate on the people and do all of that sort of stuff. Anybody wants to come and talk about it though, if you dare. Babs, if you're still in there, or is he left? Is he gone? Gets a bit hard. Especially when they have to listen to people like their gods like Rumpus fail at basic geometry and the understanding of a tangent and how they express the realization of it not actually being a tangent. Because when you look into any of the t-shirt logic and you go to look up a horizontal mathematics, just try it. Dictionary, horizontal. It won't be any different in surveying. Just the basic mathematical concept of horizontal. It will tell you that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Now, if they are parallel to the plane of the horizon, that means there's no curvature to the horizon, the plane of the horizon. There's no way you can get any curvature there. And if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. Again, basic mathematical geometric concept. T-shirt logic. It's pretty simple.
We live on a natural level.
Oh, you live on the ground. You live on the high bit. above water, right?
Yep.
That's it. Nothing's going to change. Nothing will ever change. It's still the same reality. It always has been and always will be. It's just your concept and what you think about it. Where you hold a model in your imagination. Because you only see reality.
Yeah, I wish we could see more of it. By traveling, I mean.
Yeah.
Find out what's out there.
Well, I'd like to go traveling, but I mean that's not the sort of thing that.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Can't do that. And it's okay knowing that you can't do it. Right, I'm okay with knowing that I'm not going to be able to do it.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm not going to go to places that I wanted to go to. I mean, I would have liked to go to the Bolivian salt flats and seen that. That looks beautiful. I'd love to took some pictures. Took my lad there.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Never going to happen. So, free for all Fridays. Anybody got any topics? We did wanted to go over the proof thing, but I'm not so sure if DP's still around. Has he fallen asleep? We wanted to go over the. We've got a proof thing. Maybe we'll have to do it tomorrow or something. When...
Tough job making T-shirts.
Yeah.
It's probably hard at work right now.
Who's that?
I'd really like to discuss poll with you guys sometime if you're ever open to the topic.
Of what?
Poll.
Poll.
P-U-L-L. Poll, yeah. And that it doesn't exist. No such thing as poll. Only a descriptor.
As opposed to push, you mean?
That's all there is push.
Right.
Poll is just a descriptor. The mechanism behind poll is push. So when they use that polling statement, it drives me nuts because show me pull. These invisible tentacles that go out and grab things and pull them.
So let's say you had, you know how water has like, what's the, like, how it sticks?
Sticks?
You know what I'm saying? Like, say you have water in your hand. You stick your hand in water and you shake your hand. There's still water on your hand.
Correct.
Okay, so when you start shaking your hand, the droplets that are attached to your hand, I feel like have to stay on there with some sort of pull force. Because it can't be pushing or else it would be leaving your hand. Let me just end with, like, so I think that mechanism would be, picture if you had something that is like stuck, like it's literally stuck and it cannot be removed. It will, if you push on it, it will start pulling on what it's stuck to.
Didn't follow you on that point.
Yeah, what is suction to you then?
Yeah,
I mean,
so
you have friction, suction, you have all types of things.
Well, claimed by some people, suction is the removal of the air between the surface of whatever you're putting that suction cup to and the force of the air pushing on it from the outside, holding it there.
Pressure difference then, right?
Pressure, exactly.
Yeah, pressure. That's what everything is. Electrical, pressure, and then the changes within that.
So but here's my thing. So you have a suction cup, right? Now I'm pulling on the suction cup, right? And you could say I'm pushing, from my hand is pushing, I get that. But I'm being resisted, right? Like I don't have, it's not coming towards me, even though I'm trying. So
not going to release easily, right?
Yeah, so what in my head, I'm like, I can't be resisted by the same direction, right? Like if I'm going towards me in a pushing that way, I have to be resisted in another direction by the opposite direction. Because I don't buy that whole the air is pushing on the top of the suction cup. That to me, that's ridiculous.
I hear you on that one. That's tough for me too.
Let's simplify it. Let's go way more down, more basic. Let's take a wagon. You have a 4-wheel wagon, you know, the kiddie ones, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now I can go from behind the wagon, the part where the handle is not, and I can push it, right?
Right.
Now I can also envision going on the other end, grabbing the handle and pulling it. Are you saying that's also a push motion?
Because if you look at the mechanism behind what you're doing, your hand is grabbing the handle from the inside, and the force is being pushed in that direction.
Yeah, you're pushing off the ground. It's your feet push off the ground. So you're just he's right in this. Like your hand has a complete grasp of the rope, no change there. Your feet then push. It's the push off the ground and that static on the hand rope. So they're both pushes. The only way I can envision the pull is like if you had that rope and it was like, again, this would suction it. I can't, the mechanism, maybe we can't picture it. But if you had that vacuum like mechanism, then where the rope met the cart, if you're pushing on the rope off the ground, where the rope meets the cart with that mechanism, there would be a pull that would be like gluish kind of, I could see.
That's what pressure differences are. A motor in a vacuum creates pressure differences from where the suction is to where the intake is and output. That's just called vacuum. That's why things move in a certain direction. Suck, or you can reverse it and it'll blow, right? It's just pressure difference. It's created by a motor. The motor is given the energy. In other instances, like in nature, or just a simple suction cup, you have to press down on it and give it energy and force the air to move to create that pressure difference. That's all it is.
Yeah, that makes sense. Back to the wagon. Let's say I don't allow you to move your legs. You can just move your arm. I strap your body. You have one arm. You could only use your arm. Where is the push there? You're in front of the wagon.
You have to look at how your hand is grabbing the handle. You're not grabbing the handle from the exterior. You're grabbing it from the interior of the handle, and you think you're pulling,
you're pushing the handle from behind.
You're pushing the handle toward you from the other direction. You're not pulling it toward you.
What about if you had? What if you were grabbing a rope and you pull the rope towards you? What's our mechanism there?
Same
feet
difference.
not moving. Feet
Same
not moving,
thing.
right? Say feet are on the ground.
You have to wrap the rope around the handle. You just can't, without glue or
No,
something.
you grab the rope. You're just grasping the rope. Yeah, you just grab the rope tight, like with your hand.
Right.
So now I would see your arm like again, now it gets into the mechanism of, because like I would agree with.
Is touching the rope. And look at how the rope is formed, and the way the rope is formed, that you're actually forming a push. It's always going to be a push. I mean, if you look at the actual mechanism.
I might be on Rocky with this one, and it's just a direction. It's a omnidirectional type thing, right? Like if it's high to low, it goes that way. It's not so much a push; it's just going high to low. If it's going, low to high, or it's that way, right? It's just
but there's no low high here. It's the same low high. Can't use that.
You can kind of because again, if you want to get real technical, like the body is the force, or the quote unquote, right? So your body would be what's moving this, and your body works on pressure changes, right? Like blood filling up a volume, and the volume becoming smaller yet keeping the same amount of blood to flex. So at the end, it would be a pressure change to make that happen.
The body itself, but I'm talking about the mechanism. Forget the interior. Forget the machine, right? like the there
Yeah,
has to be
see,
a
I might have missed.
differentiation between push and pull. In
I
my
might
head.
have missed what y'all are talking about with the rope and wagon or whatever. Can someone restate that? Because I don't get it. There's always a pressure difference. No matter what you're dealing with, there's always, even if it's just minute. It's why you can kind of push styrofoam with your finger without touching it over water. But when it's has more friction on a table, you can't push it with just your finger. You have to, actually touch it to push it. You know what I'm saying? Like there's different variables that go into things, but different pressures that have to be applied.
And squeezing harder increases the friction, right? So if you hold the rope loose and somebody pulls it, it'll slide through your hand because of friction. I mean, you'll get burnt. But if you tighten up, you start creating more friction. And actually, really, technically, what you're doing is you're creating so much friction that you can't overcome it with a pull or whatever. When you start grabbing and moving the rope, there's so much. You holding the rope it's the mechanism is friction, right? The rope touching your hand, and you have to actually drag or whatever. That rubbing against is what's stopping the motion.
You're putting high pressure on that rope, higher pressure.
I got the difference right here. I want to see how you're gonna get away from this one. You have a rope, right? It's attached to something, a wagon, right? And I tell you, okay, pull it. You'll go and you'll pull it, right? Now, if you say it's the same, right? Now go use the same rope and push it.
Yeah, for me, I would be like, that's pressure changes in the body, right? You change it one way towards your back, quote unquote, and you would be, quote unquote, pulling it.
Shorten the rope to the handle and stand in front of it and push it with the rope.
You can't shorten.
You're talking about with the full length of the rope. I know what you're saying, but the rope is flexible.
There's no way around this, bro. Think about it.
You can't apply the push. The rope is going to give.
Yeah, the rope gives too much in that direction.
Sorry, Bubba. I hate to break it to you, but I just killed your theory.
No, you're putting the same amount of pressure on the rope, but it's given a different way. You know what I'm saying? Because of the fabric of the rope. But that's what I was talking about. It depends on what I'll call it a medium, but whether it's a rope or a piece of steel or rod or a piece of wood. Even a wood is going to have, you put enough pressure on it. Everything has a breaking point. It's all due with pressure. How much pressure you put on concrete, PSI, right? A 3,000 PSI concrete is called 3,000 PSI because it breaks out at 3,000 amount of pressure, 3,000 pounds per square inch of pressure. Everything is based on pressure. Then you add temperature, right, and things like that, and that all starts to affect it. You add a rope, that affects how the same amount of pressure would differ if you pull or push on it. I think I might have missed a little bit on the pull and push thing, though, but I get what you're saying. You are so cute when you think you got a gotcha there.
So that was I got a gotcha there, Rakia.
I think I missed, like I say, I think I missed some of the stuff earlier about the rope and wagons and stuff. But I do get what you're saying.
Our buddy here was saying that there's no such thing as pull, only push. Like, no disrespect, we're just talking, right? I could be wrong on this. It's just my opinion. Don't take this the wrong way.
Yeah,
right?
I'm quasi
Did you
on
take
that
the blue
same
pill
boat.
today, SE, or what's the story here?
I think the white one in my coffee. She's fed up with me. Yeah.
I think
No one
today.
said God's apple, man. Did they?
I had to say it. He said that to me yesterday.
Well, okay, how about this? What's the difference between push and pull? Like, articulate it. What makes a push? What makes moving something in the mechanism of push different than if you were pulling it?
How do you describe pull? Describe pull to me.
Yeah,
I can give you the mechanism of push. Give me the mechanism of pull. I don't know.
Tug of war.
Yeah, I would say a lot of people are going to say that pull is the opposite of push but they're not giving a mechanism. Like if I give a mechanism, I put my hand up against the table and I start leaning my weight into the table, and I'm transferring weight from like you can see that mechanism. Whereas the pull mechanism, if I start leaning away, unless I can attach myself to the table, which would then make a push on the table from wherever I'm making the attachment, you know,
It's
even a
just
screw.
direction, right?
Yeah, I think it's just that's why I'm, you know,
Just a concept of direction. It's just which way something you're doing.
It's like left or right almost. I feel like, you know,
Right.
well, you're looking at it, it's left. If I'm looking at it, it's from the right.
Left or right are two different things. Pull and push. There's no such thing as pull.
Yeah, no, I can't articulate. I would. The only way I'd be able to articulate a pull is if I was pushing on something that was attached in a manner, like, you know, some kind of magnetic. You know, and again, I hate to even go there, but how like when the magnet, you know, they go back. I don't even fucking know, dude. That's a tough one. Tough one to articulate.
A demonstration with magnets where this guy slides them under a set of gears, and he slides the magnet underneath it, and the gears turn in the opposite direction as if they're being pushed. So even magnetism seems to function with push. I don't understand how, you know, I can't, you know, explain, you know, when you put two magnets, opposite poles close together, how they'll snap together. You know, but there could be some type of force that comes around and pushes the magnets together. I don't know. That's just a guess.
Yeah, it's electrical polarity. I mean, you have all types of things that are right there in front of us. Can we explain it all? No, I don't think you can. I think that's why magnetism is a great example. No one can really explain it. Hello.
Okay. Well,
I mean, you know, why would you? Why?
Let's say I have like an adhesive, right? Like if your tongue is attacked, let's say you licked a pole, right? And it's cold, the cold pole, right? We all know that. And my tongue is now attached because of the ice, and I start pushing off the ground, right? I'm pushing off the ground. Now I'm putting tension on my tongue, which is attached to the pole. Is my tongue being pulled away from the pole?
Of course it is, bro. You don't have to ask that. Come on.
I'm putting it out there.
Of course it is.
I've never heard that one before. I'd have to think about this for a second.
Because that's the connection I'm trying to where you don't have a wrapping around connection, and you just have like, if you know, like where your hand gets stuck to something and you try and quote pull it away. That's the only place I can see.
Away without your feet on the ground.
Yeah. Okay, but that's the push. Yeah, and I see that's a push, but there is also a mechanism that's happening where your tongue connects to the pole, and that's what I'm interested in. What's keeping your tongue on the pole?
Something like an adhesive.
Yeah. How is that working? A bond. It has to be some kind of bond, right? I mean, I guess you could say that bond at the most basic level could be like Velcro, right? It could be two hooks pushing against each other. I mean, if you wanted to say that.
You could also say there's purple giraffes, right?
Well, but you can picture the hooks. You know, you can picture like two things that hook into each other, right? Like two C's. When you get them against each other, and they'll push and they'll lock in like Velcro. Yeah, I can.
Right.
That's the only way I can see it working.
Them? What do? Do you push some more, or do you pull them apart?
Yeah. Well, you push them away from each other.
Yeah. Go ahead. Show me that motion, please.
Yeah, no, that would see. That's.
You can't. I mean,
it would be like if you hook your fingers together, and you would quote unquote pull. You pull with your hands, but at the point of where your fingers are touching, they're pushing off of each other. So technically,
exactly.
Well,
this is where it gets tricky because you have like.
Maybe this one has wiggle room, but the wagon and the rope, there's no way out of that. I think that I described it perfectly there. The difference between push and pull. You have a rope.
Look at the difference in the rope when you're pulling it and when you're pushing it. When you're pulling the rope, it's taut, which you're not really pulling because you look at the way the hand's connected to the rope and what you're doing there, it's a push. And then when you're going in the opposite direction, the rope, there's no tautness. It just gives. You're not applying any force at all.
And even when it's the same with the rope. Pulling on the rope is the same on pulling on your hand. mechanical application is a push from behind, where like you have to tie the rope around something. Exactly. And it's that loop on the inside, that's where the pressure is applied in a push.
All right. No, there's no push. Your hand has to be pulling. There's no way you're going to move that wagon forward with that rope if you're pushing it. You can say, you can say anything you want. I'm going to call you both. Well, I'm not going to call you. I'm just going to say no. Demonstrate it to me.
All I have to do is shorten the rope so I can make it taut again.
I'm not allowing you to shorten the rope.
Yeah, well, I mean,
it's two different tests then. You're doing a test with a taut rope and you're doing a test with a rope that's limp.
You said nothing about rope. You said there's no such thing as pull and there's only push. That's how you. That's your statement, not mine, right?
Exactly. Yes, sir.
And I,
the mechanism,
I'm sure that I just demonstrated to you that there is a difference.
With the wagon and the rope, all the mechanisms are push, right? So it starts with the feet on the floor, feet pushing off the floor. Then you have your hand grabbing the rope, friction, not really anything. And then you have the rope attached to the cart, which is being pushed from where it's tied around from the back.
Look at the fibers on that rope and what direction they're going in. They're going in the same direction your feet are pushing in.
But I told you, you can be sitting in a chair strapped. You don't have any feet. Your feet are not on the ground. You're not using your feet. You're just using your arm, let's say.
Yeah, but then, okay, so you're strapped into this harness, right? You're now pushing up against the harness while the rope pushes up against the handle, and it's they're pushing against each other. Yeah, you're both pushing towards each other. That's how that works. So you
okay, perfect. Okay, I'll give you that. Now push the rope and make the wagon go the other way.
Well, what if it was like a steel bar?
But what if it wasn't?
Well, the bar would. Any way you did it, if you stiffened the rope,
the
right?
Scenario now. You're changing this. You're introducing something else now.
Well, because if you send the rope, so you push the rope, or you try and go the other way, you are pushing the rope. It just falls slack. And if you try and had some magical rope that you could pull it tight when you quote unquote pulled it, and then go have it become stiff when you pushed on it to make the pull, it would still be pushing the cart. Again,
so
in my
magic ropes. Okay, all right.
Well, even with the magic rope, I'm like, you can't. It's hard to create the pull.
See, in your test, the rope is magic because one way it's taut and one way it's not. It has to be the same. If you're you have to do the test with the same parts. You can't change parts and ask for the same result.
Well, that's what I'm doing. It's the same parts. You want to change a part. You want to make the rope shorter.
No, I just want to grasp the rope in a spot where I can apply the force. Where the rope is going to offer resistance. The rope where you're grabbing it is offering no resistance. It's just laying on the ground.
Yeah, because there's a difference between push and pull. When you were pulling it, right, you were still using your feet. They were still on the ground, right? And you were pulling. You were able to pull it. But when you tried to push using the same feet, the same thing, the same mechanism, you couldn't do it. Why? What's the only thing that changed? The pull?
Flexibility of the rope.
Yeah, tension.
Yeah, when you were pulling, you created the tension, right? It's a different. You were applying a different motion, right? The pull motion, using your same legs, your same everything, right? But when you try to make the push motion using the same mechanism, the same everything, you couldn't achieve your goal. Why?
You said the same everything. Everything isn't the same. The rope isn't the same.
Sure it is. It's just the motion that changed. The pull from the push.
Okay, now if you have like that 20-foot rope and you just pull on it with 19 feet on the ground, how far are you going to have to walk before you'll start pulling that wagon?
That's
you
a
have to
different.
walk 19 feet.
That doesn't matter. That's what you're changing a scenario here.
I don't think I am, but okay, we'll agree to disagree.
So SE, you're saying like, so you pull you're pulling a wagon, right? picture me pulling the wagon. I'm moving. My feet pushing the ground. I got the rope. I'm pulling the wagon, right? Even though I'm pushing off the ground. Now I stop and I push towards the wagon with the rope, and the rope goes limp, right? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, yeah. Everything is the same. All the mechanisms are the same. You have to agree on this, right? Right, the hand? The wagon, the rope, the foot motion, everything is the same, right? The only thing that has changed in this scenario is the push and the pull motion.
No, direction. You were going one way. You were pushing off the ground one way. Now you're pushing off the ground the other way. So that's how I see it. Like the only and it's directional. Like it's hard to. I don't think there is a unifying mechanism.
I'll grant you that. If you're pushing on the ground the same way, right? Why did you not make the wagon move?
No, you're pushing in opposite ways, right? So when you're quote unquote pulling the wagon, right? You're walking backwards, holding the rope and pulling the wagon. As you push off the floor, okay, the wagon's rolling. You stop and you try and go towards the wagon with that motion. The rope goes limp and the wagon doesn't move. Both were a push off the ground, just opposite each other in direction.
You're applying energy in two different directions, either a push or a pull, but it's still the same amount of energy to get the result. Movement.
Yeah, but it's a different motion, no?
It might be a different motion, but it's still energy. It's still the same amount of energy.
I don't think it's a different motion and a different direction. I don't think it's a different mechanism. And that's what I think we're trying to get at. I think
the mechanism, the mechanism is the same. Yeah.
Which is, so.
The mechanism is the same, the energy is the same, but the direction which the energy is applied is different.
That's my whole point. One direction is a pull, and the other one is a push.
Or that can turn into left and right. You know what I mean? Like
it could be up and down. It could be any direction.
Well, like how left and right. If you're looking at it, if one person's looking at it from one way, the other person's looking at it from the other way. Their left is his right, his right is their left. So you could say, if you're looking at it from this way, it's pulling this way and pushing that way. But somebody looking at it 180, they'd say it's pulling that way and pushing the other way.
It's just energy applied in a direction. That's it.
Yeah,
so
I think.
Let's say you were on a construction site and you wanted to move a boulder around or something. What lingo would you use? If there was a boulder there and I wanted to move it towards me, what would you tell the guy? Hey, push it, push the rock over here?
Well, when you think about it, right, push and pull is usually push is away, pull is towards. So really, we're not talking about different mechanisms. We're just saying, hey, it's really directional. So when you say push and pull, you're not saying, do a totally opposite mechanism. You're saying, do exactly what you're doing, just do it the other way.
Exactly.
But
so that would only be one mechanism. So it would be everything would either be pull or everything would either be push. And I think there's a better case for everything being push. If you want to do it in terms of physical mechanism, right? Like, so you could always still say, hey, pull that, and that means towards and push away. But mechanically, it's the one mechanism.
Pull something
that breaks all logic in my head. Two words cannot have the same meaning. To me, that makes absolute no sense. Sorry, guys. Just my opinion.
It's a descriptor. Pull something toward you without physically attaching yourself to it.
Sure. A magnet. I can get a magnet.
Well, we don't know how magnets work, so we can't use that.
Yeah, well.
I'm not trying to confuse. I mean, this was a tough.
No. Hey, this is what we do here, bro. I take no offense. Believe me.
Good, because I don't take offense either to your resistance, because this was a tough. I argued this more than I argued the globe and the flat Earth thing. This was tough for me to get to. It really was.
Yeah, I think I'd have to, if I had to do a final answer, I'm going with directionality. You'll only be able to describe the direction of what's happening. I don't think we can see enough or we have enough information to differentiate mechanisms. So we use push and pull to.
We haven't looked at
Okay,
it.
I'll give you another scenario, gentlemen. You have a 2-ton block. You know those things that they have in the parking lot? You got a 2-ton stone, a square stone, and it's against 100-ton, 10-foot-high stone, like completely flat, and I put it right against the wall, right? Are you telling me now you're going to be able to push it and bring it towards you? Not left and right. Are you going to be able to tell me that you're going to push that huge stone? Are you going to put a winch and pull it? How are you going to, how would you describe that?
Well, the way I would move it is I would put a lever between the stone and the wall and push on the lever, or I would have to attach something to the front of the stone where I can grab onto and then, as a descriptor, which makes more sense, pull it towards me, but the mechanism is push. You're pushing on whatever is attached to the boulder.
So you're telling me now, if I gave you a truck and a winch, right?
Yeah.
And I told you move that rock, you're going to tell me that you're going to use the winch to push the rock towards you?
No, because in our current understanding of the language, no, that doesn't make sense. I'll say I'm going to pull it towards me, but the physical mechanism is a push that's taking place.
Yeah, you'd have
I
to
would
put
say,
some
no, I'm
kind
gonna
of.
pull it towards me. Absolutely, that's the way I would describe the mechanism of what I'm doing. I'm pulling it towards me. But
That would be describing the direction, not the mechanism.
But the
Yeah.
physical
So if you pull it
pressure-
towards you, yeah, direction.
Physical pressure to whatever attached to that block, it's being pushed towards you. I know it's hard to get,
All right.
SC. I
All right,
understand.
I guess we'll agree to disagree on this one.
Okay, yeah, sure. We can always
Maybe I'm
pick it
not
up.
getting it. Maybe I'm not getting it.
Chris and I have been arguing with this for over a year, man. He's been mocking me on this for a long time, so I'm used to it. Don't worry about it.
From
Maybe
one point,
somebody
you'd be
else
putting
would like
positive
to
energy
chime
in.
in on this.
Yeah, I'm tentative on this one. I still believe there's a pull, and I believe it has to do with because again, there is a mechanism, and I believe you can reverse the mechanism. But again, all the examples we're talking about.
Oh, that gives credence to the gravity bullshit, though. The pull.
I'll just say one last thing. The law of non-contradiction, right? It can be both a pull and a push. That's where my mindset is at. I'll leave it at that.
Always a push. Pull is just a descriptor.
Well, for SE's thing, I could always grab something, push it, and then change the direction, right? So let's say I'm pushing it this way and continue pushing it, but change directions, right? You'd be like, well, how did you get to a totally different direction out of the same mechanism? And I would be like, well, I just changed the vector of that, mechanism. So I think that's kind of like what it is.
The pushing mechanism you had to move your legs all the way around to make it go in the other direction.
Okay, you're pushing a shopping cart while you're shopping, right? You're pushing it, you got your hands on the handle, and your feet are pushing yourself forward, right? Okay, you decide you want to back up. What do? Your hands are still on the handle, but your feet push the floor in a different direction, and the force on the handle is also coming from a different direction. While you're going forward, the force is on the side of the handle facing you. While you're backing up, the force is on the opposite side of the handle pushing toward you. But we say we're pulling it.
Yeah, it's just a way of explaining it, though. That's why I say it's just a direction.
Just a direction.
It's just two different words of direction, push or pull. Once you establish that you're going in a certain direction, say push, then if you go in the opposite direction, you're putting a force on there that's pulling. It's just a way of explaining it. It's not like a technical term.
Exactly.
Yeah, but to stop something, you're applying a positive force, and that is being counterbalanced by a negative force, so it equals itself out. But if you've got equal forces, then the thing will carry on. But if the positive force, which you're stopping the cart from going forwards, is greater, then you will slow the cart down.
If it's done in the same distance, the same amount of pressure is applied. If you want to stop it quicker, you got to put more pressure. If you want to stop it slower, you put less pressure. It's not equivalent with all things remaining. With all things remaining the same, it's equivalent. But
that's why force, I say energy.
Yeah, you're putting energy into that action, whatever you're trying to do, whatever you call it. But you could call it push pull or green or purple. It don't matter what you call it. It's still the same thing you're affecting.
Yeah, but if you want something to stop quicker, then you've got to put more energy into that thing to stop quicker.
More friction.
Absolutely.
So sorry.
And if the elevation changes or grade change or whatever, it takes more for it. There's all types of different factors.
Sorry, are you saying that there's just a I've heard this before, but I've never really got to the bottom of it myself. I don't want to start. How long have you been going at this? You ready to move on, or?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. How long did we talk about this?
I'll leave it for next time then.
It was only like 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's kind of elementary. You know.
Yeah, okay. We'll leave it.
Kind of real basic elementary that you'll never two people can disagree about this forever, their whole entire life, because it's just a concept, right? The way one person thinks about it, but the actual physics to it are pretty basic, right?
Yeah, I like to think of it as just the motion, right? So you have motion in 3D space, right? So you're going, you could say forward, you could say, again, the movement through 3D space will always be this singular directional thing. Like you're just moving, and it's us to try and give directionality, right? Oh, it's going left, it's going up, it's going down, it's coming towards me. But still, it's always just going to be the simplest thing of it's just motion. It's just something moving, right? So to say, law of non-contradiction, well, yeah, it's fine. We have motion and we have not moving. And then we can have motion in a direction. So you can go, quote, push towards, pull away, however, that still fits in logically to me.
Nah, I won't. Sorry, right the hand. I'll challenge you on that one. You can have both something being one thing and being like another thing and being the same.
So you're saying that if you pull a rock with a rope wrapped round it, that's pulling, but actually the rope is pushing on the rock. Is that what the argument? Not the argument, but is that the thing?
That's basically what they're saying. Yeah.
All right.
If you tie a rope around a rock, and then you quote unquote pull it, all of the pressures are pushes. Your feet pushing off of the ground and the rope pushing the back of the rock as you push off the ground while holding the rope.
Is pushing from the back of the rock. There's
I
no
get that.
pulling taking place from the front of the rock.
So what are you saying? What are you saying, Ressi? Then you're just saying it's a pull, it's not pushing.
Yeah, I'm saying if they want to call it the same thing, they have to use the same name. Like a push to me is a push, and a pull is a pull. I can see the difference.
Yeah, but in the reference frame of the rope is pushing. Is that what is that it? Like,
that's what they're saying.
Reference,
it's pushing from behind. Yeah.
Okay.
But me, I'm in front, and I'm pulling it. That's the way I see it. That's the way I'm calling it.
Yeah. Okay.
But isn't that a matter of perspective? Huh? Isn't that a matter of perspective, though?
What do you mean?
I don't think so. It's a physical mechanism.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of being extremely accurate. The most accurate description is that the pressure or whatever, the physical contact place is being applied at the back of the rock.
Well, you're pulling the rope, and the rope is pushing the rock.
You're holding onto the rope, and you're pushing off the floor with your feet.
You got to examine how you're holding.
Oh,
that
you're pushing.
rope.
Yeah, you're pushing.
Yeah.
With your feet.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, this could get quite a confusion. This.
It's worse. Spot on. I told them, okay, now take the same rope and push the rock forward.
Push it forward.
Yeah.
I suppose if you had, if it was like a rock, you got me going now. If you had a rock that was like a 2 foot round, so not a massive rock, but just and then you wrap the rope around it and then push the rock, yeah, from behind. You could do the same as what you could pulling it, yeah.
Okay, wait, hold on. Wait. All right, so we take cement. Just hang with me. So we take cement. I put the rope in the wet cement. Let the cement dry. Very big. It's a very big thing.
Holy shit,
Okay,
man!
hold on,
This is fucking abstract. This.
Wait. So now,
How long is
the
this
rope-
gonna take? I don't have
No,
this
well,
kind of time
How
right
long
now.
does the cement take to cure?
No, it's imaginary cement. It's already cured. Okay, so the rope is in the cement, and the cement is hard and dried. Okay, now I grab the rope, and I'm now pushing off of the ground, and I make the rope tight. Now, where that rope meets the cement, what's the mechanism there? Okay, you could say, I guess, a push, like it's pushing from all sides to create a squeeze.
That's what I was saying. Like, if you push forward with the rope, if the rope's wrapped around the ball, you could push it, and you can move the ball by pushing.
How many people in reality would push anything with a rope?
No, but it's possible.
Everybody,
It's possible.
but
Right?
isn't that what they're doing? You say that's what they do. You're saying that's what they do.
I'm saying the mechanism. Mechanism.
Yeah, I'm messing with John. I'm messing with John here because he's like, who would say you push with a rope? And like, well, you're technically
for
saying
a
you
minute
push with a
ago.
rope.
Yeah, it confused the hell out of me then, mate. What?
So far, you had the best one there, spot on.
Now, how long has it been?
Maybe not. I think we're getting to too long now.
You think my rock
This
was
is an
better
echo
than?
chamber. They say this is an echo chamber, right? Yeah. Listen up, guys.
Yeah, we disproved them on that. Huh?
Yep.
Nice one, John. No, I'd
wonder if
like
we
to
can get-
talk more on that. I could talk a little bit longer on that, but we can move on if you want.
Maybe we can get Bebby to weigh in on the logic of this.
Oh, no thanks.
Write a paper on it.
It'd dig a hole underneath the rock.
No, but right the hand came up with a good one. Wet it, put cement. That's like, whoa.
Yeah, I still think I'd have to go push. It's pushing the rope, right? That creates like. Hey, I mean the door's open. It's not like it's a hard, like a hard no.
Hold on then. So if you had the rock and you put a plug in, a raw plug, and then you screwed a bolt like a screw eye, yeah, to the rock.
Yeah, the
then you'd have
threads.
to pull it then, wouldn't you?
Now the threads are pushing against the surface you screwed it into.
Yep.
Because if there's no threads and it's just like a nail, it'll come pulling out, quote unquote.
And if you're using something like an eye bolt or something like that, you're putting the rope through the eye bolt and the contact.
Of course it is. Yeah.
Look at the point of contact and the direction the pressure is being applied.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to go. It's just the point of contact with the direction, right? So, front of the screw, direction towards you or away from you, it would be quote unquote pushing, whereas back of the screw towards you would be pulling, even though that's the same. It's just the same thing. Just you're changing which way you go.
Yeah. Okay.
Look, I'll give you guys the pulling motion of the rope. If you go from behind, you could envision it that it's pushing. I'll give you that.
Where do we go from here? Nowhere, obviously.
Not in front of the rock, just in case it starts moving.
Make sure it's not downhill. Yeah.
Top in your stomach.
Oh.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate you guys chiming in on that. Really do. Thanks.
Yeah, man.
Anytime, bro. That's what we do.
Any subject and all. You got any more?
Not right offhand.
No. Right off the hand.
Nothing. Record.
Oh, let me ask you something,
Yeah,
buddy.
but
I don't
can I
think
have you
I've
out
asked you yet. Sorry, whoever I cut off.
I think Redmond might be trying to say something. He might be hot micing. No.
real low.
So while he's sorting out his mic, I would like to ask our new buddy. Sorry, what's your name? Hold on.
It's John, I
Johnny?
believe.
Is that Johnny we're
Yeah,
talking
John.
to?
Yeah.
Johnny, I don't know if I asked you. We're asking people. We've got like a little project going on. Have you ever thought of what proof is to you?
I've been listening to you guys talk about the subject, and I have to go along with what you guys are saying, and that it's a personal thing. It's definitely subjective. I mean, how do you give proof to someone else? That's the question. But what is proof? Yeah. Well, water's proof to me. I know water always seeks its level. So to me, that's a proof.
I'd go even like simpler, right? Like water. Well, I know when I have water and when I don't, because water, right?
Right. Yeah, even that, right? I agree.
How do you know it's water, though?
Thanks,
Ooh, I guess we'd have to.
Because it looks like water.
Yeah.
Little taste test.
Could be risky, right?
Right, it might
What
be
do they
oil.
say? You're supposed to just put the tip of your tongue in it. I think that's how the saying goes.
Well, look, I've got a distiller,
What
water
subject are we on
distiller.
now?
Like which is water? Is the one that comes out the tap or the one that comes out of the distiller?
Both.
Condensate.
I would say that there's two things. There's actually two things here. There's going to be the water, and that'll be in both scenarios. But in the case of the tap water, it's going to have other things in it. There'll be probably like little bits of lead or a little bit of the inside of the pipe, maybe a little bit of urine, you know.
Even out of tap water, it's going to be different, right? It's just tap water. The other is distilled water. Even distilled water is different
Yeah,
than
distilled
other
water-
distilled water.
Distilled
Still
water
water.
is purified. That's all. It's just no.
That just means
got
it's
all of the,
water. It's more water.
Right, but you can take 5 different distillers and probably get different types of distilled water. It's just
But
distilled
yeah,
water, right?
the point is, how do you prove that the water is the water when that you've just told us there's 5 or 6 different types of water, right? What do you mean?
I think there's water, and then you can the only thing that changes is the purity of it, like or if you can remove how much stuff is floating in the water.
Yep.
Since it's a medium.
So,
But what do you
yeah,
prove?
because if it's like
So, like, to me, I've been milk is milk flavored water, right? It's like 90% water, milk. So milk is basically water, really. Just a whole bunch of stuff floating in it.
There's
The
nothing
question is,
better than
like-
water is breaking things down, so you could say water is everything.
It's the proof that we're talking about, though, right? Not water. We're talking about proof.
But we know what water looks like, Bev. don't
Yeah.
we? Yeah. We can
Well, if we
touch
don't know
it.
it's water, how do we know what water looks like?
Yeah.
Well, you know,
Flat
rivers
lemonade.
without water, you know, that's proof, isn't it? If a river's without water, then there is no water.
Water's supposed to be colourless, odourless, and tasteless. That's just 3 of the things.
Who said?
That's general consensus. Have you ever tasted water?
But is that a proof, though?
No,
It's a
no, I'm
question.
not saying it's a
We're get-
proof.
I
I'm
know we're
saying
getting
that's
beyond.
what they say water is supposed to be.
What is proof, right? Like, or what are...
What Bev just said. Consensus. Your
Well,
peers said it's
consensus isn't
okay.
proof.
Well, the
To
proof is
today,
personal, though, isn't it? That's what we just said a minute ago. It is personal.
Well, well, I mean, I guess if you look at proof as the personal verification of something or but I look at proof as empirical reality almost, right? Like, A equals a tree. And people, they mock me for this, I guess, but to me, a tree proves a tree.
Mm-hmm.
I work under, that's like, if I was to build a Euclidean reality, it would start with that. Like, the point, the tree is the tree.
Well, the word.
It's the law of identity.
The water, is it? The word isn't. The descriptor isn't. But the thing is.
Yeah. Each thing is what it is. That's the law of identity. It cannot be something else.
Say you catch your girlfriend cheating. Could you prove it to anyone else that you caught her cheating if you didn't have a video or something like that? So
was she drinking water?
She was in the water.
I use that example all the time. The girlfriend cheating one.
But is that like that's like a personal matter with a personal proof? I mean, what would be the
as a proof? I use it to get them thinking. Like,
yeah. Well, I think say that's wrong thinking, right? If you're getting them to think the wrong way, thinking about a personal matter, when that's not the idea. The idea should be is what is the idea for you to gain that proof, right? I mean, if you're searching for a proof that your girlfriend's cheating on you, then you're gonna go fucking mad because you're looking for that all the time, right?
Yeah, it's subjective and objective as well. Like it can only.
Yeah, that's a joke thing. But when we get down to the brass tacks, proof is totally different. Yeah. Like for me, I would need to see a mechanism, right? You'd have to demonstrate it to me. I'd have to be able to take it and repeat it for myself.
Hope you catch me. I hope you catch me cheating on your girlfriend because I can show you my mechanism. You want me to repeat it, and then everything.
In the water.
Maybe we can talk and we can have another mechanism.
I think you'd have to add then, wouldn't you? A purpose. Right? There has to be a reason for you gaining this proof, right? We're just random things.
I still don't know what the proof is.
Go.
Are you showing me an event that happened? Right? Like, are you proving? What did you establish to me in terms of proof that this woman and this guy were in bed doing something? Are you didn't prove your relationship to her in any? What if she says, "Oh, I'm not your girlfriend"? Right? So then now you're down another road. So that's why I'm still saying, like, what is proof? Is proof to show you an object? Is it to show you an event happening?
Yeah.
Well, let's change the girlfriend to a wife.
Oh, let's get away from that altogether.
Well, tell me what proof is. Does proof mean that we can both see something happen? Is that proof? Is this what we mean when we say prove something? Does it mean a physical object that I give you? Like, oh, I've proven that, like, A equals A, Like, is that what a proof is? Is it a logical consistency that I don't even need to show you?
It's when people say, where's your proof? Right? Or do you have any proof for that? Right? That they are the circumstances that people ask for proof. But what are they?
Some people are happy with a photo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some people are happy with their experience, but their experience may be different than someone else's, and that's where it comes a little bit. So it needs to definitely be repeated by everyone.
What needs to be repeated?
That's why.
Wait, what needs to be repeated?
Sorry.
I was just saying, what needs to be repeated? The observation of the event? Do I need to show you the thing I saw?
It can't be that though, right? We did establish that you cannot have a picture or an observation as being a proof because it cannot be replicated.
Well, when Gods came in earlier and he said, I saw a rainbow yesterday and it was just one colour and it was red. Yeah. And then he proved that to me with his picture. Right. Now it's up to me whether or not I take that as as my proof.
That's my
I
whole
think
point. Thank you, Spot. Yep.
I think it was, and I said to him, I said, well, yeah, without the picture, I know. Well, no, I see. Here we go. I can't prove that he's not a liar, but from what he's been, from since I've met him on here, he's been pretty straight up. So I sort of took that he wouldn't lie about the red rainbow. Am I going to
I would interpret that as we've proven that he said he saw a red rainbow. We've proven that he showed a picture of a red rainbow, right? Or a picture that matches that, But in terms of did he prove that he saw one, I would say no.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he cannot make one.
But
right?
again,
he cannot replicate it for you
can't
to
be
show you
repeated,
again. So
because I said I'd never ever see one of them. I've never seen one up to now. It's been 40 odd years, so I may see.
But I can check that. Because some things you just need to show once proof. That's why this is exactly why I brought up the cheating girlfriend, because of this exact conversation.
Well, but then now I still have a problem because it's like, so what is it? Proof? Observation of something? So then
I show you a picture of your wife's tongue in somebody else's mouth, right?
Yeah, I mean, Photoshop's.
Is that what you're gonna think? I think not.
I mean, yeah, I don't have a wife. I don't have a wife, so obviously it would have to be. Like, if I don't have a wife, then it would have to be. I don't have a wife. Well, here's the thing. I don't have a wife. So if you bring me a picture and be like, yo, look, here's your wife kissing a guy, I'd be like, that's impossible because I don't have a wife. So all you're showing me, I'm not saying escape, but it's like, this is the, to me, you would proven that there's this object that you gave me, this picture, right? And this is what I'm still a little hazy on what everybody's idea of proof is, right? Because I'm still looking at it like proof is the object that you can show somebody, because that's everything we've demonstrated so far, right? Like the girlfriend,
that would be evidence.
Unfortunately, she is an object, right?
Picture, not proof. That would be evidence. So I show you evidence, right? Here's a picture. Now it's up to you to believe it or not.
Well, but we're trying to find what proof is. So, like, the picture is proof of itself. And this is, again, this is where, maybe, again, I'm overthinking this or whatnot. But the only thing we could ever, quote, prove in terms of this is something repeatable that I can show someone else is an object, right? Like, and however you want to look at a person, they're objects, right? They're physical things.
Can I say?
I agree with you on that. I bring that up because when I ask people, a lot of them say a picture or a video. We got film of space, and you know what I'm saying. But some people won't accept the picture. Yeah.
So can we compare the proof that is found in geometry with, these pictures and all these other things we're talking about?
No way, no chance.
All right, there are 11.
I still don't know what we mean by prove. If you were going to say prove geometrically, right? Like, are you going to show me a line, like a straight line?
And then you're going to do it. You're going to do it, and you're going to prove it to yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, the question I'm asking is, what is proof to you? So I'm asking you now, what is proof to you?
Yeah, to me, proof is always going, again, this is my interpretation, is the physical object in reality that I can show you. Or maybe not the object, right? Like, because the sun, I don't know if it's an object, but I could take somebody outside and be like, yo, look, there's the sun. They'd be hard pressed to be like, unless they were blind. I'm like, I don't see it.
So something that you have to point to and look at.
It's got to be taken in by the senses, right? Because the senses absorb the information of reality, and if you're not taking it through your senses, then But then again, you could say like a story you're taking through, you hear it. I mean, but then again, you've proven that you heard that story, whether it's true, quote unquote.
So how about if I told you, look at the sun, it's there. You agree, and I tell you it's 93 million miles away.
Yeah, I'd be like, well, I agree with you that thing is there. There's something that is unique in the sky. I agree, As far as the 93 million miles, I'd be like, bro, we'd have to take that car ride.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. So something tangible that you can point to. Okay.
Yeah, the senses. I think you're right there. You know, because it doesn't have to be sight. It can be feel,
Fart.
smell. Yeah.
But then, right?
If I
you get-
prove it, well, what's that fucking smell?
You know, and a lot of the senses come down to touch, right? Like, you know, there's a case that there's only the sense of touch.
This is a mind-bending subject.
Yeah, because even the senses can be fooled, right? We all know there's optical illusions. And even if you showed me even if you showed me a picture of something, or even if I saw something in reality, right? I could say, for instance, I see in reality that woman over there is kissing that man, and that woman is my wife. Doesn't mean that that's true, but I could have proved it to myself maybe, but it still could be an optical illusion. Could be someone that looked like my wife, very much like my wife, but not my wife. It can get crazy. You start thinking about it.
No, but I'm talking dead on. You see freckles and everything. You even see the pits of the tongue going into, you know, I don't want to get that, you know, disgusting, you know, but
I hear
wanna
what you're
make the
saying.
point
I
clear.
get what you're saying, SE. I do. I guess the point I'm making is, can you even trust your senses at that point? I think it goes back to what we've said here before, right? Proof is what you prove to yourself. And whether that's very little evidence that someone else could point to and say, that's clearly fake as shit. But that person might say, that's total proof to me. I don't know what you're talking about, right? So it really does become personal.
Yeah, okay, here's one. Then so if you get a proof, yeah, and you tell someone else your proof, and then they prove it to themselves, you get this it strengthens, the proof strengthens, and then someone else does it, and so forth, and until everyone that does it gets the proof, and you'll get together and go, that's fucking 100% provable.
That's what I was saying before. Yeah, you have something that you can hand to somebody else. They can repeat it, right? And get the same results. That's the best I can come up with. But it has to be tangible. You're not going to tell me, 15 billion light years away, this happened and that. Nothing like that.
How do you repeat a thing?
Sure.
Show you the same rock?
Well, you can't. I know where you're going. You can't repeat the same instance. Like, that's impossible, right?
Yeah, this is the line between like philosophy and personal perception and reality is very fine.
Well, you even said you go outside and you point to something, right? You know that you can do it again and again and again, right?
What do you mean, the sun?
Yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't, some pedantic person like myself might just say you're doing something new, right? Like it's always a new event. I don't know,
Yeah, like that's why I say this subject is personal and fascinating. There's no right answer. There's no wrong answer.
Well, a picture is wrong. We know that.
But not when you're talking about somebody's wife cheating. That's why I keep bringing it up. It's not wrong. See, it depends on the level of proof you're...
too, yeah.
What happens if you witness, right, your loved ones, like children, you witness them witness something, but you didn't see it, but they then say, we just saw that, like, and I go, I didn't see it, but you definitely did see that because I saw the way you reacted. So is that it's their proof, but
so like you saw them see a UFO, so they saw the UFO, but you didn't see the UFO. You just saw them react.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't a UFO. I suppose it was a UFO, yeah, but some sort of weird shit going on right now. That happened.
Yeah, now we're going off into the weeds,
Sorry.
But,
yeah. Sorry.
No, I mean, like I said, there's no right or wrong. Look, to Bev, right? I'm sure proof is in geometry. End of story, to sorry, to you, proof is in the level of a brick, or you think of it in that way, right? To me, it's water, right? That's proof to me, you know? Yeah, I guess everybody thinks of it in a...
Oh, yeah, I think there are definitely levels of proof. And I think there could actually be a, literally I could number my proofs in like, whatever the word is, like priority. I'd say that is definite proof. Yeah, that one there, yeah, proof, but not as good as that proof.
Yeah, a mathematician will say, "Oh, my friend, forget about what you're saying. There's only proof in math."
Well, yeah, I mean geometry or numbers. You're talking numbers, yeah. That's what
Numbers, yeah. I'm talking mathematicians, yeah. You know, the ones that put T in there, X, Y, Z, and then T. Those guys.
Who else wants to talk about proof? Anyone?
It's tough, isn't it? It's a tough conversation.
Well, we've had it before, so I suppose I had a bit of a baseline. But I love that first time. When you do something for the first time, it's like, shit, I've never thought about this before. I've had a bit of a practice it, I suppose.
Yeah, how about somebody new, like our buddy Spaceman? Maybe you'd like to, if you have a chance. Or Paige, did we ask Paige?
Ask me what?
What is proof to you?
Oh, far out. I suppose it's something, to me, something that I can check, that I can test, that I can see for myself. I don't know, it really depends on what it is. Like everything these days, I have to take everything with a grain of salt. So things that I would have thought 10 years ago would prove something, now I don't. So, yeah, I don't even know anymore.
It's really kind of basic because either something happened or it didn't happen, something is or it isn't. Proof isn't necessary until someone requests a knowing.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, proof is very situational, right? Like, depending, because like Bev said, you have to offer up that first thing, which will then lead into it being proven. So it's always going to be different.
Yeah, it has to be formulated as a statement, that which is to be proved first. Step one. Let somebody know what's to be done, I think. Otherwise, you're left in this wishy-washy area where you can say, well, in this situation, then this, and if this situation, then this. So you have to, first off, stipulate what is the thing that needed, because obviously it's going to differ. That the proof for whatever has to be applied to the unique situation for that proof.
Exactly. What are you proving? Yeah.
Yeah. Or what is it that needs to be proved, or which is.
And like
Go on. Sorry.
Like no worries, bro. I think I interrupted you.
No, the requester has to be specific on what they're looking for.
I was gonna say it's different degrees of proof depending on what you're trying to prove. That's why I keep bringing that picture up, right?
And in the legal system as well, between criminal and civil, different degrees of proof there.
Yep, that's right.
So
yep.
What is proof?
That's the whole question, bro.
Great question, guys.
That's why we're doing this, bro. That's the whole thing. Sorry, Bev. You were in the middle of something there. Step 1, right?
Well, yeah, that's what you have to do.
Proving?
Yeah. That's the first thing. But, I mean, this particular thing that started with us was... it was Dave Weiss, wasn't it, with his proof thing? He was requesting proof for the globe, and still, like, we haven't managed to work out what he would accept as a proof, because the stipulations of that particular thing are very specific to the people that we're talking to as well, aren't they? So, the people that we talk to are the people that have had to give up proof. Now, prove us wrong. Come and have a conversation about it. Go on.
In terms of, like, so we were saying each proof will be different, but there'll be a similarity. So to prove the A is a ball or is anything, you would have to say, okay, so what is that? What are going to be one of the requirements? And that would be the shape, right? So you're going to have to prove that it's a shape. Now, how do you go about proving shape? And the shape's a visual thing, or, I guess you could touch it too. So the proof would have to be along those lines in some regard. You can't hear, you would go, oh, we heard it. We heard that it was a ball, right? That'd be a little, that's kind of, it sound a little stupid. Or if somebody's like, oh, we tasted, and it was a ball. Like, no, you don't really taste. That's not so. It's like, again, just a general idea of where, quote unquote, a proof would go based on what a claim is and how to formulate what it would be.
Well, like we say, I don't want to skew it, but I mean, you would have to go to geometry, study of line and form, shape, and things.
Yeah, if it was shape, if you're talking about shape. If you're trying to prove that Billy can tell a good story, you would have to listen to Billy tell a good story, right? So, based on what you're trying to prove, and if it's a shape, shapes are geometric. How do you know, a ball from a square or a cube?
I think that's why the ancients started with that. The point, the line, circle. They went to the most basic. They went to nothing. It's remarkable, actually. You think about it.
I think you'd have to work through all the counter arguments and see if any of them have got any validity. If they haven't got any validity, then you can disregard them all.
Bro, and no internet, so you got to meet like on sun dusk at Augusta's Medium, right? Like, you know how hard it would have been to coordinate like all this stuff, trying to get 15, 30 people together to have a discussion like this for 2 or 3 hours. It'd be rough.
Yeah. But also, I don't think you can use that, Wardenclyffe just said. You can't go through all of the counter-arguments, because as we find, they will keep coming up with other arguments. Always. If you're always having to, people who debunk things, that we've got people now that try to debunk reality. And then we're having to debunk a debunker that's debunking reality. And it never ends. So I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can have to, with a proof. I don't think you have to counter every argument that people put against the proof. I don't think that's something that you have to do. First off, you have to just lay out the statement of the logical statement and then work out whether that works or not. Whether the logical argument to support the validity of what you're saying, that should be the way you can lay out what you are going to do in order to prove it. And that comes from the logic. The logic's a statement to say what you're going to do. Then you actually have to do it. It has to be followed through with the test. Somehow.
And that's where the bit that we're looking for is, right? The actual proof. It's how do you find that personally? And what is it that people are after? What would they accept? And because it's a personal thing, there's no argument about it. Nobody's saying, well, you shouldn't do that and you shouldn't do that. Most of the discussion that we have at the minute is people's misunderstandings, or not misunderstandings, but not knowing of what the proof is. Like the specific task that needs to be proved. And that's where the conversation is, right, Essie? Like, in finding out what other people's ideas behind that concept of proof. Because most people have never even contemplated it. Even when you have contemplated it for a bit.
I'm still confused about it.
It's hard to formulate the words, isn't it? Like I was saying the other day, I think there are a certain set of words that have been taken away from us. And that then in turn makes it hard for you to express these certain things that you're left wondering, like, what, there should be a word for it, but I can't find it. And I'm finding it hard to express what it is that we mean with when we're talking about proof, when we're talking about logic, and when we're talking about this sort of like inspiration, and where all of this sort of stuff comes from, and where you gain this proof. It's a fascinating topic.
I agree. I think so too. Yeah. And everybody I ask comes at it with a different angle, And like I said, nobody's right, nobody's wrong. Some people say like evidence is proof. They use that. They use those two words interchangeably. Some say proof is a collection of evidence, which, when formulated in a step, like logic, right? One step following the next one. Some people say that is proof. Some people say a picture is proof, or a video. Oh, you idiot, look at the ISS, look at that. Can't you see that's proof? There's so many, yeah.
Just have to point out the truths that people say without realising. Jason has put, that's easy, just a line perpendicular to the vector of gravity. Well, the vector of that would be a plumb bob. As we all know, a plumb bob establishes a vertical, and perpendicular to vertical is horizontal. A horizontal plane, sorry, to be more exact.
Yeah, carrying what SE said, proof is absolute, but how do you get to that point where you're saying it's absolute?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look, for me, in some instances, it's simple. Like, I can prove to you, like, I hate using, water and this and that and bodies, but I mean, that's the best way to get this thing through, because can't escape that, right? Like, I can prove to you I'm going to die one day, right? It's inevitable. It's going to happen. It's 100%.
Hold on.
I don't want you to prove it.
How can you prove that?
Yeah.
Well, on the day of my funeral, I'll invite you guys.
Yeah, but you won't be there to prove it.
That's true. Yeah. Okay, you got
No,
me there.
we will be.
But
Yeah,
you know what I
but
mean?
you
Okay,
won't.
I'll go with the other gruesome one. I can prove to you that if I chop somebody's head off, right? Guaranteed that person's gonna die every single time. Like I have those samurai. I hate to get gruesome, but it's the only way to make a point. And I take the samurai sword, off with your head, like the guillotine, right? That's 100% proof that person's dead. To me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you'll always have someone that says, "Oh, but what happens if there's a physician there?"
Yeah,
what
we
happens if
did.
You can put the head back on.
Nanobots. We've
I have
been
an
there.
answer to that.
Yeah.
I have an answer to that. You watch till the body rots. Watch the maggots.
Oh, come on.
Hey, you asked.
Yeah.
Don't ask.
So definitely dead then, SE.
I would say so. 100% proof that person that I saw in the guillotine is dead. Yep. 100% proof.
Essie, did you have a nice childhood bringing up us? Jesus.
Well, look, I've been doing a lot of thinking on this because I'm asking the question and people are asking me stuff too. So I've been doing a lot of thinking on this.
It sounds like basically it comes down to individual acceptance.
Yes, and other people will challenge you on that because they'll say there are some basic truths.
Well, that's what a proof is. It's truth, isn't it? It's a very similar word. Proof and truth are one and the same. The truth is always true. Same as a proof.
Look, they got us thinking with all this new age science, you know, that which I call pseudoscience, that there's no such thing as proof. But I think there is. I think there is.
Of course there is.
Yeah. How could you have a word? It's like horizontal.
Yeah.
Right? And a horizontal plane. I mean, they exist because the words exist. If they didn't, there would be no need for the word.
There'd be non-proof.
A disproof, right? Which is, I've heard them say that a lot. Like, that's got to have been a word put in by somebody. Like, a disproof is a negative proof. I'm not too sure about that as a concept. But again,
that's... You prove a negative.
Yeah. And if you have proved it, how could you disprove it? Because the proof is the truth. It is true. So if there being a proof...
Well, a bit like trying to prove that horizontals aren't parallel.
Yeah.
Well, that's a negative proof. That's not positive proof. Because proof is always positive.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Never negative.
Yeah. And if you have already proved it, then can there be a disproof? I doubt it.
This globe.
Well, that's the whole idea. There cannot be a disproof.
Yeah. There may not have been a proof in the first place, but I don't think you can disprove a proof. And you would have to say that anything within that book is a proof. And the only question would then be is how close to reality is it?
And you're right, the better word is truth, because you can't disprove a truth.
Yeah. And are truths subjective?
I guess to some.
Yeah.
It's like axioms then, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Always are and always will be.
Definitely hit on something that's, I mean, I'd say it's changed me, but it's definitely changed the course of the argument that we've been having, or argument, discussion, it's caused a massive change in the way we talk to the people that we have been talking to. Like I think this sort of stuff, it is definitely a way for us to show that we don't need the people that don't have proofs. We can have a good enough discussion about this amongst ourselves, which definitely gets further than the discussion that we've been having in developing this stuff. Right? That all of that other time with developing it was a personal growth and a building up. Mainly me. So I can do this live streaming, because I'd never have done this 2 years ago. Fucking hell. Still the same person. But being able to be here, like live streaming, clicking a button, talking to people as though it's just natural.
Yeah. Once you break down that sort of, well, for me as well, you know, that sort of barrier, which is obviously only put there by oneself. Yeah,
and the social structure that we've all been brought up in, right, puts you in some sort of a bubble, you know, or you've put yourself in that bubble, and it's up to you to get yourself out of it, right? Dig your own holes back out again. Find yourself within it. And that's what this proof and this stuff is. Like I say, Fight the Flat Earth brought me in by calling me a child abuser. But yeah, I've grown so much.
He called a lot of other people that too. That's the thing.
Yeah. In doing that, and he still does. And those attitudes still apply. They're still in all of the people that we've been talking to. Mainly adult Globe Earth Discord server owners. But I mean, I don't know. Like, people are just sort of people. Like I was and still am just a regular dude. It's only because of the circumstances and the situations that have led me to be here. But I'm no different. Just a normal dude.
You're just you.
Yeah.
That's it.
Same as everybody else that comes in here, right? Everybody's an individual. There's no groups of this and that, and it's everybody an individual finding their own way in whatever. And I think we need to be able to talk to each other, to be able to have these discussions. There's a lot of people that have shut themselves off. And that's fine by me, because I think they're going to be struggling. They're going to be struggling mentally. Whereas I don't think we are alone as they actually are. Because every one of the model, if you hold a model, then that's your model. You've made it. All of those pieces that you haven't got any proof for, that you've placed there and founded your belief system or whatever on, that's on you. Like, that's your model. If you have to defend it in any way, you're going to be in trouble if we start talking about just reality. And you have to start defending your model in reality. Gonna get stuck. Proof Project 2022. Agents of the Logos. T-shirt logic. I didn't get any of the things put on the... and I can't work those games on Streamlabs. Need to get somebody to help us out with that. But I don't think was the proof thing a bit deep. We were meant to be going over a voicing thing for DP, but he's not here, so I guess we can't really do it while
It's my
DP.
fault. I wanted to ask the new person proof, and then we started. It always happens.
Yeah, it's good though. I mean, that's what we're here for. But it is free for all Fridays. Give people a chance. Fridays and Mondays.
I'm sure somebody wants to talk Coriolis or Gravity, or there's no other way to entice our buddies in.
Yeah, like I say, we don't want to be able to entice them in, because then they're gonna feel like that there's a battle going on, and I don't want it to be like that. We just deal with reality. So if anybody wants to come in, go on.
Because they might feel that we want to talk only about geometry or something, or only about level, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but in you saying that, that means that they'd want to come in and we weren't allowed to talk about geometry. You aren't allowed to use geometry to formulate anything. So I think that's, yeah.
That wouldn't be fair.
Yeah.
No. They can use whatever they want, and of course we can use whatever we want.
Yeah. But that's what we're exposing, right? They have no proofs. So they would be coming with a sophistry argument. Sophisticated argument, as Betty's taught us. Right? A sophisticated argument. Sounds great, doesn't it? Doesn't it sound clever? A sophisticated argument. Yeah. It's just sophistry.
Meanwhile, you take a piece of paper and you draw an X on it.
Yeah.
That's how sophisticated that was.
Yeah. Balanced Truth says he wants to learn from their cog dis. Me too. That's what we've been doing. Every conversation we've been having over the past 2 years is us learning from that cog dis, making steps forward within the argument, refining it, knowing exactly how to pinpoint where that cog dis is.
Well said. Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
It's like we've just found out recently with the Event Horizon, right? Like, we can get there pretty quickly. And
this Event Horizon, yeah.
Yeah, the adult globe earthers are they know that we can take them there to that point. We can very quickly. They know all of the arguments, and they now know that they can't come and talk to us. So if you want to know
why they have us banned, you think?
Yeah, that's why they've been banning us all over the place. If you want to come in and learn this argument, but be aware, this will have you banned from servers for talking to people and asking them questions. This is dangerous for adult globe earthers, particularly the boomer. They're stuck in the ways. It's dangerous for them and the minds of the adult globe earth boomer.
Yeah, and it's the simple stuff that tends to freak them out like the most from their model.
That's somebody opening the mic. Yeah, there's good. 42 people watching. That's good. That's good numbers. And I would imagine, unless they are all adult globe earthers, the adult globe earthers will be upset at that. People listening to us. They don't like people hearing like a normal conversation. Point out again, we are not flat earthers. We are not globe earthers. Everyone here is an individual. They are each of them themselves. Nobody asks anybody to assign themselves a model when discussing anything on this Next Level Discord server. That's fair, right, guys? Anybody can have your opinions and we can have discussions about whatever topic, and all we ask is leave the model out of it.
Yeah, and sometimes, there can be, everyone in the server at any one point agreeing because we come to a conclusion with proof.
Yeah.
Not always, with but can we just come into a conclusion to something that someone brought up? An agreement.
Or we can put you to sleep with push and pull for an hour. You never know.
Yeah, it's not always one conversation. It's all sorts of different conversations from all sorts of different people that are in here.
No offense meant. I was just joking.
Sorry, I'll get you.
I love that conversation, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, Balanced Truth says, let's challenge the flat earthers again. They have better arguments. Well, I'm up for that. We'll have a discussion. I've always been up for discussing the logic. And I'd love to go over the Black Swan with someone. I mean, I tried to go over it with Mr. Logic and Cheese. And I thought I'd ask Bebby to go over it. Even tried. Yeah, Mr. Sensible. The offer's still open. He accepted it when he came over here the other week. I mean, we could all go over the Black Swan at some point and see where it's got us. The logic. Definitely time for the logic to be coming around this time. A lot properly, like it should have been. Hopefully T-shirt logic can help us, and have we got a better one in our back pocket?
No, Bev, I'm not going to debate you.
It wasn't a debate anyway, it was just a discussion about the Black Swan. So you guys have a bit of a chat for a bit. I need to go and make a brew. Start up a topic. See if we can get whatever in. He's not been in here for a bit. There's no... Sorry, guys. The Adult Globe Earth Discord trolls aren't appearing in the text chat on YouTube. We've got the most viewers we've got, and none of them dare chat in the text. How good is that? This is powerful, this T-shirt logic. More people watching. Where's the trolls? Where are they?
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any trolls now. I had a look a minute ago. Wow.
The logic's got them zipped up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't go over there having a logic night. Oh,
Even
they're always having a logic night.
I'm in Jose's chat right now with a couple known trolls, and they're even being civil. Like, unlike any... They're chatting with me unlike any time before. having a normal chat about a topic and hardly ever calling me an idiot or whatever, just being pretty civil. Something's going
Have you
on.
got a new mic there, Rakia?
Nah, just probably in a bad area. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, it's not bad. It just does sound like it's an electrical fault though on your line. But it might.
No, I'm always on my phone, so it's the same thing.
Yeah, you've got like a right to hand crackle. Oh, he's gone. In and out. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in a bit. Keep it going, guys. Come on.
Hey, did that clear up?
Nah.
Not really?
No, it's all right. We can still hear you. That's all right.
Yeah, I got you. It might just be something going on.
Hearing your voice is, we'll go through the pain. Oh.
Yeah, I've been on that, that crosshair over the water from 22 floors up, that B-ball post. I've been on that for a month or so over there. And I got George to say it definitely wasn't earth curve. It was just drop, from horizontal, which that's what I say and y'all say. I mean, it's just a horizontal line above another horizontal line. They're parallel. It's just you get a little optics in there and perspective, and the water appears to rise up. So you have to go up a fair amount of distance before you can see that gap. But even then, you could have a mirage out there where the sky is mirroring down. You would never know, So it's just a horizontal line above a plane. That's why it appears above the water. Pretty simple. But George admitted that it wasn't earth curve. Now, B-ball is the one who posted it as earth curve proof, which we all know it's not.
George is still at it, huh? Saying it's curve.
No, George actually put it in chat a while back at Blues, I think, maybe Jose's, that this particular post by B-ball was not earth curve. It was just that he took a horizontal tool that has crosshairs in it up 22 floors above the water. And of course that horizontal line is going to be above the water, right? I mean, if you say otherwise, you're ridiculous. But B-ball is the one who says otherwise and says that's earth curve.
Right. And George admitted that it's just, you're above and it's drop.
Yeah. You're obviously 22 floors up. You're emitting it. So when you shoot that horizontal out over a plane, of course it's going to be above the other plane. Well, I don't know why B-ball won't admit it, even when George is right there admitting it. But they just stick to their guns.
Yeah, because B-ball loves that hotel of his, that picture where he shows how many floors are missing.
Yeah. And then in the other picture, he shows another building and some trees and all kind of stuff in front of that particular building in the view. So, of course, you're not going to see the bottom floors. There's other things obstructing it. But there is water appearing in front of it. So he says that's earth curve, like there's a sharp edge of water dropping off and the buildings are lower or whatever he's saying, as his proof of earth curve. But it's just an optical effect. It's just how you see over turbulent water.
I love every time he shows that picture because I tell him, okay, so you're saying there's a drop there or a hump? Sometimes he says drop, sometimes he says hump. Doesn't matter, right? So then I tell him, oh, thank you. You just gave me another paradox, the surfboard paradox. So I tell him, look, I'll bet you whatever you want. We'll take a chopper, we'll go to that location, right? And I bet you anything that water's going to be perfectly level. You're saying there's going to be 160-foot drop at that location. And he just clams up.
Yeah, just take off 10 feet off the water there on one side and go straight towards them buildings without changing anything. Just stay, you're not moving and you're just doing a constant altitude across. You're not adjusting anything. And you're going to tell me in a helicopter that the the pressure difference is holding you, or gravity, or whatever bull crap.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying if he goes to that spot where that drop is, right, there's got to be a drop there. Because in his head, it's water that's blocking the view of those, how many floors? 10, he says? I don't know how many floors he says, right? So, in order for there to be physical water there, blocking those 10 floors, there has to be a drop there or a hump. There's no two ways about that. Cannot be level and horizontal. Cannot be a plane there.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, so everybody's saying like yesterday was funny with the ballers and all of that. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like we've been doing this for quite a while, and we found out pretty recently that you don't get many chances at these sort of things because the people we're talking to become wise, and they stop coming around. They stop commenting in the YouTube text chats because they get enticed to come in, and then when they do come in, it's not fun for them. They end up saying some stupid shit. So I'm sorry, people that are just coming now. I mean, this used to be, we used to have trolls all over the place saying all sorts of things. Now all of the trolls will be in the Adult Globe Earth Discord servers. That's where they are. They're all over there, doing all of their trolling like they used to do in the chats.
Yeah, and they're just waiting for the next new person to come in that hasn't got, any, well, not any, but I mean, like, hasn't been through all the things that we've been through. I mean, they're just preying on that newcomer, from what I can see.
Yeah, in those servers, like, because you've just been over there to experience it recently, haven't you? I mean, although I'll put everybody into the thing. Spot On has been with us, or with me particularly, right from the start. But Spot On isn't like me. He's a normal dude that's been working, and we've worked through all of this together, all of the way, every step of the way. But Spot On
I don't know, I missed out a few things.
Well,
it's hard to keep up when you're doing it every day.
But Spot On just recently has been over to experience the Adult Globe Earth Discord servers. Just to have a chat with people. Just to say things that, just normal things that a normal person would say. And it's been an experience, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Eye-opening.
I don't even want to give credence to it.
Yeah.
Really, because it's... But just be wary about going to some of the places, because I couldn't see much sense being talked and typed, or typed at that time last night. And I haven't got time for it, and that's what it was like originally. Like you had the patience to talk to some of these people, whether in chat or voice, and some good conversations were had. I say good conversations that we could listen to, and not to say we. I mean, like just us, was it? It was a few of us.
Yeah, learn from.
And we've learned from it, yeah, exactly.
That was the point of it. We weren't just talking to people to wind them up or anything. We were seriously searching for
the
answers to questions, right? To delve into people's minds, and how do they think like that, and how we think differently, and there is definitely something different.
Well, you can ask the same question to like a handful of people, and it seemed like they'd come up with different answers, or let's just say there was 2 different answers, and that to me is intriguing, considering that I thought I knew what the answer was, but they obviously think they know what the answer is, and it was like, but I know what my answer is, I know level is horizontal. So what you're saying, you're telling me something that I know to be true is not true, and you're standing there, and everyone I asked didn't have any experience with the tools.
Yet they were willing to tell you that your proof wasn't correct.
Well, they're saying it doesn't prove anything. One of the things that we've done, it won't prove anything, and like one thing it does do is prove something.
Providing you have the foundations of this logic and geometry, right? Founded in reality. It has to be linked to reality.
Yeah, that did change things for me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go into that, but it's like some people probably heard it a few times already. But yeah, it's a big change in my life to get some good foundation set and then work from there. I mean, life can be pretty confusing, with all this contradiction in all areas. Like, I mean, we don't talk about anything like politics or anything like that, do we? Generally, not like live or anything like that. Doesn't really come up, but that look at the shit that's going on. I'm not going to go into it, like I say, but every area, every single area.
Yeah.
You look at in life, there's contradictions. So it's nice to find something that actually is real and true. And that's where I'm at with
it. Have you seen the semantical argument come up in the chat?
I'm not looking. No, I'm staying away so I can chat it out.
Circled or it says level, right? This is Sam, right? Completely got confused with what he's doing. This is Sam, who's a text chat troll. But obviously a globe earther that's just after winning an argument. Now, the argument has been developed by Beddy that you draw 2 lines on a horizontal plane, draw an X on a piece of paper. Then you have the ability to say that both of those lines are horizontal, therefore they are intersecting. Well, Sam's just come into the chat with a definition of level. Right? Yeah. And now this definition of level says, noun, 1, a horizontal plane or line with respect to the distance above or below a point. So that's a horizontal plane or line. That's level being a horizontal plane or line.
Someone's deleted it. Oh no, sorry, it's moved up. I thought someone had deleted it then. Another one took its place. He's put another one up now. He's circling another thing.
Well, a horizontal line is only a line within mathematics that goes across the page from left to right.
Yeah, to show the plane.
And, well, another one would be vertical, the perpendicular to it. Any intersecting line would be a XY variable, right? With the line that goes across it in an XY thing. But, I mean, the important thing to notice is that Sam, in order to get the or, has stated that level is a horizontal plane or line with respect to it. So no curve. There's no curve in that at all. So thank you, Sam. Although we know a line is a horizontal on a page, and then we will put a y-axis and put a vertical like you do for graphs.
Yeah. Or if you're gonna show an elevation of a canal, for instance.
Yeah.
Use a line, wouldn't you? Horizontal line.
Yeah, and Sam's put here, look, a height above a given level, especially sea level. a height above. So that's a datum. A
Yeah.
datum height, because that's what elevations are. So when you are 1 foot above mean sea level, that's a datum point, being 1 foot above the level of which, and we all know, level is a horizontal plane or line, but since we're talking about elevation, it would have to be a horizontal plane and a height
Don't
above
let-
it.
Don't let
Elevations.
him off the hook. You got to scroll down a little bit. He's
Or is he
made a
still
little-
going?
He's
keep
flubbed a
going.
little bit there.
Just below the little face with the tongue hanging out. Gadget.
Let's have a look. Okay, sure, but does it say it has to be a straight horizontal line? Oh, the other horizontal.
The bendy
Nice.
uncle.
Yeah, bendy-zontal. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's we're cracking. We've got 48 watching here, so
Yeah.
do you want to repeat that, man?
Yeah.
'Cause, I expect everyone sat there going,
Okay, right. So we'll go over it, right? So Sam has posted about level being a horizontal line or plane, a plane or line. And then he says that elevation is the height above a given level, and the level is a horizontal plane or line, especially sea level. And then he says, because we're talking about it being a horizontal plane or line, here, Sam says, okay, sure, but it does not say it has to be a straight horizontal line. Globe Earth hero comes to save the day. Isn't it a good job that we've got the trolls in here to keep us busy? This is why trolls don't come round here that often. It doesn't say it has to be a straight horizontal, Sam. Is he still writing?
It's just, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's listening or not.
I don't, yeah.
Chad's done. That's funny.
Then Brad, the science guy, he's probably listening.
That's good. So everybody just check. Next time somebody says a horizontal plane or line, just check whether they mean the straight horizontal. Or
Brad,
that
yeah.
that
Brad's
other
put
one.
that. He's put the definition of level entry 303. He's found that the latest edition of Merriam-Webster, well, not latest, but you know.
Why has he crossed some
recent.
stuff off? Oh, Chad's put. Oh, it's okay, Chad. It's all right. Conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface.
Looks
A
what's in the
horizontal condition. That's what Rumpus had his tangent to. The horizontal condition of the water. It's even stated in the dictionaries.
Listen to this genius by Brad, the science guy. If there is curvature, then level curves.
What if? Who said that?
Nice
Brad.
logical statement, Brad.
What if there is curvature anywhere?
If there is curvature, then level curves. I mean,
Yeah, he doesn't say
It's just
anything after
just a
curvature.
random curvature. Just like
A
if
random-
there is some curvature. Therefore, I mean, yeah, I mean it's
The
not
hood of
quite.
the car curves a little bit.
Yeah,
A bit of curvature on the hood.
yeah,
Well,
that
Brad
sounds
Despoil,
like
he posted at 40 minutes past the hour. Definition of a level entry 303.
Mm-hmm.
Having no parts higher than another.
Yeah.
Conforming to the curvature of liquid parts of the Earth's surface.
Yep, that's a
The
horizontal
parallel
condition.
with the plane of the horizon, horizontal.
Yeah.
Even or
Varying in height. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But, I mean, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. That is a horizontal condition. So, can anybody tell me the amount of curvature in a horizontal condition?
0.
Okay, that's how much it conforms to with a curvature. Level conforms to 0 curvature, a horizontal condition. Who's this? Who we are here? Sam. Expert. A Twitter expert. A Twitter, the Twitter representative in the office, the expert, because I'm sure they'd have highly qualified Twitter guys in order to post the Twitter stuff.
No, they have their top science on it.
I called them up. This is Ordnance Survey UK I'm talking about here. I called them up to try and get a word with their surveyors. There is none. Ordnance Survey doesn't do surveying anymore. Ordnance. They don't have surveyors because they couldn't put me in touch with any of them.
It was all done anyway years ago, wasn't it? The place was, England was mapped many years ago.
Yep, it's only new the estates and stuff like that where they just fan off from all of the bits that have already been done.
All the datums are there, all the trig points are there.
Yep.
Well, the datum's at Newlyn anyway, South England, Cornwall.
It takes them for about 4 or 5 years to actually put it on the maps anyway.
Well, they update this stuff. All of the points are updated automatically now.
That's digital, isn't it?
All of the new stuff.
Maps. And then maps. New maps, mate.
Chad, that's funny.
You know,
I love that. I love that the way they put the you know, that picture there that he's Chad's about with the help and the triangle, and then you just create a horizontal plane. It's taking the top off the ball. I mean, it's not even a tangent.
I was looking at why do you think they put it like that as well?
On an angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not actually horizontal.
Well, it's not actually horizontal anyway. It's not even there to depict horizontal. It's just to show a plane that cuts.
Sorry.
It's just to show a plane that cuts because you can see it's a plane that's cut because they've got a right angle triangle there. They purposely put that right angle triangle there to show you that plane lies on that thing across that particular part.
The round bit above it is irrelevant. Yeah, that the bulgy bit.
And they put it at that angle so you can see more. It's particularly you can see the most at that angle.
Yeah, good point.
But you cannot be thinking that that's horizontal, obviously, because it's got a massive tilt on it. But model afflicted do. They automatically think that as a globe. It's globe. Sam's put in this. Have you ever read that, Sam? Because it's not really in favour of your model. That anybody that knows how to comport with reality, it's obvious who's wrote that. Do you want us to read it? I'm gonna read it. Okay, this is Sam, the guy that's just told us that level is horizontal. It's like a horizontal line or plane. Well, this is a guide to coordinate systems in Great Britain. Take this however you want to. Myth number 2.
Oh, yeah.
A horizontal plane is a level surface, even though Sam's just told us that it is a level horizontal plane or line. He's now posting something that says it's a myth. Bit contradictory, like, but you know, this is only the UK ordinance. So, the myth: a horizontal plane is a level surface. Of course, it cannot be. So who's done that? Who writes that? So, the myth: a horizontal plane is a level surface, even though it's just been described in the dictionary as a horizontal plane. It says, of course it cannot be, because the Earth is round. Any gravitational level surface, such as the surface of the wine in your glass, or the surface of sea averaged over time, must curve as the Earth curves. So it cannot be flat. It just can't be. Not allowed to be.
Interesting why they used wine and not water there.
Yeah.
You got me pissed.
Yeah.
They want you pissed up. Subliminal.
Yeah. That is, it cannot be a geometric plane. Cannot be. But more than this, no actual thingy, right? But more than this, a level surface has a complex shape. Not like a horizontal plane like was just described in the dictionary a bit earlier. Oh no, complex. It's not a simple curved surface like a sphere. No, it's a horizontal plane. When we say a level surface, we mean a surface that is everywhere at right angles to the direction of gravity. It's perpendicular. Again, contradictory. Perpendicular, straight lines at right angles to a plumb bob, which is vertical. So it says it is not a simple curved surface like a sphere. When we say a level surface, we mean a surface that is everywhere at right angles to the direction of gravity. That's like a truthful statement in the middle of it. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Repeat that.
Yeah.
It says, but more than this, a level surface has a complex shape. It is not a simple curved surface like a sphere. When we say a level surface, we mean a surface that is everywhere at right angles to the direction of gravity.
Yeah, lovely. So they say the
Wow.
surface of a sphere is...
It's
simple.
not. Yeah, it's not a sphere.
It's a complex surface.
Yeah.
Level.
Yeah.
Really complex.
Yeah. Everywhere at right angles to the direction of gravity. Vertical.
Wow, yeah. It's quite
The
sweet.
direction of gravity is generally towards the centre of the Earth, as you would expect. You know, does that sound like a wizardry trick, right? That's sophistry, isn't it?
As you would expect.
As you would expect, yeah.
Yeah. Just like saying right.
Yeah.
At the end of a statement, a claim by you to get other people to seem like they're agreeing. Because if you say right and no one disagrees, then you assume they're agreeing, right?
It's like these aren't the droids you're looking for.
Yeah.
That's from Star Wars. That's whatever.
I'm good looking, right? No one disagrees.
I'll take it by your
Bing, bang, boom. I'm good looking.
Thank you.
Let me see.
Who's that who laughed?
It generally towards the centre of the Earth, as you would expect, but it varies in direction and magnitude from place to place in a complex way. Like complex. What does that mean? Well,
Well,
complex.
Level.
Yeah. Even on a very local scale. A local scale.
This is a map making company, right, that's doing this. It's obviously, this has not been wrote by them, has it? This has been wrote by somebody purposely. It says, these variations, which are too small for us to notice without specialist measuring equipment, are due to the irregular distribution of mass on the surface, hills and valleys, and also the variable density of the earth beneath us. Therefore, all level surfaces are actually bumpy and complex.
What?
Now,
Terrible stuff.
now the level surface is bumpy.
You can't tell what it is, right? You need specialists to go over there and tell you the shape of the surface, right?
Yeah. It's all bumpy.
Yeah. It's almost
Level,
as though they've just put the surface as level, right? And said, we'll sort out the level of the land. And the level of the land is whatever level it's at. Right? It's a technical wordplay, isn't it?
Well, if you put yourself in the position that you're the one that's going to determine what level is when it's obviously too complex for anyone else, then you're going to be the one that they're going to hire, right?
Yep.
I think it's more of an idea, like to put in people's minds that,
or the authority.
Well, they like. I think they don't like to lie. Right? So they like to play these sophistry games because obviously blatantly lying is too much. So
yeah, right.
What they're saying is the level of what level is the ground outside and what level is the ground over there. Right? So when you talk of points, yeah, well, if you take the level of everything as an individual level point datum, then, yeah, it's complex and it's bumpy. It's all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Not level, but the level of the land, right? It varies. It's all over the place. That's what they could be getting away with, right? It's not that level varies.
Yeah. Elevation change, baby.
Yeah, they're just confusing level with elevation changes. I think.
Yeah.
Because level is a horizontal plane. And
Before we go too far, oh, I'm sorry.
Go on.
Well, he was talking about, like, you know, who wrote that for them, and you know, as companies create themselves, they create a mission statement, right? What's going to be the philosophy of this company? Well, I think that's kind of what it's about. You know, your philosophy of this map making company is to promote a bumpy level surface. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm making a joke of it, but there is philosophy involved in it.
Yeah. Right. So here, this is the bit where we get into the real trickery now, right? Because somebody's wrote that first bit, and I think somebody's come along and gone, you know, there's another few people that have checked it, and we have to write an addendum to that. So it says, this is very important to coordinate systems used to map the height of the ground, because the idea of quantified height implies there is a level surface somewhere below us which has zero height. It's just a datum, right? It's not, there's no surface below us, and nobody ever says that other than people who have a model, right? Have you ever heard of the surface below, or do you just deal with datums and the tools?
Yeah, you can arbitrarily assign a datum point and call it your zero.
And do you then consider the shape of the surface below that's the zero when you're working with the rest of the tools above the ground? Like, no.
No, it's just no. It's
Yeah.
just got the the one datum point that you reference.
You're just
to measure
transferring
elevation
that
from.
across the land, aren't you? You know, like you're moving it up and down, and you're marking those numbers as you go wherever you go. You're marking the distance, the points where you're taking them, you're mapping them, you're putting them on a thing, and you go. Nobody ever considers the surface underneath, right, as that zero surface. That is, I don't think anybody considers it in reality, like in doing the job. But there are a group of people that have to consider it.
Yep.
When you say the datum underneath, what do they mean by that? Because if you've got a positive change in elevation, you've got a negative change in elevation. Are they counting that negative change in elevation as the ground underneath?
No, they're taking the conceptual surface on the underneath that they're imagining they're taking it from, but they're not. They're using tools that establish horizontals, and you're moving a datum point to the next place, right? You're just shifting it along a bit with a difference in elevation or whatever at that new point. That nobody considers well, I say nobody, I'm going to point it out again.
Yeah.
There's no surface underneath. It's not there. It's a conceptual surface, but the surface is established by the tool above the ground, right, at an even altitude, not below. Nobody considers underneath.
So you got your datum point, which is 0. You move along the ground. You've got elevation up, whatever it is. So they're saying that the datum point below is actually underneath the ground.
What they're trying to say is, if you're moving a datum from Newlyn, right, in the UK, that's where the mean is. But the zero's set at the water level, right? The actual bit where the brass plate is at an elevation, right? A measured elevation above that. So that plaque will be at 1 meter, 12 meters or whatever higher, right, than the thing. Now, when you're using that as your datum, that's your datum point that you're coming from. What these people are presupposing is that you're assuming a flat plane at 0 underneath. But you're not. You're just taking it from the point above the ground. Nobody's considering a 0 on the floor, because you're taking the point above the floor at a height, at a datum.
How can they consider that? Because it took 5 years to get that actually datum point, didn't it?
Why are they considering it? Why are they writing this on this thing? Why has this guy come into our Discord server to drop this?
I think Chad kind of.
Yeah, I'm just saying it. This is, you got to use critical thinking, right? Why is this man using this as a proof? And what does it mean? What are the words he's saying? It's very important to in the coordinate system used to map the height of the ground, because the idea of quantified height in inverted commas, right? Height implies that there is a level surface somewhere below us that has 0 height.
It took 5 years to get that mean sea level.
Well, there's also, if you've got a datum at 0 and that goes to 100 feet above the ground, are you going to say 100 feet below this mountain there is a 0? Like, why are you bothered about that 0 at 100 feet below the mountain? The mountain is 100 feet elevation. You're only concerned about the actual elevation of the land. Unless you model afflicted and you're bothered about the datum and, like, what shape a plane is. Level is a horizontal plane.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. So these are just saying, well, you can put that on the ground if you want, but I mean, it's a quantified height. You know, I'll read it. Even statements about relative height imply extended level surfaces. When we casually say point A is higher than point B, what we really mean is the level surface passing through point A, if extended, would pass above point B. So accurately quantify the height difference between A and B, we would need to know the shape of the level surface passing through point A. In fact, we choose a general reference level surface of 0 height covering the whole country, to which we can refer all our measured heights. This reference level surface is not flat. It's level.
That's why when you fly in aircraft, you've got a horizontal horizon. It doesn't mean that the horizon is actually based from your feet going outwards. So that's why you've got an artificial horizon, because it goes up with you.
Well,
You're
can
also
I?
having
Yeah.
a different horizontal horizon.
Can I point this out? Again, words. This reference level surface is not flat. Well, where's your reference comes from?
Well, like what they said in there, they used a 0 mark, and they, well, how do they word it exactly?
Well, I'd say
It's all in their
the reference levels that they take are at every datum. Right? It's not flat. Because if it were, all of the reference datums that they would use would be on a flat surface. They're not.
Because the wording, like you say, is they're telling it to you in the wording. Like you say, they're not lying per se, but they're using the words to kind of change how you look at it.
Yeah, this is wizardry. What wrote with intent to be vague. Very clever. They're clever people.
Let me see on here. The level surface passing through point A, if extended, the height difference. We would need to know the shape of the level surface passing through point A. In fact, we choose a general reference level surface of 0 height.
Yep.
Covering the whole country.
To which we can refer to our measured height. Full stop.
This reference level surface is not flat.
Yeah.
The one that they've chosen to reference the level surface of 0 height.
Yeah.
Well, duh. they've chosen a particular model to plot all the datum points onto, and they're calling that a level surface, which is obviously
not flat.
Not flat, right?
I would say the reference level that they keep taking their points from right at the beginning, like they said, is bumpy. All of the datums that they take, they're the reference levels that they take. They're all marked. They're all benchmarked. They're all over the place. They're not flat. Because they're datums. So, yeah.
It's just words, right? It's the way
It's the
people
same-
use words.
Like you have the ordnance survey in the UK, and in the States we have the what is it? The NAVD 88
Mhm.
for vertical datum, and they all say the same stuff. I mean they put it here differently. The wording is a little different, but it's all pretty much the same thing. It's the same idea. It starts with an idea. They even say it because the idea. Yeah.
Trying to fit it onto a ball, yeah, Sam. It's got to be troubling Globers for ages. I think I've got a GIF as well with the all of the different map. Projections or whatever, where they kept making them. Discord takes ages. It might be the GIF, so we're getting them too good. To wait for them to load up. Yeah, I mean it's not worth getting into maps yet when people don't even understand what a straight line is. It's fine with the trolls posting things about problems for cartographers, but if you've never actually done any mapping or anything, laid it out on a map on a horizontal plane, then...
Well, I mean, you need straight lines for that, right?
Yeah, you need the horizontal plane to be able to draw it.
And you need triangles to equal the internal sum of the angles to equal 180 degrees. No more, no less.
How can you say then maps are accurate?
These are all the different map things that they've got. And that's how... You noticed all of the land keeps changing shapes. How can that be? Land doesn't change shapes. So why would they keep making maps with the land changing shape, size?
They don't change shape, they change positions.
Well, they change shape as well.
Oh, do they? Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
They have to change shape. Unless you want to call it a projection. But, I mean...
Unless you want to call it bollocks.
Yeah.
This does not represent the Earth at all.
Didn't we talk about it before, about how, like the necessity for maps and whatnot, as far as property lines and legal issues?
Yeah.
I thought that was like the whole point of it. So it's all like about, being legally, or I guess financially responsible.
You're talking about local and general, are you, instead of global?
What do you
I
mean
use the word global generally.
Well, I mean, how are you going to not determine, say, a border or a property line locally? Like, you're going to go to the actual site and determine it at that location, right? You're not going to, you're not going to measure it from, a different country or something.
No, because if you're going to do something locally, then you're going to go to a ordnance survey map or something like that, and you're going to have a starting point or a...
Well, what I mean is, it's an already agreed upon designated like boundary, right? You go to a source that
in the
all
UK
parties,
it's not agreed upon.
Okay, but let me put it this way: if say your neighbor, and this could be a country border, a state border, a whatever, your house, whatever. Let's say your neighbor, there's a dispute in where that property line is. You want to build a fence. You think that it should go a certain place. They say that's on their property. There's a dispute. You both go to a mutual, neutral authority on where that property line is to determine if it's disputable or not, right?
In the UK, it's not a neutral organisation. We've got the Ordnance Surveys maps, and they come out and they actually measure from a datum point where your land is. They can tell you exactly how much land you've got.
Whether it's an organization that comes out and measures it on the spot or not, it's still an authority on the subject, right? And it comes from a particular datum point that they have a starting point. They have some sort of reference point.
Yeah, they've already measured it in the UK. Yes, correct.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to get to the point that it's all about, financial responsibility and legal liability to whatever information, right, that would settle a dispute.
It's already a governing body which has been established in the UK,
right.
And they come out and they actually work off datum points.
They did used to. Like now, it's just random surveyors. Now the Ordnance Survey has disbanded. They're just the map making company now. It's been sold. It's not a private company. It's not. It used to be military. Not that anymore. It's changed completely.
My grandparents on my ex-wife's side, they had this dispute over land with their neighbours, and the Ordnance Survey come out and they actually stated this is the land that you are entitled to. This is the land they're entitled to. So there was an organisation which they could go to, and once they come out, nobody disputed anything after that.
Yeah, it's one of the like Mobius says, it's land title, property ownership, right? So this is like the I don't know, the most stringent things. It's like they're like solicitors or whatever within the law, right? Their word has to be taken for a truthful statement, right? They're not allowed to deceive.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Once you have a surveyor, they take on a role of responsibility to the public, especially within that. I mean, because if you're not trusted, then who is going to employ you to govern how much land they get from the dude next door or you? Like who he could be selling your land to the other guy if he's dishonest, if he doesn't know what he's doing or he's not competent or anything. It's your property, like this is it's serious stuff. Yeah. You have to take, what is it, like a vow of honor type sort of thing, where you're not allowed to misrepresent the surveying thing. It's like judges and stuff.
Well, even that, I mean, even if they take a vow of honor or they don't take a vow of honor, they'd still, if they put their name on it, that's where their whole like certification and all that shit comes from. They have to be able to put their name on something so that they can be personally held liable for any wrongful allocation of lands or whatever, right?
Yeah, but
It all comes down to the money.
yeah, both parties took them at face value. They were whatever was going to be said was going to be truthful.
This is not Mr. Sensible in here. Definitely not.
I was going to say.
He's not practicing, being the first converted reality earther.
I think I'll shut up because at the end of the day, people will start believing I am Mr. Sensible. He doesn't laugh, does he?
Yeah. I say, you're practicing. You like this one. This character's very good. It's one of the best. Yeah.
It looks
I
like
talk sensible, but fuck me, I can't do it all the time.
looks like the homie Don says he's gonna hop in VC soon.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's the astro physicist. He's been in college as well. I think he's actually at college. So, yeah.
Working on his thesis.
Yeah. Normally, the most triggered are like the adult globe Earth Discord server boomers. But there is a new breed. A new breed of globe Earth defender that's coming around. These are young and feisty, and they come with the knowing the social stigmatism of flat earthers are stupid. And somebody, the adult globe Earth Discord boomers of pointing fingers at us and called us flat earthers, even though I personally have always said I'm not a flat earther. As soon as somebody calls me a flat earther, I tell them I'm not a flat earther. That's not because I don't like flat earthers or I particularly do anything. It's just that I know it's not flat. I can prove it's not flat. So everybody's an individual. Everybody can take on whatever role or whatever title they want to take on for themselves. I don't bear any grudges for anyone. But yeah, this new breed of youngster that's coming along have had it bred into them that flat earthers are stupid. But they come in here imagining, like they've been told by somebody, that we are flat earthers. That's a mistake. To underestimate people by assuming they are something they are not. So, it'd be good to see them coming in for a chat. He was alright, wasn't he? Dahomey Don, was it? Is that Dahomey Don?
Dahomey Don.
Mm-hmm. It's a bit lacking in the text chat, trolls. I feel a bit sorry for you guys that like to sit in the YouTube chat. I guess that we're going to go into a new thing. I'm trying to sort out the games for you or something. Then you can duel each other and stuff. But I don't know how it works. Guess it's going to turn into sort of a podcast radio thing. This where people listen more, because we don't ever get much chance to display anything unless we are doing a presentation. So anybody got any ideas that we could do? I could run short videos and stuff and pictures and do I don't know, run DP's memes or something instead. It's like whoever does watch it. I'm not too sure how many people do watch it. Might have to do a bit of a thing to see actually who watches the YouTube screen, or do you just listen to it like it's a radio thing? I know the people in the text chat will be chatting.
Yeah, I was just going over my conversation earlier with the homie Don to see where we left off, but we'll see if he's got anything else to say when he comes in, I guess.
Is he here?
No, not. Is he? Hey,
Yeah,
there he
yeah.
is.
He's come in.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Welcome.
Hello, good to be back.
We are live.
Live where? Like on YouTube?
On YouTube, yes, we are.
Oh man, well.
Yeah, pressure's
Free
on.
for all Friday.
I don't think we were having any topics, so do you want to? We were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I can just get started by going back and posting that pic right there. So, it's something that can certainly be looked into more, but that is taken from no, not that one. Hold on.
Pictures.
That was my zoomed in version. Give me one moment.
Yeah, like at the beginning of this, we went over a proof thing, and we all came to the conclusion that really you can't have a picture, because how can that be verified?
I mean, if you don't trust it, you could always send up your own high altitude balloon.
So this proof, did you send up your own?
Hold on, one moment.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've never understood this.
No, I have not sent them.
Oh.
You're breaking up a little bit.
Wow, that was... Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's all jumbled down.
Yeah, he's asking Mr. Sensible to review the picture. The curve. Have you got any of Mr. Sensible's pictures in this lot? Or do you...
Talking to Don.
To Don, yeah. Because I bet he'd be awfully upset.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, a little bit of background noise, but yeah.
Alright, I switched back. Which one's better?
That one.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so this one, I have some Mr. Sensibles that would be Mage 2, but this one I like even better. Well, they're both good, but this one's even better in my opinion, because this one has a known, the lens is known. And the great part about that is that third-party sources have gone out and tested for the barrel distortion of the lens. And so what we can do is we can compare the test done by the third party, compare it to the picture, and see if the picture has, if it's caused by the barrel lens or if it's actually there. And for Paige, I'm going to send these 3 pictures for you, where you can see it's not just...
Sorry, mate. Can I just come in? Because sorry, is that the picture you posted? Is that what you're talking about with the yellow line across it?
Yes, it is.
Have you sorry, I don't want to stop you in your tracks, but I've just sort of enlarged it. And is the yellow line something that was put on afterwards, like in paint or something?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's designed to be a straight reference.
Then, sorry, it's jaggedy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens when you use a paint tool. But either way, right?
And
if
also,
the
it's touching one end and there's a gap the other end. From the...
Right, but you can see that as it goes along, it starts to converge, diverges, and starts to converge again, right? Whether the line is
what
jagged.
I'm saying is it's touching the left-hand point at the point where it sort of starts the dark bit. And on the right-hand side of the picture, you've got a larger dark bit. And then you've got a yellow line, which is jaggedy. So there's no straight lines there at all. Like,
yeah.
It doesn't go from one point to the other point, being the same. It's on a slope.
Well, you can see with the reference clearly that it starts to converge, it goes not converge, and it starts to converge.
When you say reference, are you talking the yellow line?
Yes, and
it's not straight.
Right, so that's just computer graphics, right? It'll do
but
that for
it's
each
not
pixel.
Straight, is it?
It is a. I mean,
it can't be straight.
No, it's not straight. It's jagged.
Yeah.
But it's still linear, right? Like those steps.
It's not.
Are
It's linear if it's not straight, mate.
No, by linear, I mean by the amount it steps down goes by a set amount. That's what I mean. It's still a valid reference.
A computer graphic.
Yeah, the yellow line is a computer graphic. It's a line made in paint.
So therefore, it's not a natural thing. It's a computer graphic. So
it's a reference.
Computers can make anything they want. So therefore, why are you presenting this?
I mean, you can go and watch the original video.
No.
I can post
A computer graphic cannot
No.
be natural.
The original video doesn't have the computer graphic in it.
You've drawn a line on it, haven't you? You've drawn the line on the picture.
I mean, one moment, I'll go get the original video. But
you have
away the line.
You've drawn the line on the picture. Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to. Well, not me. Somebody else.
Oh right, somebody else drawn the line on the picture. Okay.
I shouldn't laugh out loud.
Yeah.
Terrible, I didn't mean to do that.
I mean, it doesn't matter
trying to figure
if I
out
was the one to do it.
These are stills from a video?
Yes, and I'll just go grab the video for you. It was by Dwayne Callum.
Whatever.
Yeah, he sent a few balloons up, hasn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's no definitely and no doubt, but I mean, what exactly is it you're trying to say?
Yeah,
well, whether or not the line is straight or whatever, the horizon in the picture is curved, right? That's the whole point of the picture. That's the only reason why that yellow line is there.
Have you heard of the T-shirt logic?
No, I have not.
Right, the T-shirt logic states that if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. Right, now it turns out that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. So all horizontals are parallel to each other. But the important part in this is that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Now, you say in that the plane of the horizon is curved.
Well, that's the issue, right?
Okay,
you're
so,
just saying
that
the horizon is a plane, but that is what's in contention, right?
Okay, right.
We're
So,
saying,
what are you saying then? When we say all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, are you saying that when a horizontal is parallel to that governs the shape of the horizontal? The plane of the horizon?
You're my God, you're effectively begging the question because you keep saying the plane of the horizon.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying the horizon's not a plane. That's what I'm saying. The horizon that you keep starting with is not a plane.
Okay,
And that
well,
picture
have you
in
ever
Mate 2 shows it.
have you ever looked up the mathematical definition of a horizontal?
I know what it is.
And what does that say?
Go ahead. I mean, it's level, 90 degrees to vertical.
No, have a look up mathematical definition for horizontal. It won't say level.
All right.
So look it up, please.
What would you say? What I'm looking for, what would you say it is?
It says horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Every one of them.
Do you have a citation for that?
You go and find it for yourself. Look up,
Wait a minute.
because I know you won't trust me.
Citation. No, I'll check your citation.
I can get a definition for you now, but I mean, it would be easier if you do it. Just put in the Google horizontal
no.
definition mathematics.
Yeah, no. Hold on. This is different than what you said.
What is?
Which dictionary have you gone to? Do you know?
So that was the first thing that came up, and it says anything parallel to the horizon is called horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
That's different than what you were saying, which is all horizontals are parallel to the plane.
Type it in and
Pick another one. But yeah, that's why I was asking for a citation, because I don't know which one you wanted me to grab.
Definitions. There's, you'll see loads of different definitions.
So parallel to the horizon, right? Do you understand what parallel is mathematically?
Yes, but that's the thing, right?
Okay, so
It's
horizontal is parallel to the horizon, which makes the horizon. Are you still having it curved?
Yes, because
right. So now, do you think?
Hold
think?
on.
Wait. Do you think horizontal could be parallel to a curve?
Yes, at a point, quite simply.
At a point.
Yeah, and hold on, I can actually show that right now.
We've got a pointer.
Please do.
Oh wow.
That should be good.
When we're saying this, we are definitely dealing in Euclidean geometry, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Brilliant.
In fact, what I'm about to bring up will be
nice
Euclidean geometry.
He's pretty helpful, this guy.
Mm.
That's one. Dahomey. How'd you say that?
I'll get you a couple of
Dahomey-don.
Dahomey-don. Oh, okay. It's a bit like a dinosaur.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Are y'all familiar with CAD programs?
Yep. So yeah, I've got the
awesome.
one that's
So
math open reference. It says in geometry, a horizontal line is one which runs from left to right across the page. It comes from the word horizon in the sense that horizontal lines are parallel to the horizon.
Right, and at a small scale, the horizon certainly looks, horizontal, but you can see in the picture that
What do you mean small scale? Like 1-to-1 scale?
No, like down here on the ground.
Yeah. In reality, 1-to-1 scale.
But I mean, going higher is still in reality, and then the curve becomes much more apparent.
It's still 1-to-1 scale, though, right?
I guess we're using the word scale differently. Altitude. When you go higher in altitude, the curve becomes much more obvious.
So, scale, would you actually say that this was not correct?
I changed my wording from scale to altitude, since apparently it wasn't making sense.
Okay, so what altitude would you say this reasoning was not correct?
Well, first of all, at all altitudes, because the horizon is curved, but you can only start seeing
No, hold on. You go away from the definition. The definition says X, Y, and Z. So where do you say that this definition deviates from what you've actually posted?
It becomes different once the size of your measurement starts being affected by the curve of the Earth. So at small sizes,
What is the size then?
Small sizes.
Yeah, what's the size?
I would say in altitude above.
No. You went away from altitude and you've gone back to size. Now, come on.
Okay, then I would say whenever planar surveying stops and geodetic surveying begins, is the size.
No, you're not going. No, let's get back to what you posted.
I don't have a number for you. I couldn't give you a number.
Right. Okay. So.
Well, wait a minute before he goes. You said where one stops and the other one starts. Well, what if all of the surveying locally is done locally by plane surveyors, like everywhere locally? Where would that point be? Where the other surveyors come in? So, because you just mean like locally everywhere, people use plane surveying tools locally. Or are you talking like projects, just projects? Because when they say like in the textbook or in your, when you go looking, you'll find that it's 100 square miles. So do you mean like after 100 miles, if you're taking a square mile and putting 100 of them together, like after 100 miles, that's when you think the other guys had come in? Or would they just do their own little bits all over everywhere? What do you mean? I bet you don't even know, do you? But you've never even thought about this bit before. Because you are just imagining, aren't you? You're imagining going up, but you're not imagining exactly how whatever procedure you imagine occurs on the ground. It's tricky.
He's still there.
Yeah.
Technical issues. I don't know.
Say, I think most of this time it's tough. Wow, what have you done?
Is my mic just really bad right now? Okay, according to Paige, you can hear me.
Sounds like you're in a roadside bathroom. To be honest.
Yeah, that's what my mic is right now. I tried using a different set of headphones, but that seems inconsistent. I don't really have anything better. It's bearable. Okay, cool. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen.
Did you hear anything that I just said? Or are you going to choose that you're just going to ignore it?
Yeah, I did hear what you said. And sorry, I have to remember you couldn't hear me. I responded, but y'all couldn't hear me. What I said was the scale at which geodetic surveyors conduct their surveys. Right? So you said 100 square miles. Sure, fine, 100 square miles. And they do happen, right? Geodetic surveys happen, and they're more accurate than planar surveys.
What do you mean they happen?
They exist. Geodetic surveys exist.
Yeah, they exist.
I'm assuming that's what geodetic surveyors do.
What?
Geodetic surveys.
You're assuming.
Am I wrong?
Well, I don't know. You're assuming, right? Is that your assumption? Is that they are doing geodetic surveys? And what is a geodetic survey?
It's a survey that is at a certain size where you have to factor into the curve of the Earth.
So, right. So in the 100 square miles, right, that 100-mile journey that we just did, that we didn't
do any of your geodetic, we just did it on the plane, then what happens to the curvature?
It's still there, but
do they just add it in after that 100 miles? Is that
so
where they lump it all in one big lot at the 100 miles, like plane surveyors go, here are you guys?
No, so the 100. So
I don't know how much you've got. How far? How much drop is that over 100 miles? Over 100 miles of a planar surface.
Wait, hold on. You mean 10 miles, right? You mean 10 times 10, right?
No, I mean 100. 100 square miles is 1 square mile, 100 of them. I mean, that's presuming...
That's 10 miles. That's 10 miles one way. 100 square miles is 10 miles one way.
No, it's not. It's 100
yes, it is.
miles.
Oh, no,
if we project...
You're completely wrong. It's 10 miles.
If the project's only half a mile wide, we could go 200 miles within 100 square miles.
Okay, so in that case, we're talking about like a line where you start from one end and you go 100. Okay, fine. You go 100 miles.
Yep.
The curve of the Earth is still there. Doesn't matter if you go 1, 2, or 3 miles. The thing is, though, the accuracy of the measurements you're going to get are going to start deviating immediately.
But they do first order measurements. Like plane surveyors are the guys that do the most accurate measurements.
Right, but all measurements have a margin of error. And when you go to do these measurements when you go to
do the most accurate measurements, you do shorter distances. Lots of them. Loads. Multiple. You don't go over large distances. That's not accurate. If you want to keep accurate, you do short distances.
Right, yeah, exactly. And so doing it over that short distances will decrease your margin of error. But I'm saying once you hit a certain point, 100 square miles is what you have said, the deviation from the actual answer is going to be so big that you need to start using other methods. Right?
Well, let's say
we go back to the whole horizontal.
Let's say we're building a canal, right? And let's say we'll just go 10 miles. We're building a canal, and we get the surveyors out, and they've got the auto levels, and they're just chaining them together, differential leveling. Boom, boom, boom. This is going here. We can go this 10 miles here. We're going to have to put a lock in here because it's obviously the land's going up. But we've got 10 miles, right?
Right.
So they've surveyed that, and they've managed to do a 10-mile stretch of canal, and then noticed, we've got an elevation change here. So that 10 miles that they've just done, how much curvature did they have in that?
How much curvature did they have in that 10 miles?
Yeah.
I have to see the curve calculator.
No, we've just done surveying, right? We've just gone, and we've gone on the canal 10 miles with no elevation change.
Okay.
Right? How much curvature?
Whatever the curve calculator says over 10 miles.
All right, you're going to go to a curve calculator, but planar surveyors don't have the curve, do they? Isn't that what you said?
That's the thing. No,
isn't there a point where they do change over 100 square miles? But we've just done 10. So
yes, over 10.
Right,
there's going to be a deviation.
From what?
So if you had a planar survey take all of these measurements,
they did,
and then you had a geodetic surveyor, and they took the same measurement, the geodetic surveyor and the planar surveyor are going to have numbers that are slightly different from each other. And that is the deviation. The deviation
they're surveyors, dude. They're surveyors. You're just making that up. You realise professional people do these jobs.
Yes, but when I say
but you're just making it up. Because you are, obviously.
The
Am
surveyors.
I wrong that a geodetic surveyor and a planar surveyor are going to come out with different?
They're both the same thing. It's the same people that do the same job. You've just got a concept. You've got a concept of a model that's telling you that these surveyors are different. They're not. They're just surveyors.
Then what's the point of having two different techniques?
So you, right? You can imagine something.
But why
people
would the people
can
why
fool
would the surveyors do
you.
it?
People can fool you into thinking that a model comes into this.
No, but why would a professional surveyor do it then? Right? Because they're the professionals. They should know what they're doing.
I know who the professionals. Dude, I know who the professionals are, and they do a very good job of surveying.
So why would they use geodetic techniques?
What?
Like, why would they factor in earthquakes?
Please. What is geodetic techniques?
I don't know. I just know geodetic surveyors are
What do you mean you don't know?
What are you talking about them then? There's a professional group of people, right, that you're talking about, that you imagine they do geodetic techniques. Now, do you know what plane surveying techniques are?
Would it be like
do you call
differential leveling?
professional surveyors?
Do you know what plane surveying techniques are?
Surveying where you don't. I mean, I'm just gonna look it up at this point.
What do you call professional surveyors?
Professional.
He doesn't
I don't know
know.
what you mean.
Are you working yet? Or are you
Am
still
I?
at college? Yeah.
I'm a university student.
Right, okay. So you've not actually gone into a profession yet?
I've done some internships. Wait, yeah, I just looked it up. Geodetic versus planar surveyor. They're different. And this is
Go on,
by
what's a
the civil
geodetic
engineers.
what's a geodetic technique?
Geodetic surveying is another branch of surveying in which the curvature of the Earth is considered when taking measurement of the surface when the surface extends over a large area more than 250 square kilometers, and degree of accuracy is also great. Geodetic survey is used to provide control points to which small surveys can be conducted. That is from the first website I pulled up.
The datum points have already been established well before there were even geodetic surveyors imagined. So that's a bit bunk. But apart from that, what does it say the specific techniques are that are different for geodetic surveyors than plane surveyors?
They're just giving me definitions. Let me see if
You're
I can find
Googling this right now
I am.
on the fly
Yeah.
because you know nothing about this.
About surveying? No. I was gonna go. That's why I was gonna.
Well, why are you imagining you can do this?
No. So if the original question was, at what point does the curve start becoming apparent?
Yeah, 10 miles. We had 10 miles on a canal that everyone can imagine. A 10-mile stretch of canal without any locks. You know what a canal is?
Yes, I know what a canal.
Right, one stretch of body of water, still, not flowing.
Yes.
Right. So 10 miles of that. Where's the curve?
The curvature is on the surface of the water.
Okay.
Curved.
How much curvature in 10 miles?
1 moment. Whatever.
Okay, hold on real quick. Before you do
0.69
that,
degrees.
Before you answer that, hold on a second. Before you answer that, try to recognize what you're using to give that measurement. What tool are you using to measure what you're about to say?
Oh, in order to measure the curvature of water, you would need theodolites on either end looking at each other. And then you would see that one theodolite would be pointing whatever it's 1 degree is 69 miles. So over the course of 10 miles it would be, I don't know, about a seventh of that. So a seventh of the degree.
How long ago in real life, dude, how long ago did you discover that YouTube channel where they talk about that?
About what?
What you just said. Because I know you have no idea what the fuck that means, but you're just repeating what some YouTube video.
What, 1 degree every 69 miles? That's the definition of a nautical mile.
No, that's a different video.
How much movement would you have?
That's not a nautical mile either, so you've once again got that wrong. But
Yeah.
please,
It's 1 degree,
please stick.
1 degree is 1 degree is 60 nautical miles. So a nautical mile would be an arc minute.
How much movement of water do you have over that distance?
It's okay if you're still learning
Zero.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have zero movement of water.
Over, yeah. Why would you expect movement of water? Didn't you say this was a lock with equal elevation?
Yeah.
Why would they be?
But
why would
what
they
you're
not
going to
want
do is you're going to give us an angle, right?
Yeah, I said about
Right. So
a seventh of a degree.
where is that as a curvature? Please picture it in your mind.
Yes.
Right. Where is that angular curvature?
It's the tangent from one spot on the Earth to another. That is the change.
A
that is the change
tangent
in the
from
curvature.
one to the other. Where?
Yeah, so
where?
Can I?
Yeah. Where's the
That's what the
tangent?
theodolites are for. That's what the theodolites are for.
I think you're a little bit confused.
Yeah. You've got really confused.
You asked me what
tangent is
measuring
not
tool.
curved. He asked for the curve, and you said tangent. Tangent.
Yeah,
isn't
no,
curved,
I said
tangent
that
is
the
straight.
difference between the tangents would be about a
tangent?
seventh of a degree. The tangent to
What
the curve.
tangent? You're trying to.
Okay,
you're
let me just share my
establish-
screen. Let me share my
Tangent to
before
the
you
curve.
Talk about a tangent.
Hold on.
What- what
Let
curve?
me share my screen. Hold on. Let me share my screen. All right. We got SolidWorks here.
I'm just letting you know that you sound really like jumbled up, like not sure of yourself.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time I've ever done
And
on my YouTube live stream.
No, it's okay that you know, like Cookie said, you know, it's okay that you don't know, right? That you're still learning this stuff, but to come in here half cocked and act like you know everything, and then just for it to, I don't know, fall apart on you. It sounds
I
like
mean,
you don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, in this regard, I think it's more of a miscommunication thing, right?
Well,
Because when
like
you
what you're
say
doing on your
degree of curvature, this is what I mean, right? You have one tangent here that's set by one theodolite and another tangent here set by another theodolite, and they're different. This is what I meant.
Where did you get that circle that's on your screen right there?
What do you mean? Where did I get this? Like,
Well, where did you?
on Earth?
Yeah, like where did that come from? Why are you Why am I looking at a circle with two lines, two tangents?
I mean, it kind of goes back to what this whole thing was about, right? Bev said all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. I said the horizon is not a plane, and I showed you a picture of it. And then there's a bunch of other measurements that have been done showing that the horizon
You showed a
is
picture
not.
of what? You showed
The horizon
a
being
still shot. You showed a still shot broken into 3 different pictures from a video that you didn't even take.
Why would I have needed to take it?
Well, that's not even necessary. That's not even part of what I'm saying. All
Can
I'm
we
saying
get
is that-
can we get to the point here with his angle? Because you said 0.7 of a degree. Just show us where that
It should
angle
be
is.
Okay.
Where's the angle?
It would be-
Point
so
to
that 0.7 a degree would be, if I can.
I don't know. I'm just more interested in where he got the information for his premise.
yeah. Well, I just watch this.
We
Let's
can-
see.
we can
Let's
go
see
on
where
with
this angle is first.
So it would be the difference in between these two lines. So
Right. So
that
where?
one's tangent.
Go on. Where's the angle? 0.7 of a degree. That's a tiny angle, isn't it?
Yeah, there's.
Go on. Point to it then.
It would be the difference between the orientation of these two lines. Right.
Where? Go on.
This
Point
line and
point to the angle, please.
This.
Maybe zoom in a little
right
bit
there.
or something. I don't know.
Go on.
Do
Where?
y'all not see the CAD right there? This right here. the
That says
angle.
that says 12.
Now there's a box. So it says
Okay.
12.
Well, I mean, I'll do 0.7. There you go.
Right, now,
0.7.
what is measuring that angle?
2 theodolites.
2 theodolites pointing at each other.
It would be 1 theodolite. It would be... No. So it would be 2 theodolites that are both level. So these 2 tangent lines represent 2 theodolites that are both level. And then taking the
How did you
orientation
level them?
of those 2, auto level, whatever, however leveling method you want to use. 2 theodolites that level.
Yeah,
And
so they're
they
making
are both
2
pointing-
dead straight lines, right?
Yes, this is what I have right here. This is a dead
Okay,
straight line.
so
this is a
they're
dead straight
just
line.
pointing in a straight line then,
Yes.
right?
just
So
like
they're
these 2
they're
tangents
not
right here.
actually measuring an angle then. They're just pointing
Well,
in a
the-
straight line.
This is what I was talking about earlier with the 0.7 degrees, right? In order to get the measurement, you would need to take one of the theodolites and point it down to face the other. And
So
over the course of
you
10
you
miles,
don't
it's
have
not
both
0.7,
you don't have them both level then.
Well, you start level, right? And then you
Yeah.
will see, oh, hey, they're not pointing at
Oh,
each
wait a
other.
minute, wait a
And
minute.
then-
You think that people with theodolites actually measure a vertical angle of 0.7 of a degree when they're
It's
doing a
hypo-
job?
It's a hypothetical.
Obviously, because they don't do that. You are literally... No, wait a minute. You are literally making up something that you think happens. But there are professional people out there that do this for a job, and they do not do what you have just said they do. This is in your imagination. Sorry?
Jesse Kozlowski did.
Yeah,
I know
Jesse
you've heard of
Kozlowski isn't a surveyor.
that. He's not a surveyor.
He's
The
not,
main
no.
surveyor is not a surveyor.
Main surveyor is not a surveyor. Yeah, I agree with you. Yes.
That is a claim. I would need to see why you would say that.
They're YouTube characters that you've obviously been fooled by.
Can I ask him why he thinks? Hang on.
Go
Why
on.
do you think the main surveyor on YouTube is a surveyor?
I mean, because he has all the data right there that you can see with your own eyes.
What data?
He has what data?
On his website, Jesse, just you can see right there all the data he took.
You're kidding me, right?
On Jesse's got a website.
Yeah, Jesse Kozlowski has a website. Did y'all not know that?
Where
With
is
all
he?
the data.
Where is he? What data?
Oh,
It's got a load of numbers.
that's
Have
what
you
do you mean?
verified
That
all
is
that
the
data?
data. No,
Verified
but
that.
you said that nobody ever
Calm
did, and
down.
I just presented a name of somebody.
Calm
who did.
down. You said a name of a person who has data on a website, and that's why you believe they're a surveyor. Do you realize what you're saying?
And the pictures to back up what he's saying.
And pictures.
There is evidence.
What pictures?
There is evidence on the
Pictures-
website. Jesse Kozlowski website.
Pictures of the
Pictures
Lake
of what?
Pontchartrain Bridge.
No, not Lake Pontchartrain. This is over a different lake. He did a couple of them.
Oh, a different
You
lake.
can
Oh,
see
yeah, that's
through
that
the
one.
theodolite.
That's a
Yeah, you can see
half-mile
through
lake.
the
The
theodolite
one,
site.
the one where he had drop from both sides.
Yes.
Impossible.
Very possible on the surface of a curve.
Impossible.
I am going to show you right now with this CAD that it is quite possible. We're going to do this with the CAD.
Okay.
Right? So I got myself a nice circle, gonna do this tangent,
Right,
and
you're gonna
point over
have both of these horizontal, right?
Give me a moment. I'm going to make a nice little cylinder. So we have a 3D object now.
Cool. Can I just point out real quick what you just said?
What? Who just said?
Live.
No, what you just said.
What?
You're gonna
Okay,
show
go
us.
ahead.
You're gonna show us how something's possible in reality by doing it on your computer.
Mm-hmm.
This is on the surface of a curve. That's the
On the surface
Yeah.
of a curve on your computer.
Yes.
With
Why would
horizontals,
talking
right?
about-
Horizontals.
Talking about when we're talking about measurements in reality on Earth, you're going to prove what can be done in reality on Earth with your computer.
Yep.
I mean,
abiding by all of the rules of geometry, right? Knowing what a horizontal is, you're going to follow all of the rules. Please, proceed.
I can't break geometry in a CAD model.
Proceed.
But to answer Mobius, I gave an example in real life. He said it's impossible to have looked down both ways.
Let's
right?
go.
And remember that when he looked down, he wasn't looking at the he wasn't level anymore. He wasn't level.
You gave an example of something that you believe.
But okay.
He had drop
and evidence
from both sides.
Yes, and that is what I am about to.
And Jesse did a horizontal, right?
So, I mean, how else would y'all like it validated?
Yeah, it's okay though. This is good. Geometry. We're all for geometry. You understand a horizontal is, right?
Yes, it is something that is parallel to the horizon.
Hey guys,
we're going to make something that is parallel to the horizon.
Parallel to the plane of the horizon, yes.
Not plane, just
parallel
to the horizon.
The horizon goes all around you. It establishes a plane.
Yes, at a point, but it is not, as from the definition.
A plane is not a point. A plane
at a point.
Yes. A horizontal plane.
Yes, a horizontal plane at a point.
Okay, and you're going to establish two of those horizontal planes and show a drop from both.
Yes.
Yes.
Where?
Good.
Right, the homie, can I just quickly, before I shoot on, I know you're busy there tapping away. Brian's Logic put a couple of pictures up just a couple of minutes ago. They are your pictures. They've got the yellow line on them. Have you got a minute just to look at it? They were posted just
no, I have not had a chance to look at it.
You might want to have a look at it. ASAP.
He's doing sophistry live here. He's trying to do geometric sophistry.
He presented a picture with a yellow big line for it.
Mm-hmm.
And Brian's just done a really thin line. Because the line that you put on is
big
jagged.
One.
Right.
And Brian put a nice thin one, and it doesn't look like there's any sort of deviation from his straight line. So you might want to have a quick look at that.
And honestly, what we should do is let me get the original picture and put it then. There's definitely a deviation between the two. Oh wait, no. This is the zoomed in one. Did he put the yellow line in on the first one? He put this is the zoomed in one. What about the big one? I posted the whole picture, right?
There's two pictures there, and he's just put a straight line across one, and you've got your yellow one that isn't straight.
Yeah, no, the one I'm saying he chose the wrong picture to do. This is the one I zoomed in on. And you can see it deviates, but you can't see the whole picture. So,
it deviates from your yellow line isn't straight.
Yeah.
Yes, from the thin one. But as I said,
why didn't you make your line straight, and then it might not be deviated? Can you not see that?
Yes, what I'm saying is that even the one he put on there is a divergence, and it will be more clear if he puts it on the full picture.
I can't see any divergence there. Right?
Okay, put it on the Brian's Logic. Put it on the...
No.
Put it on the big one.
No.
Yes, put it on the big one.
No, it's pretty obvious already. He's exposed you. He's got a thin line. Why could you not use a thin line and make it straight?
Once again, this is not my image.
Well, you were using it. Why didn't you fix it? Why did you just go along with something that somebody else would give you that's obviously fucking wrong?
You're getting off topic. Hold on.
You're getting off topic.
How many other people settle for a belief that they can't validate?
Hold on. Since y'all won't do it, I'll do it.
How many people have you shown?
How many people have I shown this image?
The pictures, yeah.
two discords, and it's still valid. They're both
It's
still
not.
perfectly valid.
You'll carry
That's
on
what
using them,
says-
but it's not valid at all. It's probably one of the worst things. This is like a Xanic from 2 years ago.
Hold on.
Drawing lines on pictures.
I like the way he's still quietly confident. Though.
Yeah.
Carrying on
No,
typing
yeah,
and-
I am. Because there's literally a curve in the picture. Even without the yellow line, the horizon is clearly curved. I don't know.
Let me be frank with you. Can I just be frank with you real quick? I'm not trying to insult you or whatever, but you're way out of your league here. You sound a little I mean, you do sound confident, so that's good. But I'm not sure where you're getting your information. Like, how did you find us, and who have you talked to? I mean, you mentioned Jesse and all those guys, so you obviously have been listening to that type of video. Do you realize what you're doing?
I just messed up.
Hello?
The hardest,
Can you hear me?
I can. The hardest part about this is multitasking. I am an awful multitasker. So
He's asking you though to check what you're doing, right? Because we've had this before. Other people.
Yeah, check yourself before you waste a lot of time, because this has been done like for years, and even on your side of the argument don't really use what you're saying.
Yeah, they've
right?
gone.
All right, here we go.
You sound a little silly. You're not even listening here, which tells me that
No,
you're
I
just
already said I
pushing
wasn't going to.
And now you're interrupting. So it's like you're
Yes,
pushing a narrative to people that you know aren't gonna know more than you. Like, we're way ahead of this.
Right, and I'm sorry, as I said before, I can't multitask.
Pure
so I
soft.
can't listen and
What are you
do this.
studying in college?
Are you finished yet?
Space engineering.
Right.
Now,
Have you finished? Wait a minute, right here. The homie Don, have you finished doing what you're doing?
Yeah, I can.
Right,
I can stop.
can you listen to what Rakir's got to say now? Because you just didn't listen to what he said before. It's pretty important.
Well, I did actually hear him.
Right. So why did you pretend you weren't listening to him? Was that a tactic?
You told me you
Once
weren't
again,
listening.
this is a very stressful environment. I'm doing the best I can.
Right, well, calm down.
It's cool. Yeah, just calm. It's not
It's not
stressful
very,
at all.
very easy to. It's very stressful for me.
Calm down.
Three people.
I agree. You're up against 3 or 4 people. I've been on your side of the deal, right? So just calm down. Think about what you're saying and doing before you say and do them, because you're like I said, you're way behind on this, and you're making yourself look a little. I'm going to use silly. You know what I'm saying? You get my point, right? Just
Yes,
maybe rethink
but-
what you're doing and saying here, and who you're doing and saying it to. I mean, we're not just some group of random, jackasses on the internet. You understand? We've been doing this for a while. We come from all walks of life. I mean, we all use the auto levels and tools that you're trying to explain to us what they do. I guarantee, just by your voice and how you're saying it, you've never used them yourself. Now
Right,
you're
but
getting
then
into
that's the thing. People keep asking me to define these terms that I don't know.
I'm
right?
fine
And
with that. I'm not going to
only
ask you to
brought
do
up-
that.
Okay,
What I will ask you to do is go out one weekend with your best friend or with your girl or whatever. Go have some fun by the lake, rent you an auto level, and try and measure curved water. I bet you can't.
So, okay, I can see if I can do that, but this is what I meant, right? I put a
You've just
small
not
line
listened
across.
to think anything, have you?
Just moving
Yeah,
on. Right?
just get your lines.
No, I said I will do that.
Okay,
So
cool.
I will try to do that at one point.
Okay.
If I ever get
All
my
right,
hands
good
on an auto level.
Yeah,
Right.
just go rip one.
Going
They're like
back
$30. There's
$30,
no
got
excuse
it.
not to put your hands on one unless you just don't want to know the truth.
Right, can I just
Cool.
check as well? Here now, you're going to do this with a straight line. Now, can we at least agree? Can we agree that a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points?
On a flat surface, what in the world is going on with my
No, just anywhere.
No, curved surface.
Just 2 points. The shortest distance between those 2 points is a straight line.
On a flat surface, yes.
Anywhere. Anywhere.
No, not in non-Euclidean geometry. It's not.
Okay.
But
So-
non-Euclidean geometry is a perfectly valid form of
So
geometry.
there is another shorter distance than between
Yes,
two
called
points in non-Euclidean geometry.
It's called a geodesic. Yes.
What? And that's the shorter distance between 2 points than a straight line.
Yes. And one moment. Sorry, my screen's flickering. I'm sharing? Can y'all see what I'm seeing?
Yeah, but please go back. Maybe Bev, ask him again because he just kind of said yes.
Yeah, I know. I don't think you're not listening, are you?
My screen's blinking. I'm trying to handle the blinking screen in front of me.
All right, but I mean, we did just. I
I'll
don't
stop
know
streaming.
you.
Okay, sorry. Ask it again. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Now, in reality, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
On the surface of on a flat surface.
In reality, any
In
2
reality,
points.
on a flat surface.
Right, and then do you imagine then that there is a shorter distance than a straight line between 2 points?
Imagine it. It is proven that a geodesic is shorter than a straight line on the surface of a curved object.
In reality.
So if you take a basketball, in reality, you have 2 points, and you attempt to draw a straight line between them, that will not be the shortest distance. The geodesic between them will be the shortest distance.
The straight
In reality.
line surely between the 2 points would cut the ball and be shorter than the actual longer distance on the surface.
Well, as I said, on the surface, right? So I say straight line on the surface. I mean, you're looking down.
We
on the
weren't
ball,
talking about
and
a
you draw it on
surface
the
at all. We're just talking 2 points, the shortest distance between those 2 points.
In reality,
Yeah.
The answer is still no. It's still a geodesic, but it becomes a lot more complicated in an area I cannot talk about, and that would be in relativity.
Where have you learned?
Cannot talk to that.
Where have you learned this?
That it would be from a relativity textbook.
Right. And when did you learn that?
That was high school.
You learned that at high school.
Yes.
What? That there was a shorter distance than a straight line.
In curved geometry. So, and we're not talking about a surface.
In
thing.
curved geometry, what's that?
Yes,
I mean, like
non-Euclidean.
Euclidean geometry has curves, right? They're not
Yes, but-
not exclusive to. So, like,
Right, but in
I'm
Euclidean
struggling.
Geometry, all parallel lines, right? They remain parallel. They never meet. In a curved geometry, parallel lines will meet eventually. Right.
Sorry?
And that is true.
Sorry,
on
say you crackled then. I think. Can you say that again?
In Euclidean geometry, all parallel lines remain parallel, never meet. In non-Euclidean geometry, parallel lines can and do meet. This is non-Euclidean geometry. It's not commonly taught. It is a perfectly valid form of geometry and mathematics that describes reality.
I've got a question for you. That ball you've drawn a line on, is that a Euclidean shape?
It is a Euclidean shape, yes.
Then you want to do non-Euclidean geometry on a Euclidean shape.
In
Well, that's the
reality,
thing,
just
right?
in reality.
In reality, we approximate everything to be Euclidean in nature, which works for really, really small, if you're not moving very fast, and if you aren't next to a large gravitational body.
We don't move that
that
fast. Have you ever seen surveyors measuring stuff? It's not that fast.
I mean, like a fraction of the speed of light. It won't.
Oh
be-
yeah, nowhere near the speed of light. Fucking hell, some projects take days.
A very, very small fraction of the speed of light.
Oh my goodness.
Speed of light shit.
Well,
This
he was
is
asking me
this
when
is
it becomes-
sophistry live on a Friday. This is the new breed. I told you about it, guys.
No, I'm
told you about
telling
it.
you what I have learned and my understanding.
Yeah,
Right.
and you're very confident about it. I like it. I like your confidence. But
Well, I mean,
it's
why
not
wouldn't I be?
founded in much, right? Unless you think these books.
I mean, for one, I'd imagine that textbooks are reliable, but even if you say they're not reliable,
You imagine a lot, don't you? You've just imagined what surveyors do.
The experiments that back up relativity support the idea that geodesics are the straightest, closest, shortest path between 2 points in real life.
Right, well, in reality, when we set up a water level or something, we set it up at an altitude, right? An even altitude. And then we say those 2 points where the water levels are, right? The one body of water, 2 points, shortest distance between those 2 points is a straight line. In reality, that's what we do.
Yeah, that's because it's on a very small scale. And so a geodesic and a straight line path are going, especially on Earth, are going to be very, very, very close to being, honestly, like, not measurably and certainly not significantly different, to where approximating a straight line will be perfectly fine.
Okay, so you realise you are confined by some numbers when you're saying what you just said. Like, because you've just had a problem with scale there, I think. But, like, we're talking about 1-to-1 scale, right? Of two separate lines that you're saying here. Now, I'm saying 2 points, the shortest distance between those 2 points is a straight line. You're saying the shortest distance between those 2 points isn't a straight line.
Yes, because it would be a geodesic, but the geodesic and the straight line would basically be the same over that short distance on Earth where there is not a large gravitation. It would be practically the same.
Okay, so how can you prove that then?
With all of the experiments that back up relativity.
No.
It is.
No, you said experiments. No. How can you prove it?
There is no such thing as proof. Not in science.
So therefore, you're talking short, aren't you?
I mean, experimentation is still good.
That was quick. That was really quick when you said there's no proof.
Is longer. So,
Oh, you mean in a curved geometry? Yes, I can. Can I? Do I know the mathematical proof that shows that?
You said you know. No, show us how you can prove that a shorter distance between A and B is longer than you say. Prove it.
The proof for it, I don't know the proof. I know that it is correct.
Let's get this straight again.
Correct,
you said I said that the shortest distance between 2 points was a straight line. You said that straight line isn't the shortest distance. You've got another shorter distance than the straight line.
Right,
that was your claim, right? That was your claim.
In a curved geometry.
Do you understand what a straight line is?
Yes.
Do you understand what a straight line is?
Yes, I do.
Right, okay.
Okay,
Now,
then why are y'all arguing with me? If y'all know the geometry behind geometry,
you said
why are y'all arguing with me?
said there is a shorter distance than the straight line.
Right, it's the geodesic, which Mobius said that y'all know what geodesic is.
Okay, so prove it then, man.
I don't know the It's
can I
very
just-
complicated.
I don't think he gets it.
Can I just make a point here? He's posted a Wikipedia reference. It's not even a citation. Wikipedia is open source, therefore it is reference material, not citation material. And it says it is a generalization of the notion of a straight line, in inverted commas, being to a more general setting.
Yes.
How can you generalize what a straight line is?
Like the mean.
A Wikipedia. Can you alter a Wikipedia?
Excuse me, Warden. Can he answer the question?
Sorry.
So
my apologies.
And now I'm gonna have two answers from two different people. So first of all, when it says a more generalized straight line, they are starting with the definition that a straight line, I think this is in Euclid's book too, that a straight line is the shortest distance between
Did you say
2
book
points
2?
in a flat geometry.
Did
That
he
is
just
what a
say
straight
book
line
2?
is. No, I said it's in Euclid's book, right? The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, right? And a flat geometry.
No, that's not what Euclid says.
The more general
That's what I
case
say.
is that the shortest distance between 2 points is called a geodesic. But once again, if y'all know this, I don't know why I'm even arguing for it. Y'all said you knew this.
So you said a geodesic is shorter than the straight line?
In a curved geometry.
You know a geodesic is a straight line, don't you?
It is as it says, the generalization of a straight.
No.
Like a geodesic, when projected onto a flat geometry, is not straight.
A geodesic is a straight line. You see that thing I posted about 10 minutes ago? Do you know what shape that is?
I don't. Is that if then P? 10 minutes ago. It's even harder to see the chat. You're gonna have to repost it. I don't see which one you mean.
It's the.
You mean that is not a geodesic.
There you go.
That is like an isosphere. That's not a geodesic.
That is a geodesic dome.
But that's not what a geodesic is.
That's
it might
a
have the word
geodesic dome.
in it. It's not a geodesic.
Because it's straight lines.
Straight lines.
But I'm telling you, like.
What is your definition of geodesic then?
It is the generalized shortest path between 2 points in all geometries. Right? So I'll just post.
But what's a generalized straight line?
I said generalized shortest distance.
Is it like a mean? You get all of the straight lines together and you get like an average, general straight line, like average all of the straight lines, so you end up with a general type of straight line.
No, by general, I mean it doesn't matter how much curvature is in your geometry. A geodesic will always be the shortest distance between two.
Well, it does, yeah. It does matter how much curve there is in a straight, because straight is straight.
I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Doesn't have a curve.
I realized I misspoke. I meant to say a geodesic is always going to be the shortest distance between 2 points in whatever geometry. It just so happens in a flat geometry that a geodesic and a straight line are the same thing. As you have warped geometries like the picture I posted, those are geodesics.
So if
flat geometry, what do you mean by flat
wait a minute,
geometry?
if we are using Euclidean geometry, then we are using the straight line as depicted as a straight line. The shortest distance between 2 points is actually a straight line.
Right, but that's an approximation.
But that's what we actually do in reality. Yeah, we use Euclidean geometry.
Right, in reality, we use an approximation.
No, we use Euclidean geometry. It's not an approximation. It's very exact. Very.
Yes.
Have you heard of Pythagoras' theorem?
Yes, of course I have. I'm an engineer. The Euclidean geometry is very, very accurate. On Earth, the difference between a geodesic and a straight line are going to be very, very. There's going to be a tiny, almost immeasurable deviation.
Okay,
what
brilliant.
I'm saying is that
So
once you
straight
have
lines are straight then.
Curvature. Straight lines are straight. Yes, I might have misspoken, but I didn't disagree with that.
Okay. Well, that's good. Good that we've got that sorted.
So, but the geodesics, as you can see in the picture, those are not straight once they are on.
No. You're not going there. Come on with a straight line, please.
Well, that's one of the proofs. If we've got a proof of that Pythagoras works in reality, then triangles have 180 degrees.
But that's just not true. Pythagoras'
Sorry.
does not work. It does not work on the surface of the Earth.
Of course it
cannot
does.
use-
Don't be
you cannot
stupid.
find the distance. No, try it. Like, try it right now between New York and LA. Use Pythagoras' theorem
What?
to find the
No,
distance between.
in reality, we
Yeah, New York and
use
LA.
Euclidean geometry. Pythagoras' theorem works. It's provable.
On what scales? On what sizes?
On 1-to-1 reality scale.
What sizes?
Reality. Every
Okay,
triangle ever made in reality has 180 degrees. Provably.
That's not what they measured.
Not what? Who's they?
Surveyors. There's plenty of documentation where the surveyors.
Again, you don't know
now
anything.
You're making stuff up. I've seen the data. It was clearly more than 180. I don't know. What do you mean?
Surveyors?
Oh, dude.
Which?
Here, I'll post a link to this one.
This best hadn't come from McToon's website. God.
Oh, it most certainly will.
It will.
It most certainly will. He has a wonderful collection of resources.
He's the only one that has, you realise.
But this is not.
Isn't
his
that
data.
weird?
This
The
comes from
only
your-
source that you have is that someone in reality has measured triangles with more than 180 degrees. And it's always McLying tune that it comes from.
But this isn't from him. These are
You want to watch
government
out. If you keep going there, he'll have your IP tracked.
The primary triangulation of the 104th meridian and on 39th parallel. Wait, no, not that one. The triangulation of the 39th arc of the parallel. That was done in 1907. The tune wasn't even born then. So he's just compiling a bunch of information.
And
There's another
you're
one from
claiming
1856.
that some dudes in reality have measured triangles with more than 180 degrees, right?
Yes, this one comes from Noah. This is.
Have you replicated this?
I'd like to know if he understands how they did that in the first place. Does he understand the reference material he's posting?
You take a theodolite, you point it at one mountain, you turn, point it at another mountain, measure the angle.
You realise?
Have you replicated this?
No, I have not. I said that before.
Have you replicated it even geometrically, possibly in your mind, through first
In my
principles? Yeah. Like a triangle. Have you ever proved that a triangle has 180 degrees? Or the sum of two right angles?
Have I ever done the proof? Yeah, actually, I do know the proof for a triangle.
Having
Getting to 180
the
degrees.
sum of two right angles.
Yes.
Right
But
now,
the
do
thing
you know
is,
what?
right,
Do you know where that comes from?
the sum of the
A
180
triangle
degrees.
having the sum of two right angles.
Do I know where the proof comes from? No, I don't know who did it originally.
Right. It's what it's called in my book that I've got. It's called the 12th axiom. We call it the triangle axiom, and it's an axiom because it's a self-evident truth. That triangles only have the sum of two right angles.
But it's not just a self-evident truth. It's you can do a proof on it. Like
Yeah.
it's not just like something you think in your mind, but like an actual mathematical
Yeah,
proof.
stuff that happens in reality has tons of proof to go with it because it's real. That's where you get proofs from.
No, absolutely not. You can't even measure reality with precision. So how can you get any sort of proofs from reality?
Who can't?
No one can ever measure reality with perfect precision.
Depends what you want to call perfect.
Zero
They
margin of error.
They can get really fucking close.
Oh, I agree with really close, but just
Well, there you
not
go.
perfect.
That's good enough for us.
But really close is not 100%.
Well,
Okay, but
that's
hold
a
on, let's
stupid
step back.
argument, right? You say you can't have that. We
hold
can
on,
get
let's
we can
step
get
back.
close enough to do whatever we need to do. Stop causing a different argument.
This is
Well, hold on.
sophistry that you're about to try again.
No, I want to define the word proof. Because when I hear proof, I mean, I hear that you have come up with a way to be 100% sure about something. 100%.
Yeah, proof. Yeah. Triangles have 180 degrees, or the sum of two right angles.
Yes, because in math that is proven.
Yes.
Okay, so when they did these measurements between the 3 points on the surface of Earth, between mountains, they measured more than 180 degrees, showing that no, hold on, it's not a triangle.
Who did this?
When
It's
they
not a
measured
triangle.
these 3 points, it did not form a triangle.
Didn't
This would have
form a
been-
triangle. 3 points.
Who did this?
This would have been the one I just posted. Would have been by. Well, it's in the No archives. 1 moment.
Dude, this is
I am
pure sophistry. Can you not see it? 3 points.
I'm pointing. I'm giving you data that shows that it's measured.
You're not giving us
more than
data.
180.
You're giving us bullshit. Nobody is.
What do you call? What do you call the thing I just
triangle
put?
is more than 180 degrees.
It's not a triangle. That's the thing. It's not a
3
triangle.
points. What are you saying? They're incompetent. What are you doing?
Okay, no. Look at my picture at 631. That is a shape formed by 3 points. That is not a triangle.
That is a triangle.
The one at 631. No. Look at the post I posted at 631. That top one.
Well,
of the 3
dude, can
points
you
on
not
surface
see
of
the
sphere.
conflict here? This is McToon's information you've got here.
This isn't just McToon. This is all of spherical geometry.
What?
The actual mathematics of spherical triangles. My bad, not spherical geometry. Spherical triangles.
Spherical
They are a real
triangles.
thing. I'm sorry if y'all don't know what they are, but they are part of mathematics.
It's 3 points, right?
Yes, you can see it.
And
at
you're measuring
631.
angles, like in reality, from point to point.
Yes.
So that's
And it
3
adds to
points,
more than 180.
3 angles. Triangles.
But
And
that's
you're
only
saying
on that
it's not a triangle. Or it is
Yes,
a
and you
triangle.
On the surface of a curved
It's
surface.
not.
it's
They
not
did
a
this
triangle.
from the tops of mountains, didn't they?
Yes.
Right, so they weren't on any surface at all. They were at the tops of mountains and measuring from
weren't
point
on a-
to point.
Right.
Yep.
Right. And they measured more than 180.
They can't. It's impossible.
I mean, you're saying it's impossible, but they've done it many, many times.
They haven't done it. It's impossible. How can they do that which is impossible?
Ask them. They did it. There's plenty of documentation.
McToon's,
all
you've
over the
picked
world.
this information up from McToon's and brought it over here. You're the one that's claiming it as a proof. Seems to be
My
that you're saying
citation
that
is from
triangles can
Noah.
have more than 180 degrees. It's
No, I'm not.
ridiculous and impossible.
No, I am not. And my citation comes from Noah. Right? The picture comes from Noah. You
how
can
do you
see the link I posted there. Which I don't know.
How do you measure an angle?
How do I measure an angle?
Yeah, how do you measure an angle?
Like what tool do I use? Like a protractor, or what do you mean?
No, just a single angle. How do you measure an angle?
With a protractor. I don't understand the question.
A projector, is that 2D?
With the protractor, yeah, that would be 2D protractor.
Right. So therefore it's level, it's flat. Is it curved?
No, but I mean, once again, right? You're
No.
backing away from the point that the data shows it's more than 180. You're backing away from that.
Hold on. Therefore,
The data.
It's not curved, is it?
What is not curved?
The protractor is level and flat, just like you said. Correct.
When you go to measure the angle, sure. At a point, it'll be level at a point.
It's. Well, is it curved?
Is the protractor curved?
Yeah.
Or is the angle I'm measuring?
No. It's the protractor curved because it's a 2D shape, isn't it? Well, it's
Okay.
3D, but never mind.
I'm not getting your question. A protractor.
Yeah, they didn't
is
measure.
tool
They
with a
did
curved
not measure these angles with protractors. So
they
take
did
your
it with
eye off
theodolites.
Yeah, right now. How do you measure an angle? Here we go. With a theodolite.
You pointed out azimuth. This is not for vertical. For azimuth, you pointed at one object and move it to the other object. And I mean, as I said, I'm not a surveyor.
Yeah.
They're going to have some sort of tool that tells them how much they've deflected the theodolite.
Okay, so you've just measured an angle like everyone would imagine an angle is measured, right? And they do that 3 times from each of the mountains, the same. And
Or they did it a bunch of times.
Yeah, that's a triangle then, right? With 180 degrees.
I mean, but it didn't add up to 180.
Right. So, you realise what a geometric proof is?
Yes, I've done them.
Right, okay.
Many of them.
And that's a triangle like you've just expressed. Angle from point to point.
No, because it didn't. A triangle has 180 degrees. They measured more than 180 degrees. So clearly they did not measure a triangle.
So what shape would you call that? 3 angles?
People have a contention with the word spherical triangle, but that's what they're called.
So you think by measuring those angles, you can prove that straight lines are curved?
I don't know why you think I would say straight lines are curved.
I'm just wondering how you imagine these angles becoming more than 180 degrees.
So you can see it in my picture. On the surface of a curved surface, when you have 3 points on that surface, it can be anywhere between 180 and I believe the maximum is 5 something. I forget.
Yeah, but we're going from mountaintop to mountaintop. We're not on a surface.
Oh, right, but the mountains are on the surface. So when you do the sight lines, right, they're going to be 3 along the axis that you're looking at. They're going to be straight. But if you look from above, when you look from above, then those would be curves.
Sorry?
So the sight lines, when you're looking dead on at them, or when you project them down, they would look flat. But if you actually mapped it out, those would look curved. And the evidence is the fact that you've added to more than 100.
But you are just looking in a straight line.
Yes.
From one point to the other point.
Yes, and if you mapped out that sight line on the surface, right, it would be projected down, look straight. Yes.
It is straight. It's a sight line.
So far, I've heard
sight, sir.
If and projected.
Jesus.
Yeah, and this is pure sophistry.
Line of sight, straight lines.
How is the data I provided sophistry?
No, you are being a sophist. You're just making this stuff up. It's shocking. I imagine it might work, or you might think it works in other places, right? But this is not the place for you to practice this sophistry. This is the place we expose sophists. Like, even the people you have cited, right, have left this arena because of us. They can't come around here anymore because they've been exposed as sophists.
I know why they can't.
I'll explain to you.
Saying it's sophistry, but they got more than 180, right? Multiple times, all around the world. Whenever
they didn't measure line of sight straight lines, sir. You keep telling us it's on a surface. It's not. They plotted it down to a surface and then calculated the angle. Straight line of sight measurements don't equal 3 points. Don't equal up to more than 180. Sir, Mr. Engineer, don't you get it?
How do they get it then?
I just told you. They plot it. You said it. They plot it down onto a curved surface, right? Didn't you say
is that what they say? Is that no. I
It's
was
line
saying
of sight.
right,
When
but
they
they
take
got
their measurements, it's line of sight, straight line. That line does not curve. Do you agree?
yes, but when they those that's
It doesn't
raw data.
stop.
It's raw data. This is
You
not
agree. You
manipulated
agree
data.
that those lines are not curved. There are 3 of them. 3 points making straight lines, making a triangle that don't curve. What are those angles going to equal up to, Mr. Engineer?
On a flat surface, 180 degrees.
Stop it!
No, you're trying to push me into a corner.
No,
you're trying to push me into a
don't
corner.
tell me
You're
what I'm
literally
doing. I'm asking you a very simple
right
question.
now.
And if
the
you're an
questions are to push
engineer,
me into a corner.
if you're an engineer, you're either going to blink out and leave, or you're going to answer very easily. Straight line, line of sight measurements, 3 of them, 3 different points. What does that create?
That creates a flat triangle.
A triangle equaling 180 degrees, right?
Yes, 180 degrees.
So if that's what they did, line of sight, 3 points to mountaintops, line of sight, straight lines equaling 180 degrees, then how in the hell do you think they come up with more than 180 degrees, smart guy?
They measured it.
They calculated it. They plotted it down onto. No, sir. I'm not letting you get away from it because you said it yourself out of your pathetic mouth. They plot it down onto a curved surface and calculate the angle. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong. Do you have a citation?
You said it. You're the citation. You said they plotted. Yes, you did.
No.
Let's go through
I'm
it again then.
That is how. No, hold on.
Don't tell me no, young boy.
Because you are
Just
putting
let's go
words
through
into
it
my
again.
mouth. You put words into my mouth.
I'm fine. I'll stop it.
You
I'll
put
ask
words
you
into
very
my
simple.
mouth.
Then repeat it. Okay? Answer my questions. When they take 3 points to the mountaintops, is it line of sight?
Is it line of sight? Yes.
Is that a straight line?
Depends.
Yes. It's a straight line. You know it is. Don't try and fool us. Yes, it's a straight line. You've already agreed to this point.
Project it, it will look
Dude, if you start all that, I'm going to kick you myself. 3 straight lines, line of sight. 3 straight. Yeah, you're going to talk over me now because you know you're busted. Now go home to your school. Tell everybody you're smart. Just don't come here trying to tell us we're dumb. Don't tell me that they plotted it onto a curved surface after they got 3 line of sight coplanar points in a triangle that equal 180 degrees, and you said it yourself. Then they plot it down onto a curved surface and calculate that angle, which now equals more than 180 degrees.
You're putting words in my mouth.
Then they put it into a data form, put it in a book where people like you say, aha, look, spherical triangles equal more than 180 degrees. When we plot it on a sphere.
He doesn't know any of this, Rakia. He doesn't know.
I'm telling him. So
yeah,
he knows
he's a
now.
sophist.
He knows
I need
now,
a
right?
citation.
3. You're the citation, sir. 3 straight lines.
No. For the methodology they use.
Yes.
For the methodology,
yes.
I need a citation.
You need a citation that
for
3
measuring an angle.
180 degrees.
No.
Measuring
The
3 angles, you're an idiot.
No, the methodology. See, this is what I mean. You're putting words
You
into my mouth.
told us.
You told us the
methodology.
Hang on.
No, I didn't.
Hang on.
I said if you project it.
Hang on.
I said that's what happened.
If
but I didn't say
you
that's what they did.
projected, you said you were the one that mentioned projecting anything. Yep. Rakia is talking about straight lines of sight measurements, which you did agree to. You agreed they are measurement. You agreed they are measurements taken with line of sight, straight line triangles, adding 180 degrees.
Yeah. That was
You
Jem Panda did that first. Don't worry, you're not on your own. You're not on your own, mate.
No, hold on. I want everybody to be quiet because I'm tired of opening.
I know, it's hard work.
What I said.
It's hard work. Come on, let him get his head straight.
In my mouth.
Let him get his head straight. He's stressed at the minute. Like, yeah.
What I said is when you look from above, you will see that the lines will be straight. And
That's what you corrected yourself
when you project them onto a flat surface, then you will see that they are curved.
You
So
had
when
to
you look from
correct
above
yourself
or on
when it was highlighted what a mistake you had made.
No, I said this at the beginning. Y'all literally misquoted me.
Line of sight.
This is on
Line
YouTube.
of
Go back on
sight.
YouTube. Go back on the YouTube. This is recorded apparently. So go back on the YouTube.
Why don't you go on mute for a while? Hey, why don't you go on mute for a while and we'll teach you something? Because you've already agreed.
Learn anything from some stupid flat earthers who think they know more than all the
Wow. Calm down, lad.
I agree because y'all have been misquoting and strawmanning me this entire time. Y'all do not know anything.
Did you
y'all don't
just
know
shout
anything
then?
about geometry.
God.
Y'all
know
do
you're
not know
triggered.
anything about science. I am triggered.
Line of sight. I know line of sight. I know line of sight is straight lines.
There's 5 of y'all all coming and
Yeah,
misquoting me
okay.
intentionally. Are you
All
lying
right.
intentionally?
Rakia, calm down. The guy has just publicly said that you can measure triangles with more than 180 degrees with a line of sight. And no wonder he's triggered. Like, I mean...
You are misquoting me. Go back.
No, you said it was. You got some information from McToons. Yes, you did.
I said...
You came in here and made yourself look fucking stupid.
I specifically said that the shape they measured was not a triangle. I specifically said that.
Well, what? You said it's 3 points, measured 3 angles.
Yes. And I said it's
you know what they call 3 angles?
Points. Yes, a spherical triangle on the surface of a curved object.
Not line of sight.
3 lines of sight, dude. Come on.
It's not on the surface, remember.
You're missing the line of sight there, Trigger Boy.
Because when you look, right, it's going to...
The measured triangle is not on the surface.
It'll be and look straight. When
you
you
mean
look
when you look line of sight through the theodolite?
Yes, and when you project it down,
yeah,
it'll
line of sight, straight line. No, line of sight is straight lines.
Yep.
Well, then it would have added to 180. Then it would have added to 180.
Son.
I'm sorry that you're denying the data.
Yes, they do add up to 180.
Yep.
Yes, they do.
Show me a measurement. Go ahead, show me a measurement.
What do you mean show you? That triangles when line of sight, when 3 lines of sight, straight lines, are measured, you don't believe that equals 180? What school are you going to?
Between 3 mountains. Show me any citation that says that the angle between 3 mountains. I want a citation.
Wait a minute.
Any citation.
The homie, whatever.
And y'all gotta go talk one at a time.
Calm down. Does a triangle add up to more than 180 degrees? Yes or no?
No, it adds to 180.
Okay.
Sweet. So a triangle always adds up to 180 degrees.
A flat triangle, but yes.
No. A flat triangle.
A triangle.
We've been over this. Yes, a triangle and a flat triangle. They're colloquially used the same, but there are spherical triangles.
Long flat triangle then.
Spherical triangles. That
Dude, like, can I... Right. Okay. Don, and Warden, please, like, calm down. We're at a point here where that cog dis bit, right? We're right there. There's an obvious... Triangles only have 180 degrees, and you get a triangle by measuring 3 angles. 3 triangles. 3 angles, measured angles from 3 points. That's obviously a triangle. Right now, you cannot. It is a triangle.
Not if it adds to more than 180.
It doesn't. It cannot add to more than 180 because triangles only have 180 degrees. The only bit you seem to be missing is the fact that you got this information from McToons.
Is correct. I don't know why. Okay, let me put it like this, right? It is a very clear test. We all agree here that a triangle adds to 180 and that a spherical triangle, I don't know why y'all are denying the existence of spherical triangles, they add to more than 180 degrees.
Why do we
So instead of
agree to it?
starting,
We're not agreeing to it, right? I'm just pointing
Why
out
do we
again.
agree to it?
I'm just going to point out
hold
again
on, let
to
me
you,
say
Don.
that then.
No, I'm going to point this out again. I have to. McToon has that stuff on his website there, so people like you go out and do this stuff. So McToon doesn't have to. McToon won't come over here. He's one of the ones that has said he will not come for the proof for proof challenge. Proof,
I can see why.
the proof for proof challenge. He's
There is no
denied
proof
it. Him, Cats, who else? Anyone. Offered them all.
There is no proof in reality. What is
Yeah,
the
there
proof
is.
of
We've got
reality?
loads of proof.
There is not.
Yeah, of course there
Show
is.
me one.
Mr. Sensible.
Pythagoras.
Candidate.
Pure mathematics.
Pythagoras.
I'm not talking about pure mathematics. And
It's in reality.
that prove something.
It's in reality.
Measurements that move something. Not pure mathematics.
Pythagoras is
I
a...
can see why he can't come over here because he cannot prove anything that he's saying.
There is no proof in reality. Not in empirical reality.
Dude, you
Not
think
in
they
empirical
measured
reality.
using curved lines?
Did he say
Do you really
spherical
think that?
reality?
Yes.
Did you
They
just say
measured
spherical reality?
Curved lines?
Yes.
Or
I
you
did it
think they
today.
or you think they calculated it?
I think they measured it.
How do you measure with a theodolite a curved line of sight?
It would be the tangent at the point.
It's a line of sight, straight line to a mountaintop that you're connecting to two other. That you're connecting to two other line of sight points. Those are not curves, sir.
Is a tangent line a straight line?
Jesus.
A tangent line is the straight line. Yes.
Where did you get a tangent from?
It's tangent off the curve of the measurement.
What curve?
Clearly these triangles.
What curve?
Triangles are curved.
What curve?
I have literally posted a picture in chat, and I
Where's
even put a small
the
yellow
curve? You've got a theodolite. Where is the curve that comes from the theodolite?
Why would the theodolite have?
Because you're measuring an angle.
Yes, which is going to be
from point to point. Yes. Where is the curve?
The curve at that point, it's gonna be the tangent that you're measuring.
What tangent?
Let's take another 10 steps back. When you go and do this measurement, you do not know whether you are measuring.
You're measuring an angle.
Surface. Yeah, hold on. You do not know if you are measuring a curved surface or a flat
straight line, correct?
You're measuring an angle from a point to a point.
Right, hold on. You don't know whether the connection between those points. You don't know whether the connection between those 2 points are curved or if they are.
It's just an angle.
Yes, but we don't. By just measuring an angle, we don't know if that angle is just the tangent of two lines or if those are lines that are straight.
How can you measure the angle?
An angle is the inclination of one straight line or plane to another, right?
Yes, and you can measure.
So it's in between two straight lines then. Those 2 points generate two straight lines, and that's the angle that you measure from point to point.
Okay. Hold on. What I'm saying is, you do not know when you just take this measurement. If the line
you don't know what the hell you're talking about, sir.
I do know what I'm talking about.
Okay, then what radius? Okay, I'm fine. What radius do they use when they calculate spherical excess?
They do not calculate spherical excess. They calculate the radius from the spherical excess.
I just listed one of the calculators that they use. One of them. There's many. They're all calculators. They all need a radius value to plug in. You asshole.
They didn't have this in the 1907.
Yeah, they're just measuring angles.
My God.
Dude, this is sophistry on display for everyone. Don't get annoyed with this because...
I just posted a calculator used by surveyors, which you're not. You've already agreed. You don't know what you're talking about.
7
Surveyors don't use that.
Stupid.
You
They
are
take their
playing
triangles. They take their triangles. They mark it in the book. They go back to the office and they plug it in a calculator.
I don't
Prove
think they
me
do.
wrong.
They don't even do that.
One moment, let me just go find the text which says that they just measure angles and get more than 180.
They measure angles of
Oh,
straight
don't
line
go
of
to
sight.
McToon's.
So ridiculous.
I'm not. I'm going to pull up the book, take a screenshot of the section where they go.
Let me just ask
through-
you one last time before you lose your shit again. The angles that they're measuring, the line of sight that they're using, is that a straight line?
When you look across, it'll appear straight. When you actually
did not
project
ask
it
that.
down, it'll be
I did
curved.
not ask
No.
how it would appear.
Fine.
I said when you're using a theodolite and taking an angle measurement to the top of a mountain, is that a straight line, sir?
No, it would be curved.
That's a
No.
curved line? Yeah,
Yes,
I'm done with
it
this
adds
guy.
more than
Yeah.
180.
See you later. Good
See
luck
ya.
in your engineering degree.
Yep, we know that gravity exists because we obviously would be
So
wrong.
gravity is curving a straight line out of the theodolite?
This has nothing to do
I mean,
with
let's
the,
get another
I was just
sound bite
bringing
from
up
this guy.
gravity.
But you
I
just
just
said the
said
line that they're measuring out of the theodolite to the top of the mountain, that angle measurement is a curved line. You just stated
It
that
would be
on
the
live.
tangent to the curved line. Yes.
A curved line.
Take the tangent to a curved line, yes.
Now you're saying a tangent to a curved line.
That's how you measure.
Because George has
curve
just
the
put it
angle
in the
of a curved
chat.
line.
I think he's getting fed by George.
What do you
George is
mean?
helping you take this channel down like he promised the other day.
George.
George offered anyone, he would help anyone, including a young boy like yourself.
Okay.
That's what it sounds like to me, too.
All I am saying.
Have you ever used a theodolite? Have you ever used a theodolite?
No, I have not. I have
Then
mentioned
how
this.
the
I'm
hell
not
you
a
know what you're
surveyor.
talking about? How do you know what you're talking about?
I'm going off what they say in the book.
Have you? What book is telling you that a theodolite is taking an angle measurement?
Like,
with
wait a
curved line?
minute. What book?
You just need to do.
You haven't been given a book by George and Rumpus and some people like that, have you? It sounds like you have. You've been given a playbook, haven't you? Like
The NOAA document that I posted.
you know,
What book? List the book.
you know we're
No,
not
no,
flat
no.
earthers, right?
The NOAA document that I posted earlier. I posted a citation.
That citation will not say that the line of sight line that the theodolite is measuring, the angle to the top of the mountain is curved, sir. You're being ridiculous.
Yes, I said the tangent to the curve.
That book won't say that either.
Well, it's not going to say it.
Yeah,
per se.
exactly,
But
because
when
it
they
doesn't
measure
exist.
it to 180,
Because you're
more than
making it
180.
up.
Oh, wait.
It's because
when
you're
they
making
measure
it up.
to more than 180, they just take sight lines.
They don't
add to
measure
180.
anything to more than 180. They calculate it. When they plot it down onto a curved surface with a radius,
I'm gonna need a citation for that.
We don't
you're
plot it,
ridiculous,
do
man.
they?
Is that your
I see
go-to?
the spherical triangle calculator. I mean, you're making a claim, and I just want evidence for you to back up your
No,
claim.
That's your
you
go-to.
you are making the claim, dude.
No.
You're the one.
I backed up my claim.
No,
I backed up my
you
claim.
did not.
Yes, I did. I posted the citation.
Of triangles having more than 180 degrees.
I never said a triangle does.
Yes, you did.
You're putting words in my mouth again.
No,
I said
you
spherical
measured 3 angles. From mountaintop to mountaintop.
You
going
say triangles do
Man,
not
this is
have
crazy.
more than 180 degrees angle. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that spherical triangles have more than 180. That normal
No,
flat
you say
triangles.
triangles do not have more than 180 degrees. Yes or no?
I've agreed with this. A flat triangle has 180 degrees.
No, not flat. Triangles.
Triangle in the colloquial sense, yes. Not one on the surface.
Colloquial sense. Oh, man. Are you stage 1 of giving up Euclidean geometry?
What do you mean? I use Euclidean geometry all the time, but we
Well,
can't
that's
just...
You do not.
That's a triangle then. It's a triangle then.
Non-Euclidean Non-Euclidean geometry exists too.
Where?
Both.
Where?
On the surface of a ball.
We're on mountaintop to mountaintop. We're not on the surface of a ball.
Clearly we are, because they measure them more than 180.
You can't measure more than 180.
I don't. We're just going in circles at this point.
No, you are the one that says you use Euclidean geometry, apart from the fact when you pick up something from McToons's website and then have to come over here to defend an argument that triangles have more than 180 degrees. At that point, you decide that you don't want to be using Euclidean geometry now because you don't know anything about surveying, you've never looked through a theodolite, you don't seem to know how angles are measured, but still, you've picked up something from McToons's website or perhaps from some playbook that somebody's give you, but it's ended up with you coming over here looking like a tit.
I mean, you could say what you would like. I am just
pretty
saying,
obvious.
This is what the data shows. I am just going off the evidence.
Yep.
Data.
And disregarding your common sense that tells you triangles are provably only have 180 degrees.
And that's where this is. I don't know how we're sucking this loop. I have agreed to that.
Okay. Let me sum it up. Let me sum it up one time for you, son, before you go too far. Why do you need a formula for spherical excess if it's measured?
You don't. Not in the book.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean you need a formula?
There's a formula for spherical excess, right? Don't you know? You should know that if you're in the conversation.
It's in the book.
I mean, that's if you have. That's if you're trying to solve a spherical triangle, not trying to measure it.
No,
a triangle has a normal triangle has a calculation too, like the law of sines and the law of cosines. Same thing.
A normal triangle is not one that's going to be calculated, or not going to be.
You can calculate them. Law of sines and law of cosines.
How can you calculate or measure something?
You can calculate if you have 3 parts of a triangle. You can calculate and solve for the rest.
Right. How are you going to measure it then?
With the protractor to get the first 3. I would take a ruler and a protractor to get the first 3 parts, and then I would use the law of sines and the law of cosines to get the rest.
So in reality,
there's a formula. There's a formula for both.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
In reality,
if I get the first 3.
Hold on. Wait a minute. In reality, which one do you want to do? Do you want to calculate, measure, or actually go and?
Well, as I said, you need to start by measuring at least 3 parts, and once you have 3
straight
parts,
line.
you're done. You don't need to measure
Straight lines, though, right?
Yeah, we're talking about a normal triangle.
Wait,
here. Kia said there's a formula for a spherical one. There's a formula for a flat triangle as well.
Don't go out and do the measurements.
No, I was talking to Rakia, who said that there is a formula for a spherical triangle. I agree. No. There's one for a flat triangle.
I said that.
Okay, then you did. I'm saying they both have formulas, so I don't know why you brought up the formula.
Yeah, I think we should stop talking about these formulas as if surveyors actually use them. They don't.
I've got a question for him,
That was somebody who brought that up first.
Yeah, I know.
Dahomey, hello.
Yes, hi, Ethan B. How are you doing today? There's 5 of y'all. Trying to respond to everybody.
How do you measure a curve?
How do you measure a curve? Well, a couple of ways. It's a spherical triangle. You can use a dip. You can have 2 things of the same elevation and measure a dip. That would be another good way.
2 things at the same elevation and measure a dip.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
That would be one way. You asked me for a methodology, right?
How do you measure a curve? Is what I asked you.
Right.
You're now talking about a dip.
Yeah, and that would be the dip would be caused by the curve.
Would that not be an angle?
You were asking for curvature, right?
No. Your dip, would it not be an angle?
Yes, or an angle or a linear distance. Either or.
So that would give you a slope, no?
Well, I mean, it depends. If you do multiple of them, and you see that slope is changing
you get
continuously.
multiple slopes.
Yeah, and if you see that the slope is changing continuously, that would be a curve.
Not only if you assume a curved surface to lay it on.
I mean, you'd have to do a bunch of continuous measurements.
Mm-hmm.
And then the geometry would demand a curve.
The geometry would demand a curve.
Yeah, if you have...
No, it wouldn't. The geometry wouldn't demand a curve. All you're measuring is a dip multiple times. You get a slope multiple times. This doesn't demand a curve.
I said you have to do it continuously. A continuously changing slope is a curve.
Oh, wait a minute.
That's calculus.
Is that might be why he's got a problem with his measuring an angle, right? If he thinks measuring a drop is a curve, then obviously measuring an angle is some sort of a curve, right?
So he asked me how do you measure curvature, and I just provided one methodology.
Yeah, you said measure an angle.
Yeah.
Which is exactly the same as what we were doing before when we were making a triangle at the top of the mountains. We were just going from one point to another. I know, one was azimuthal and the other one's... But, I mean, it's the same thing, just an angle. You imagine an angle is a curve, somehow.
No. I'm saying if you do it continuously. That's the part, I guess, that you're not
What, you measure a lot of angles?
Yes, continuously.
Yeah.
That's the key.
Yeah, but a lot of angles to you means a curve, does it?
That is if you have a continuously changing slope, that is a curved line. That is calculus. That is proven. That is calculus.
Like 1 degree, 1 degree, 1 degree, like that. That's a curve. That's how you would explain a curve.
No, you'd have to do it continuously.
Yeah, that's what I just said. I did like 8 of them, right? 8 1 degrees. Is that a curve?
You'd have to do it on a very, very, very small scales. So it'd be like 0.1, 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. And then you would have, from 0.1, 0.1, 0.1, you would have a bunch of jagged lines. But you can clearly see that there's no discontinuities to Earth. So saying, these 0.1s are actually forming a curve.
Okay, so how much curve would there be in an angle measured from mountaintop to mountaintop?
Azimuthal or vertical?
Azimuthal.
I mean, it greatly depends on which mountains you're talking about.
Well, because you were talking about an angle of a 0.1 being like a part of a curve. So how much is a bigger angle? How much curve is that?
Depends on the rate of curvature of the line.
Of what line? The angle?
No, so hold on, Bev, you're getting this confused. If D then P asked me how you would measure curvature. So I gave him
and you said you just measure an angle.
I gave him a vertical way to do it. The one
an angle
is a horizontal.
Yeah, still an angle. It doesn't. The orientation of an angle doesn't make it curve and not curve. I mean, come on.
But you're not going to measure horizontally. I mean,
you were when we did the mountaintop to mountaintop.
Yes, and we moved on, Bev.
Yeah, we've moved on to measuring a curve with an angle vertically, which you don't actually. Surveyors don't actually measure that vertical angle like that.
Well,
at least not point at something. Yeah, I know. You just made something up. I know it was on the fly.
No,
but I was just asking you.
To do it.
But I was asking you though. You did make an angle into a curve somehow.
Yes, and I told you the way I did it
was mentally. You did imaginometry.
Hang on. Can I just get a confirmation? Bev said to you that you turned an angle into a curve, and you confirmed that.
And I was going to explain how.
You think you turned an angle into a curve?
If you do very short distances and find that there is a drop and you don't see any discontinuities in the landscape,
you get a slope.
As I said,
which part of this do you not understand?
Let me finish. There's like 3 or 4 of you. Let me finish.
And you cannot turn an angle into a curve.
If you know that there are no discontinuities in the
Dude,
surface you are measuring
you
on,
are done.
then you are not. Let me finish. If
No,
you see
you-
that there are
pure
no
sophistry.
discontinuities, but yeah, that's the thing. You literally don't know what you're talking about. If you let
No,
me finish, it'll
really.
make sense. If you have no
Nothing you have said
discontinuity,
so far has made sense. I don't know
if you
why
have, do
you
you know
are
what a
here.
discontinuity is? Do you know what a discontinuity is? I don't think
Dude,
you understand what I'm saying.
you're
Do you know
done.
what a discontinuity is? Does anybody know
Something
what a
We're
that is not
measuring
continuous.
angles. It's sophistry.
No, in mathematics, does anybody know what a discontinuity is?
Something that
In
is not
mathematics.
continuous.
No, I need a technical mathematical definition.
Oh, mathematics.
Like of a function.
Is that to do with reality?
We're talking about angles. We're talking about geometry. We're talking
It's
about
mathematics to do with reality.
We're talking about geometry.
Yeah, we're
It's
talking
mathematics
about
to
measuring an
reality.
angle. That's all we're doing, and he's going to teach us some mathematics right now.
With discontinuity.
That's what an angle is. It's math.
Which
An angle
mathematics got nothing to do with
math.
reality. Yes, right.
But we've been talking about geometry, which is a field of mathematics this entire time. So when did mathematics stop?
Geometry's got no. Geometry is not mathematics.
Of course it is.
How? Thank you.
It is, but
you almost gave me an aneurysm.
100%.
All of geometry is proven through mathematics. That's why it's proven. It's because it's math.
Geometry is the foundation of mathematics.
I mean, like 1 + 1 isn't geometric, so I don't know. Foundation,
yes, it is.
What does 1 + 1 mean?
2.
Okay, so I've got one apple and one orange. Does that mean I've got 2 apples or 2 oranges?
You have 2 objects. You have 2 quantities.
So therefore, 1 + 1 does not always equal 2.
You had 1 object, you had another object, now you have 2 objects.
So therefore, 1 + 1 does not always equal 2.
What do you mean? You do. In your example, you had 2 objects.
Pressure's
one apple, one
on
orange.
now, homie.
I've got 2 oranges or 2 apples.
George is watching.
You have 1 apple and 1 orange.
So
which is 2
therefore, 1
objects.
+ 1 does not always equal 2.
But you didn't add 1 and 1. You added 1 and 0. You added 1 apple and 0. You added 1 apple and 0 apples.
I had 1 + 1. It used to always equals 2. Does not.
It does. What you did, you had
not.
1 apple and 0 apples and have 1 apple. You did not add
0
another
apples.
apple. You can't control.
You just say
You can't
0
conflate units. You had 1 apple and 0 apples. You had 1 apple. You
Me.
had 1 apple. Added 0 apples.
Say 0 apples.
Getting off the
I
topic.
said you
Yeah,
added.
it certainly is. Certainly
Then-
going way off topic.
I am responding to what people are telling me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, homie, if you had 1 pile of sand and added another pile of sand, how many piles of sand have you got?
You would have a combination of 2 piles of sand.
And so, how many piles of sand have you got?
You'd have 1 larger pile of sand.
You have 1 pile of sand, you have added another pile of sand to it, and you have 1 pile of sand. Thank you. Can we get back to where we originally started?
Yeah, so...
Where even is that at this point?
You trying to deny Euclidean geometry is used to measure the world in which we live.
I said it's a good approximation.
It's brilliant. Flawless.
Very good.
Provable.
Well, not flawless. Not 100%.
Provable in reality. Straight lines and everything. Yeah. Absolutely.
Well,
used on a daily basis by hundreds of people millions of people in hundreds of countries,
thousands of years, billions
of years.
I mean, if you're gonna peel the population, I'm just gonna say that there are thousands of scientists all around the world that know the Earth is glowing, because their jobs, like a meteorologist, their job relies on the Earth.
Is to look at data.
Nice.
Yeah,
We're not threatening your model, mate. We're trying to talk about reality.
Oh yeah, actually, let's talk about this. What is with this whole model affliction? Because we talked about this.
It made you say tonight that triangles have more than 180 degrees.
I mean, if you want to keep strawmanning me, that's cool. But models are
wasn't
not
a
only
straw man,
useful
it's what
when
you actually said.
Go look through the YouTube, please. Somebody find out where I said
It's live,
a
mate.
flat triangle.
It's live.
Yeah, sure. If somebody, I will eat my words if somebody shows me where I said a triangle, colloquially a flat triangle, has more than 180.
You measured three angles from 3 mountains, from
Yes, and
point
I
to
said it formed
point,
a spherical triangle
3 times.
I said it forms a spherical triangle.
How can it if you're measuring line of sight? Like, I know you don't know anything about what people do. You've never looked through a theodolite, but you knew they were 3 mountaintops looking from mountaintop to mountaintop with line of sight. You've got to know that is a triangle.
Depends on what the angle's at, too.
The triangle has 180 degrees.
And this is why I said we're going in a circle. So maybe.
But this is what your model affliction has brought you to. Your model dictated to you. You said that.
I said that it was measured data. Somebody else claimed that it was not measured data.
Somebody else had already claimed that that was a proof for your model. So you can't go back on it because it's a proof for your model. And it ended up with you saying a sighted triangle in reality has more than 180 degrees.
As I said, if somebody can find the YouTube clip where it said a triangle has more than 180, I'll eat my words.
You already have.
Leave a comment that I'll eat my words. Oh, post it. I would love to see it. I'm sure that there's a clip of somebody. Post it. I'll post in the comments that I ate my words.
3 angles.
Forming a spherical triangle.
3 mountain tops, for fuck's sake.
If you can't tell, try to change the subject.
Forming a projected triangle, you said.
It's found in an actual triangle.
I said that the projection caused it to look curved. Or the projection would be curved, is what I said. Something to that degree. Now, last time I was on here, I talked about...
So never actually measured then?
I said they were measured.
No.
The measurements...
How can you measure a projected? Something that's projected?
I didn't say they measured a projection. I said that when you take these sight lines...
So the actual Euclidean sightline triangle is measured and then projected, and you can't measure the projection.
I'm saying that you don't know if the sight
that's what you're
lines
saying?
are Euclidean. I'm saying you don't know if the sight lines are Euclidean.
What?
They're lines of sight.
Euclidean or geodesics.
They're lines of sight, dude.
As I said, we're going in a circle because for some reason
you are going in a circle.
I'm trying to get us out. I talked about
You're going in an ever decreasing circle.
I tried to change the topic multiple times because we didn't get you. Y'all are the one continuously bringing it back to this. We disagree.
Yeah,
on
we changed the topic, and then you went from turning a measured angle into a curve.
I said that the data and the evidence I provided shows that what they measured is a spherical triangle. Y'all are saying that they calculated a spherical triangle.
You said they're projected. You said they're projected from the mountaintop to the floor, to the ground below, not measured.
No, I said when you...
No, that is exactly what you said.
Mind. No, I said when you project them, as in when you use your mind to project it, it will appear to be curved.
So is that curve measured?
That not the projection. The sight lines when you stand on top.
The sight lines are measured. The sight lines are measured, and the projection isn't.
These sight lines, when you look on top, and you look directly at it, they will look straight. Right? A geodesic, when you are in line with the geodesic, will look straight. That's what I'm saying.
So the sight lines are measured and the projection isn't. That's what you're saying, yeah?
Maybe the sight lines aren't Euclidean. Have you thought of that?
Ooh.
I'm saying there could be geodesics, and the way to tell...
Yeah, there's no way to tell whether it's a straight line or not, is it?
You sum the angles...
Or are they both straight lines?
What do you mean?
The geodesic and the straight line, are they both straight lines?
On the surface of the Earth, no, a geodesic in a straight line will diverge quite considerably.
Well, when you're using a theodolite, which one are you using with a sight line?
Clearly on the Earth, you're doing the tangent to the geodesic.
So that's definitely a straight line when you're measuring the angle then.
When you measure the angle, you're doing the tangent to the geodesic.
Yeah, that's a straight line then, right?
Right, but
it's definitely a straight line.
The points are connected by geodesics.
Yeah, straight lines.
No, geodesic is not straight.
Right, so is it a straight line or is it not a straight line? Make your mind up. Come on.
I said when you look along the line of the geodesic from that perspective, it will look straight. But a geodesic,
right, with the theodolite, we are looking with a theodolite. Is that a straight line? Like an actual straight.
Okay, this is what I'll say.
Like a real, whether it looks straight. Well, you are looking through a theodolite or a sight thing. Is it straight?
It will not be straight.
It will not be straight.
It will look straight.
Yeah.
Because you're looking along the geodesic. That's what I'm saying.
From point to point.
We're looking along the geodesic, point to point. Shortest distance between 2 points. And that's why I said we're going in a circle. I was going to move on to GPS because
I think this is hilarious.
That's why I want to keep.
You're being marked at the minute. You've got some people watching. Have you heard of George Nutsack?
I am not even on your YouTube live stream.
No, I know. I'm just asking you. Have you heard of George Nutsack? No.
I don't know who that is.
Well.
I'm new to all of this. If y'all couldn't tell.
Yeah, I can definitely tell you now.
I would like to move to GPS, which is something that is verifiable.
Wow. So do you know anything about GPS?
Yes.
What is it that you know about GPS?
We talked about this before.
Do they do triangulation with GPS?
No, they use multilateration. Trilateration, which is just with 3 satellites, but most
3
of the
lines.
time it's multilateration.
No, 3 trilateration. You know what a trilateral figure is?
Yes, but trilateration does not use triangles.
Sorry? Do you know what a trilateral figure is?
Yes, but I can show you what trilateration is. It does not use
I can show you what a trilateral figure is.
Cool, but a trilateral figure
for
is
everybody
not
else that's listening, a trilateral figure is a triangle.
Cool, but as I said, trilateration has nothing to do with triangles.
Other than a trilateral figure being a triangle.
The word trilateral and trilateration are not the same word. I do not know why you are.
No, I'm just pointing out to everybody listening that a trilateral figure is a triangle.
Cool. This has nothing to do with trilaterals.
Okay.
It's trilateration.
So we don't triangulate our position on the ground then.
No, you don't. And I was going to just do it in
Well,
paint,
we actually do, right?
Not with GPS, no. Not with GPS.
Just a minute. Are you doing any GPS? Have you done it? Have you done any surveying?
No, not surveying. It was It was hold on. No, I used a GPS, a pure Berry GPS IMU receiver for a model rocket that I built. So I used it and I got the raw data from the GPS, the NMEA statements and everything.
Brilliant.
For something different, yes.
Okay, so is that to track it to find out where it was when it landed?
Yeah. Although you could just see it. It didn't go that far. It wasn't.
Yeah, so it was for horizontal checking, this GPS.
No, and altitude too.
It did altitude, but the altitude was separate to the GPS, right? It was a separate reader.
No, it did both. The GPS did longitude, latitude, and altitude.
Longitude and latitude.
I mean.
You mean in an XYZ?
And the coordinates we got from the GPS was longitude and latitude. That's what I got from it. Well, I got the pure enemy INMIA statement and the longitude and latitude of that GPS receiver. That's
yeah, the longitude and latitude would have been calculated afterwards. It would have been, you would have got the X, Y, and the Z raw data.
No, the raw data from the satellite is just the position of the satellite and the time it sent the signal. And the NMEA statements will give you a couple bit more information, like which satellites are overhead, how many satellites are overhead, and then you can use that to find out as well where the satellites are.
Yeah, I'm just going off what Jesse Kozlowski said. So you seem to be doing different than that.
I don't know what he said. The GPS.
No, I wouldn't worry about Jesse Kozlowski. He's not around anymore. Don't worry about that. You're the new guy now, right? Even Larry's disappeared.
I don't know why. I can see why people do. As I said, GPS uses trilateration, and I was going to demonstrate it, but my computer is freaking out. Maybe it's because I'm using the VMware. Let me try closing that, and then I can try again.
You were going to demonstrate
trilateration, yes.
Right. It was just using a time and.
Yes, it's going to be in Paint because I don't have Paintbender. Please don't glitch on me. Okay, it's going to have to be a video because it's flickering. I do not know what to say. Oh, actually, no, I can do it in Paint. So trilateration, the way it works is that you need to know the distance, you need to know the position of the object sending the signal, and you need to know the distance that signal is traveling. And we'll talk about how you get that distance in a moment. So what happens is signal
just a minute. Like it's like you're doing this as a presentation now. I know you say you're young, and you've got a you're at university now or something, are you? College or at high school? You're still in education at college, right?
Yes.
Now you look like you're doing this and you're presenting this as a demonstration, right? It looks like you're ready to do a presentation now, right? Now, where have you learned what you are about to demonstrate now?
About trilateration and how GPS works?
Yes.
From the people who made the GPS, from the manufacturers. They have information about how trilateration works. And trilateration is
right. No, wait a minute. Like, so you've actually been to the place that just done the GPS stuff, and they've presented this to you, and now you are going to be able to present it to us, right?
No. What I said was I got it from the manufacturers.
Right, so you've gone to a website. You've gone to a website somewhere, right? And now you are going to look at the website, and now you are doing a presentation.
From the manufacturers. That's the key. From the people who made
right, okay. So who is this company, the manufacturers, that you are now doing a presentation for?
Oh, the code, the answer is Lockheed Martin, but specifically the information.
Wow, Lockheed Martin! You are representing Lockheed Martin.
No, let me.
Wow,
finish.
Get ready for this, guys.
You guys let me
We're gonna have to do a big presentation and a big opening to this. Didn't realize you're doing the government now. You're doing a presentation for the government.
If you let me finish, we can verify what they're saying. You shouldn't just say, "Oh, it's the government. They're lying." You should go out and verify.
You're the one that's doing a presentation on behalf of the government now.
Yes,
and Lockheed Martin.
I'm
liking this.
We can test to see if they're telling the truth or not.
You are going to test whether Lockheed Martin and the government are telling the truth.
I've used a GPS
in a presentation now.
I was going to explain multilateration first and show how we can use it for a test later.
Right, but you're then doing a presentation. All of this time, you are doing a presentation on behalf of Lockheed Martin and the government.
Just about how multilateration works.
For the government and Lockheed Martin.
Multilateration is just a geometric concept.
Yeah, but
And
and
then
you're acting on behalf of Lockheed Martin and the government.
I'm definitely not acting on behalf of them.
Right. Okay. So you've basically just gone to a website, and you are now going to do a presentation.
I'm saying we can use this to test to see if what they said was true.
Well, you keep saying we.
No, let him go.
I mean,
I don't.
Let him go.
Yeah.
Come on. Let him go.
Okay.
This is going to be good.
Multilateration. It works by taking trilateration. We'll start with trilateration. Works by taking the distance between 3 points and the position of where they came from to get your location. And so to demonstrate this, I would share my screen, but it's glitching out, so it's just going to have to come through this. So what we have here is a satellite, which is in the middle of, it doesn't have to be a satellite, it can be any transmitter, and it sends out a signal. Now, at one point or another, hold on. At one point, a transmitter, not a transmitter, a receiver will pick up that signal, and it knows its distance away from the transmitter. Now, because we know the distance
Hold on, wait a minute. Are you showing a circle?
Yes, hold on. Let me
What
finish.
do you mean because we know the
If you're
distance?
showing a circle, how's a transmitter?
If I could explain, maybe it would make sense. If you could stop interrupting.
No. A circle is not a transmitter.
Yes, you're right. But what it happens is we know from one reception that we are a certain distance away from that transmitter. So we know that we are going to be on a point anywhere on that circle. That's what I'm saying. We don't know where we are yet, but we know we have to be this distance away from that transmitter.
What do you mean? We know that. How do we know that?
I'm going to get to the distances later, but I'm just talking
No.
about
Get to the distances now, right at the beginning.
Okay.
How do we know that?
The distances are known from the speed of light and the time of travel. That is how you know the distance.
What distance?
The distance between you and the transmitter.
Right. So the transmitter sends a signal,
Yes.
and you receive it.
Yes. And that signal tells you when this. So the signal tells you when the signal was transmitted.
How?
So say 1040. In the signal, in the radio wave, right? You pick it up like TV or whatever communication.
The signal comes with a time on it, and that time tells you how far away it is.
Yes, because you have speed and you have time.
How does you receiving a time tell you the distance?
Because you know when the signal was sent. You know.
How do you know when it was sent?
Because it tells you when it was
It tells you a time that you received it.
We've got a circle.
No, it tells you the time. Kowalski, I will get there. Bev is asking me some questions. I will get to the circle.
No,
talking
you've
about
got a
the distance
circle,
now.
and that's it.
No, I'm talking to Bev. I'm going to talk to
You've
Bev.
got a circle. Oh, come on, mate. You've got a circle. That's it.
Yes, but I haven't finished the explanation yet. Bev wanted to know about the distance at first.
You've got a circle.
But you interrupted me. You know, I'll just draw all three of them.
I'm trying to know, where did you get the circle from? How do you know the circle?
The circle is because you know the distance away from the source.
And how do you know the distance away from the source?
Because you know the speed of light. You know.
You know a time, but how do you know you're a circle? Like, where's the circle?
Hold on, Bev. Let me answer one question at a time. You get the distance with the speed of light. You know the time it was sent and the time that you received it. So you have a time. You multiply that by the speed, and you get the distance.
How do you know
good for the distance? Because people have measured it. I have multiple
You can't measure the one-way speed of light. One way.
Doesn't
It's
matter.
impossible.
Doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
The convention is set such that the two-way speed of light and the one-way speed of light are the same. I actually did check this out.
What?
And you can,
No,
it is
it's
set by convention.
impossible to measure the one-way speed of light. Yet
Yes,
you
so
are
they do it by
using it.
convention.
You are using it right at the start to work out a distance. But it's impossible.
He just said he
The
cannot
two-way
measure the
speed of light.
Yeah.
Yes, I know, and I'm saying that you are correct. And by convention, the one-way speed of light is set to be the same as the two-way speed of light. And the reason why it is set that way by convention is very long and complicated.
It
Send you all a
cannot.
video to that.
Cannot
How can you
be measured.
I agree with that. I said it.
Well, you can't do it then.
Yes, you can.
Your
set the one-way
method that
speed
you're
of light
doing
to be.
fails at step 1.
No, it does not. You set the one-way speed of light to the two-way speed of light by convention.
fucking
And you
hell.
do it by convention for
How can you
reasons that
measure-
are very
how can you measure
complicated.
speed of light?
Two-way speed of light. You measure the two-way speed of light.
No, how can you measure one-way speeds of light?
I didn't say you could. I said you. Bev said you
You're
can
using it to get a distance. The first distance that you're using to make a circle.
Do y'all not hear me? Like, I don't get it. I've said this multiple times. The one-way speed of light is set to the two-way speed of light by convention. And the reason why it is set that way is very complicated.
Can we just right? So you said the one-way speed of light is set to the two-way speed of light by convention, yeah?
Yes, for
Right,
very complicated reasons.
So everything you say from this point forward is by convention and consensus of opinion.
Yeah, but you can't
because
measure the first thing.
Because the consensus is correct. Because when you
Consensus
go
is
and
correct.
because when you apply it to say multilateration, it works.
Just
GPS
because it's
works.
a consensus, it doesn't make it correct.
But actually using a device that works in reality makes it correct. Like
There
GPS.
is no device that can measure the one-way speed of light.
I agree with you, but GPS.
Well, why do you think
the
you've got
one-way
a
speed of
thing
light.
that says GPS that you can do it?
That's what I'm saying. This is what is claimed. And we are testing to see
exactly.
Claim something that's impossible to be able to do, and you're going with it.
No, we're not measuring the speed of light. We're using the speed of light.
To plot
Right.
a position.
Yes, and here's the whole point, right? We walk through the process. If it gives us our location,
Your
then that means
process
the
has
process is
failed at step
Step
1.
correct. No, it has
Yes.
to be set by convention. Okay, hold on. Let me just start with the end. Apparently, right? The whole point of me explaining all of this was to say, we can go out, we can buy a GPS receiver, and get the NMEA statements directly to get the positions of the satellites, the
Okay, so
distance
we
between
can
those
we can do
Let
we
me
can do
finish.
all that, and your proposition of the way it works has failed at step 1.
Let me finish.
So that
If
tells
we do
me
all of
that
this,
your explanation of how I am getting that is wrong.
well, that's what I'm saying. What really happens when you get a GPS receiver is it sends you the time and the position of the satellite. That's all the information you get from the signal. Okay? So we now have to use that data to work out our position. One methodology that is claimed to do it is through the trilateration that I'm talking about. And my test is, if we follow the steps that are claimed in trilateration, let me finish. If we follow the steps that are claimed in trilateration and we get our position
Step
on
1
Earth, then
failed.
it's correct. I haven't even gotten past the first circle yet.
It's failed.
Failed.
Do you not understand the test? We are testing to see if the methodology works in reality.
It's failed at step 1.
We're testing the whole methodology.
Yeah, but it's failed at step 1.
No, it hasn't, because at the same time we're verifying to see if the speed of light is correct.
What?
That is also what is happening.
With one-way speed of light?
We're testing the
That's
whole
impossible.
methodology. We're not measuring the speed of light. We're testing to see if the convention works.
You're using it to measure something on the fucking ground, aren't you? This is GPS. Yes. Do you know how accurate it is?
Yes, I do. And this is what I'm saying. We are testing the methodology that is claimed to see if they are lying or not.
How can your methodology use the one-way speed of light if measuring the one-way speed of light is impossible?
Since we're testing the whole thing, we use the convention that is set, right? If we are wrong about the one-way speed of light not being equal to the two-way speed of light, then when we go
No, it's not that you can't. No, dude, it's not that you, like, we were a bit iffy whether one-way is same as two-way. It's impossible to measure the one-way speed of light.
Yes, and I agreed with you, Bev. But the convention the convention that is set is that the one-way speed of light and the two-way speed of light are the same speed. And we are testing to see if that convention holds up by using this GPS multilateration method.
Doesn't stand up.
It can't.
Fuck's
Get
sake.
it?
It's a convention.
Hang on a minute. You are using something that is impossible to measure to test whether it is impossible to measure that.
Well, it's definitely possible because GPS works.
Maybe it's your method that doesn't work, right? Maybe you've got that completely wrong.
But that's what I'm saying. If you all let me finish, if you do all the math behind multilateration and you use as the speed 3 times 10 to the 8, and
if you see the full trick, you might fall for it.
Stop, Bev. If you just guess a speed, right? That's what we'll do. We'll guess a speed, right? And we'll keep guessing until we get our position. And then we know that that speed is correct. Because then the multilateration has worked. How about that? I guess 3 times 10 to the 8. That would be my guess. Y'all cool with that? Instead of setting the speed of light,
I already know, mate, that you are just making shit up. At the minute, I'm just thinking whether people are listening and, like, wondering what you're doing, or wondering whether they think that you know what you're talking about, and whether to let you keep spouting this bullshit on this channel.
What have
this is educational, this channel.
What have I done about the multilateration?
You've completely ignored the fact that your first step of your method is impossible.
And that's why I said we can change it to guessing. Okay? We're going to guess the speed that we need. And we are going to
This is sophistry of the highest order. Holy shit. I hope people are taking this on.
Post this in chat then.
We've done
This
3
is
circles.
how multilateration works, since y'all didn't let me finish. You have 3 distances to 3 points. You know that you must be on the intersection of those 3 circles. And as you can see, those 3 circles only intersect in 1 point. That is trilateration, not multilateration. That is trilateration. What I posted in chat
is that 3 impossible
trilateration.
measures of distance.
You are not using an impossible measurement. You are using something set by convention.
Okay,
if that convention is wrong,
let's
you will
just
not
check
get the right
this.
answer.
So those circles are on the floor, right?
No, for this, okay, so in real life they would be spheres, right? Because equidistant from a point.
They would be spheres.
It would be 3 interlocking spheres, but it would be a bit hard for me to draw a sphere.
Okay, so how far, how large are these spheres
Right, that
in
depends.
reality?
It depends on how far away the source of the
Right,
transmission.
how far away are the sources of the transmission in your imagination?
I just answered the question.
How far?
There's no number. It depends on where the
There's
satellites
no
are.
number.
It depends on where the satellites are.
How far are they away? Give us an ish number. Just an ish.
Depends on where they're in their orbit, in their very elliptical orbits.
It doesn't have to be accurate. Give us the
Okay, let's assume that there is a transmitter 10,000 miles away.
10,000 miles.
Yes,
right. So that would be these spheres are radius 10,000 miles.
Yes. Well,
Right,
one of
okay.
them. One of them would be.
Okay. And they're all like different. About 5,000, or maybe what's the minimum distance?
So let's say you're 10,000 miles away from one, you're 7,000 miles away from another, and 8,000 miles away from another.
Okay.
You have those three radii, which
Yeah.
will form spheres, and the intersection of those spheres is where you are
Right.
in
So
reality.
3 of those traveling one-way speed of lights, ranging from 10,000 to 7,000. Right. On a constant blip from all of the satellites, and that satellite sends a signal to your thing and says, hey, I'm satellite number 1 and it's 10 o'clock, right?
Yes.
And then your receiver goes, fuck knows if I can measure this one-way speed of light. It's impossible. But hey, there's I got a signal. There's a satellite. It says it's 10 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. And it is now 10:02, which is way later than it would actually be. So it took 2 minutes for that signal to travel.
And then what does then happen?
Then, and you can check this for specifically the GPS Barry IMU, it's on open source.
Does your receiver then put like a big sphere?
No, it doesn't need to. It just takes the 3 radii. And
It's only got one though. No, it's only got one. That's just the first one.
Oh well, yeah. It's just I did it one at a time, but obviously this is continuously happening. I was explaining the pure mathematics behind multilateration. In reality, you're going to constantly be getting the signal.
Yeah,
right?
every receiver is going to be getting a signal. How often does the satellite send them?
When I was using it, it was every 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Every 30 seconds is when I was getting.
When were you using them then?
It was for this model rocket I was talking about.
No, when were you using?
When was I using what? The GPS.
Yeah.
You didn't finish that question. Maybe you cut out or something.
Yeah.
Okay, I think you are. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, every time I start, you always jumped in on me, so therefore, just Kevin. So, what is your goal from doing this?
We are testing to see if the methodology works.
It doesn't.
The idea is
Definitely doesn't work.
Okay, well, hold on. I'm saying, if we apply our own multilateration and we choose the 2-way speed of light to be the 1-way speed of light, and we still get our position on Earth, then the method must be correct. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What lateration of light are you on about?
Did you not hear everything I just said?
Did he say the signal takes 2 minutes?
He's just making shit up, obviously, because you can't measure the 1-way speed of light anyway. So, it's all fantasy.
It was a hypothetical situation. I already said I don't know where the satellites are right now.
Yeah, we were making it up. Yeah, we know. It's all right.
You asked me to do that, Bev.
No, you said you were telling us. Don't worry about it.
Earth's rotating at 440
No,
meters
it's not, Brian.
Gosh.
It's not.
What do you mean?
In their
I was.
fantasy, it is.
Well, I don't talk about their fantasy, Bri.
No, that's what I'm saying. This is a way to test our quote-unquote fantasy to see if it's realistic.
No, sure.
Okay.
It's your, not ours. Yours.
Why wouldn't this work?
Because you can't measure the one-way speed of fucking light.
So use the one that they give you for convention.
Hold on. Wait
Use
a minute.
the one that they give you for convention.
Hold on. Did we say it was our fantasy, or did you say it was your fantasy?
You call it our fantasy.
No.
I called it. I did say our fantasy.
He did. He did. Yes.
I did. I was going along.
Or did you say your fantasy?
I said you can test to see if our fantasy is reality. That is exactly what I said.
Whoa. Did you say it was our fantasy, or did you say your fantasy?
I said you can test if our fantasy is reality. That is what I said.
It's the group that he belongs to. Yeah, the group that he belongs to. His group.
Who is ours fantasy?
Hang on a second. We're getting away from this GPS thing. I'm kind of interested in the point that has been established by the intersection of these three circles. How is that plotted? What coordinate system is used to plot this point?
In reality, it would be the something the 84 ellipse, WG84 ellipse, whatever that's what it's called. In reality. The points that the coordinate system
and does that give you longitude and latitude?
The output will be longitude and latitude.
Longitude and latitude, which is what?
That would be spherical coordinates.
That is a planar coordinate system.
Longitude and latitude?
Is planar.
Longitude and latitude is degrees, right?
Is movements within a plane.
Oh, no, you don't. That is definitely spherical. Let me pull up a spherical coordinate system, because that is definitely... A spherical coordinate system is one where you have a radius, you have a theta, and you have a phi. That is a spherical coordinate system. A Cartesian is an x and a y and a z.
Wow, he's been trained, highly trained here.
It's like he was asking for this question, wasn't it? Or he was waiting for this question.
I know that because I have to deal with converting between coordinate systems all the time. So I happen to know my coordinate systems.
Movement in an x and y plane.
I bet he's got something on the inside with an angle, maybe theta.
This is what a spherical coordinate. Well, that's not a picture. What?
I have never heard much shit in all my
This is sophistry. This is the new breed, Bri. There you go. Look at that.
This is math. This is spherical coordinates.
How many internal coordinates have you got there? You've got two of them. Internal angles.
Yeah, that is two coordinate system.
Okay, how did you get your radius? How did you get your radius?
No, don't worry about the radius at all. He's got two of his coordinates being internal angles.
Well, you all asked me what longitude and latitude are.
Yeah, but those two internal angles.
We never asked that.
Are gonna have another one outside. That's 3D. You've got a Euclidean shape. You've got two internal angles there.
Oh, but you can that. Maybe you're getting confused with coordinate systems. You can have a Euclidean shape in whatever coordinate system you want. Polar, spherical.
It's not
Cartesian.
Spherical geometry, though, is it?
This is not spherical geometry.
I know.
This is a coordinate system.
Yeah, and you will not be doing spherical geometry. You'll be doing Euclidean geometry, won't you?
Yeah, but we're not going to go back to that. He asked me.
You did just say then confirm, please. Euclidean geometry.
I said, when we go back, clearly they didn't because they added to more than 180. But we're going to go in circles again. Let's not get back to that.
No, we're just pointing out that this shape here and these angles that you're using are Euclidean, right?
angles in general, I'm not sure if they are like Euclidean, because you can have angles in a spherical geometry. But once again, we disagree on that.
How can you have angles in spherical geometry when you can only measure angles between straight lines? And there are no straight lines in spherical geometry.
I'm sorry, good sir. My professor actually took the 90 degree to a curved line just today. It was incredible.
I'm
He talked
sure
about
he
taking
did.
a normal. Oh yeah,
I'm
he
sure
took the
he
normal
did.
to a curved line. We do it all the time.
You cannot measure an angle to a curved line.
Mathematicians do it all the time. Do it all the time. It's called
Measure.
calculus.
No, measure.
Measure.
Yeah, you can. You can easily measure.
Don't use calculus to measure. That's calculating, isn't it?
Oh, y'all don't know what calculus. So you can easily measure the angle to a curved surface in reality. All you have to do is take the tangent.
That's a straight line, dude.
Yes, and that is how you
Well,
take
it's
it to a
not. It's not to a curve, then, is it? It's to a straight line.
There are in-between steps. The
Show us
overall
how
thing
to
you are doing.
calculate it then, please.
Oh, you take the derivative. That's how.
No, show us how to calculate, please.
Okay, sure.
No.
I shall.
Oh, fuck's
Let me
sake.
show. I was asked a question. I will demonstrate.
He was showing
right
us how to measure an angle to a curve by showing he put a straight line there and measured an angle to a straight line. By showing that was his way of showing that he was fucking angled to a curve.
Who is
you
by making a straight line.
There is an in-between step, yes, where you take
No. There's not an
but there are plenty of
in-between step. There is no way in-between step between. If it's a straight line, it's a straight line. There's no in-between steps.
No, I'm saying for a curved surface. For a curved surface, there is an
On
in-between
curved
step.
surface? No way. Get the fuck out of town.
First, you have to find the
Show us a
tangent.
straight line.
The first thing you have to do is find a tangent.
No, show us a straight line, please.
You find the
Yeah, I'm gonna show you
tangent,
a
and then you measure the angle to the tangent.
To the tangent, not the curve.
So
it's not to a curve, it's to a straight line. The tangent is a straight line. Yeah.
I agree, but when we say
Have we got a straight line, please?
The tangent.
Have we got a straight line, please?
The tangent. That's what I said.
Have we got
Tangent
a straight line,
straight.
please?
The tangent is a straight line, yes.
Have we got a straight line, please?
Oh, come on, Warden.
Okay.
That's what I said.
You haven't got one. This bloke is a fucking joke.
What do you mean? The tangent. I said it like 5 times now.
Yes.
Yes.
Well done.
Exactly. So you do have a straight line.
Yes. Yeah. And you're measuring the angle to the straight line, not the
Yes,
curve.
to the tangent. But that's
Well
what I'm
done.
saying. If
So
you have
it's
a
not an
curved
angle to a
surface-
curve if you're measuring an angle to a straight line.
What I'm saying is if you have a curved surface, the way you measure the angle to that curved surface by first finding the tangent at a point, because it's going to change depending on which point you choose on that curved surface. This is, and you
That's
take the tangent
exactly
to that
why
point.
you can't measure an angle to a curved surface, because it is a surface of constant curvature.
Which is why you take the tangent at a point.
And you measure the angle to the
it's
tangent, not the
Yes.
curved surface. Yes.
I mean, now you're
Exactly.
just being pedantic.
Demonstrating to you that you cannot measure an angle to a curve, which is your original claim, is
Yes,
being
and then
pedantic.
the methodology you use
Is being.
to measure the angle.
Let me get that straight. That's being pedantic, demonstrating
What
that your
you are-
original claim is impossible. Is being pedantic.
No, because we were talking about the methodology. There's
Once
an in-between
again.
step.
Is
There's
this
an
the best
in-between
they've
step.
got? Is this honestly the best they've got?
I think this is the
Did I
new
ask for a
breed.
straight line?
Fox.
He's done this. He's done this about 4 times, right? He's been shown that he's doing something that is impossible, and he says he continues on talking about the methodology, and you've got to hear all of the steps before you can fall for the magic trick.
You're just being pedantic.
You are a
just being pedantic.
Lunatic.
You're just being pedantic.
You
There's
are
a method that requires a straight line, but you use that straight line is going to change depending on where you are on the curve, which is why you have to take the tangent.
How many times do I ask you?
The orientation of the straight line might change, but the straight line won't change from being a straight line.
Right, which is why.
And the angle won't be able to be measured in between a straight line and a curve. You need 2 straight lines.
Which is why you get the tangent.
Yes. Yes, that's
Which is not a curved line, then, you fucking idiot.
But the tangent comes from the curved line.
The tangent is a straight line. For fuck's sake.
It's not measuring a curved angle. That is fucking lunacy.
No. How does he get his?
This is why I'm saying y'all are being. This is why I'm saying y'all are being pedantic. You start with a curve. You take the tangent to the curve, and you measure the angle to the tangent. The tangent has come from the curve. Okay, fine. No, fine. It doesn't. I don't know why y'all are being pedantic about this. Because the tangent comes from the curve.
Where do you start with the curved?
What?
Where do you start with the curved line?
And the picture I have in front of you.
No.
That is
where, in reality, where do you start with the curved line?
My iPad has rounded edges. I want to measure the angle that my Apple Pen that I have placed on it.
Your iPad has got a 2D surface in 3D.
No. The rounded edges. The rounded edges. You know, like on my phone.
Your iPad has got a 2D surface in 3D reality. So where?
I'm not talking about the 2D surface. I'm talking about the edges of it.
What? Where do you start from?
Oh my god! Let me just pull up a picture of an iPad so I can show you what I mean. It's the edges of the iPad has a round on it. They're not like 90-degree angles.
They are scraping the bottom of the barrel, man.
Y'all just refuse to understand what we're saying. That's what's going on.
Because it's complete.
You are refusing to understand what we are getting on about.
No, I understand what you're saying. So
no,
here's a picture of an iPad. I want to measure the angle I take my Apple Pen. I place it along that rounded edge. I want to know the angle to my Apple Pen.
So how
that is something in reality.
How do you use the Apple Pen to measure?
Oh, no. I want to know the angle between my Apple Pen and that round. I would use a protractor to...
You said you use your Apple Pen to measure. How do you use that?
No. I said I want to know the angle.
No, you want to use it, so how do you measure it? Go on.
No, I did not say this. You all are intentionally misinterpreting what I said. I said I want to know the angle between my Apple Pen and the round of the iPad.
So you want to visually... You want to visually... You want to get a visual approximation.
No, I'm going to use a protractor to find the angle, but I just said I want to know the angle between the round. I place it on the round.
You can't know the angle using a fucking pen.
Yes, you use a protractor. I said I want to know the angle between my pen and the round. I'm not going to use the pen as a measuring tool. The pen's just there as a straight line. That's all I'm using.
You've changed it 3 times to say what
I have not. You misinterpreted what I said the first time. I said this the first time.
I did not misinterpret.
You can check the YouTube.
I heard what you said.
Check the YouTube.
You've changed what you said 3 times.
I did not. Check the YouTube.
Okay, hang on 1 second. If I could jump in real quick. You said he's going to use a protractor. Is that right?
To measure the angle between my pen and the round on the iPad.
Okay. So a protractor, you've got, it looks like a D, correct? Like a capital D.
Yes.
And you have a straight line on the bottom. and you have measurements that go in an arc around the top.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, and you have little notches with like little small dashes with lines on them, right?
Yes.
You connect that line to the center point down below, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so there's one line, and then there's another line that goes along the capital D, the straight line part of the D, correct?
Yes.
Okay, there's your two lines.
Right, yeah, and that bottom line you're talking about is where I'm going to take the tangent. Right, but he asked me where in reality I would do this. So I just provided an example in reality of where you would take the measurement of a curved surface. Right, and I guess if you want to, okay, I'll put it like this, right? You are indirectly measuring it by taking the tangent. If you want to say the direct measurement is between the tangent and your other line, then sure, we can go with that.
At best, you
That make people happy.
are measuring to a point, not a curved surface.
Exactly.
Yes.
All he's doing is measuring the angle at the tangent, moving the orientation of the tangent, measuring that angle again to the tangent, moving the orientation of the tangent, measuring it again. All he's doing is plotting points.
It's points.
He's not
that's not
measuring anything.
No, that's not what I'm doing. You're misrepresenting what I said. Sugar Cookie had it correct. Right? If I have a protractor,
different as the radius goes out or in, whichever way it's curving.
No, because we're taking just one measurement. This time, we're just taking the measurement of one angle from the curved round of my iPad, and we will do it as Sugar Cookie said. What I will do is I'll take the protractor. I will line the protractor, the flat side of the protractor, along the curve. That will be the tangent. And then I will go and look at where my Apple Pen is along the protractor. And that will give me... Paige, you see the picture.
So it's going to be a visual angle.
It'll be with the protractor.
It's going to be a visual angle, not measured.
No, with the protractor, it will be measured. Paige,
You're continually using
the side of the iPad. Look at it like side on. It has a round right there at the corner. Look at the corner.
Here's the
We
thing,
call
though.
them a radius.
Yeah, you're continually using two straight lines
Yes, I said that. The tangent.
to get your angle.
Before. Yes, I said that before. The tangent.
George is saying that the point of intersection. What's he put? George puts. The point of intersection is the vertex of the angle between the curves. But that surely would be like zero, wouldn't it?
If y'all had listened, I even conceded. That's the crazy part. Did y'all even hear the part where I conceded?
I'm saying, I'm trying to say, help you. That's what George said.
George is correct.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be like a zero, though?
No. So you line up the protractor.
The point of intersection where the two curves meet would be. That's what George has said. That's what George said.
Is he talking about this iPad example, or I don't know what he's referencing?
The point of intersection is the vertex, in capital letters, the vertex of the angle between the curves.
Right, but a vertex is just a point. So
yeah, but the intersection between two curves would be zero, wouldn't it?
No, it would not be zero. If you go back to where I posted those three circles, they intersect each other, and they intersect each other at an angle. That angle you find from taking the tangent at the point of intersection. But I conceded before. If you want to be...
Take the tangent at intersection.
Yes, the tangent.
Of the two curves.
Not the point. The point is the vertex. The tangent is what we're measuring from.
But the tangent actually gets at that point of the vertex, right?
Yes, at the point of intersection. You take the tangent at the point of intersection.
Well, that would be like zero, wouldn't it? At the point of intersection, isn't that like zero?
No. Why would it be zero? There's no need for it to be 0.
Well, isn't that where the tangent touches the curve?
Here,
at a point.
Provide an example.
Because I mean, you are up against Rumpus that says that's parallel at that point, and B-ball as well. Who else was there?
Well, we're talking about
what with parallel points?
Well, where the tangent meets the curve.
Well, it's parallel.
No, but we're talking about just tangents.
You can't fit another line in there.
Yeah. Which one's the tangent?
There's only one line that can go through that point.
Yeah.
That's a tangent.
So if you look at it, right, you have the blue line and you have the red line.
Where's the tangent? Where's the tangent?
I haven't plotted the tangent. Would you like me to plot the tangent?
Go on. Tangent for which one?
So you have those two curves. That's y equals x squared, and the square root, and that is the square root of x. Those are what those two curves are.
Right.
If
So
you
where's
take
the angle?
of each curve, the angle will be the tangent of each curve. So you take the tangent of x squared at the point of intersection, and you take the tangent of the square root of x at the point of intersection, and the
How
angle
would you measure from 0?
angle between those two. The angle will be the angle between those two tangents. Now, who was that? Kowalski, what do you mean? How do you measure from
between 2 tangents at that point?
Yes, one tangent for the blue line, one tangent for the red line.
Okay. So that's still 2 straight lines.
Straight lines.
I mean, I literally conceded that 10 minutes ago now.
Right.
That's the crazy part. I literally conceded
Why
that.
did you?
Do it
Why
between
did
the
you go this then? Because if we know how to measure angles between 2 straight lines, surely we know what tangents are, and we know where lines are, and we know how to measure an angle, right?
Then why were you? Why I conceded? Why are you like?
I don't know. You were the one that wanted to carry on showing us stuff, but
No, I didn't. It seemed like you kept asking me questions like, where's the tangent? How do you measure the two angles? Wouldn't it be 0? You were the one asking questions.
No, George. No, see, George said that the intersection point of 2 curves.
Right, it's the vertex, and a vertex is just a point.
Right, but where's the angle measured?
Yeah, the tangents, which we agree on.
No, George wasn't talking about that.
But he said it's the vertex of an angle, not the angle itself. He said it was the vertex of the angle.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't that what he said?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just the vertex of the angle. The rest of the line that comes out of that vertex is the tangent.
And where is the angle of the tangent measured?
The angle would be just be the angle between the two tangents.
And which is measured where? Which is measured where?
In between the two lines. It would just be like taking a normal angle measurement between 2 lines.
Which can be measured anywhere along those.
No, at the intersection.
But the angle can be measured anywhere along those 2 intersecting planes, can't it? Well, they would be planes.
No, intersection. It only intersects at one point.
But the angle of intersection can be measured anywhere along those planes, no?
No, but the tangent is one unique line. So you take the tangent at that point of intersection, and that is one unique line for the red line and one unique line for the blue line. So now we have a red tangent and we have a blue tangent, and you take the angle between the red line tangent and the blue line tangent.
Which can be measured anywhere along those planes.
No, a tangent, there's only one tangent.
Just say yes.
No, there's only
yes,
one
it can.
tangent at a point.
There's
What do you
2
mean? There's
tangents. You've just got 2 of them.
No, per line. There's one tangent per line.
Yeah, so there's 2
So
tangents. And the angle can be measured at any point along those lines.
Or
What do you mean? It would be at the intersection of those 2 tangents.
That's where the angle would be formed. I'm talking about measuring the angle.
Oh, you just mean... Okay, yes, I understand what you mean. Yes, you can take if you take a point on the red tangent line and a point on the the blue tangent line, you can make an angle measurement between those 2 points along the tangent.
The intersection of your circle can be measured anywhere along the 2 tangent planes, can it not?
For the example I posted, yes, but it should give you the same answer. It'll just be a normal angle measurement between 2 lines. It'll give you one answer. It doesn't matter which 2 points you choose on the tangent line, it should always give you the same answer.
So you don't need the circles.
No, he mentioned earlier that the vertex
George. That was George.
Yeah, George mentioned that the vertex is the intersection between 2 curved lines is the vertex of the angle that we're going to be measuring. And we do need the curved lines because we don't have a tangent if we don't have the curved lines.
And what is the angle of intersection of your curves at that intersection point?
It would be the tangents. But you have to have the curves to have the tangents. If you don't have the curves, then you don't have anything to measure. I don't see what you're getting at.
I didn't think you would.
What I'm saying is, if you wanted to measure the angle between 2 curved lines, then you would take the tangent at both of those lines.
Yeah, and make 2 straight lines.
Yes, and you would measure it between those 2 tangents.
Okay.
And why would you do that? Because you
there are lots
can't
of
measure angles to curves.
Once again, I concede to that point because
Yeah.
I guess the way y'all are thinking, right, is you have like a straight line and a curved line, but that curve has like a continuous amount of curvature. So it's like, oh, where do I make this angle measurement? Because like it's curving away, so it's going to be a different angle whenever I try to measure along this curved line. That's what y'all are trying to get at.
That's what
No. That's what we have to point out as just a basic fact, right? Just to make sure that you're with us. That when we say you can't measure an angle to a curve, you go, yeah, I know.
Yes,
that's it. That's all we're asking for. There's no trap. There's no trick. There's no nothing. But we have to make sure. Do you know why?
What do you
Because
mean, no.
do you want to know why we have to make sure?
Everybody on our side knows.
That you guys need an angle to a curve.
But that's the thing, right? When we say you can, we talk about the methodology, which is those 2 tangents, which at the end of the day will be 2 straight lines.
How would you make a tangent, or how do you make a measurement to a curved line?
And that's exactly it, right? And that's why I said
he's trying to say they don't, right? So he's saying now that they're saying they need a tangent, which we know we do, right? That's why we say you need 2 straight lines. We know that the tangent is a straight line and you need to develop the tangent in order to measure an angle. Because you cannot measure an angle to a curve, right? But we only say that because there are people, not you, there are other people who measure or say they can measure an angle to a curve.
Yes, and when they say that, what they mean is this tangent that we're talking about.
No, they don't. They don't. They do not.
Okay,
because a tangent is a straight line, right? They don't mean that you can measure an angle to a straight line. They mean they want to be able to measure an angle to a curve. And we say you can't. And you agree with us. You agree with us.
Hold on. By saying they, I mean people who are like mathematicians or engineers, people in the STEM industry.
Hold on. When you say mathematicians, you say engineers. How are you speaking for them?
Right now, yes, because I'm just going off of what I was taught of in my textbook.
You're not even out of school yet. How can you speak for people who you don't know?
Because they have the same textbooks I do. We all learn
They
from
have
the
the
same
same textbooks. So what
Well, not
textbooks
the exact
have you
same
got?
textbook. Hold on.
What textbooks have you got?
I'm changing my statement. I misspoke.
No.
I'm changing my McGraw-Hill. McGraw-Hill is the publisher for many of them.
You are not
There's
even out of
stems.
school yet.
Hold on, I am a graduate student. Thank you very much.
Hold on,
You
wait a
are
minute.
not even
Somebody
out
asked you a
of
question,
school
and you're going to change
yet.
your answers. You're going to change your position.
Position about what? I'm going to hold to the fact that people in the STEM industry, when they say
hold on.
in the STEM industry,
Hold on. Whoa. What people?
In the STEM industry, that was literally my next words. In the STEM industry. In the STEM industry.
You're changing everything you say. Every time somebody.
I was clarifying. No.
Excuse me. Every time somebody challenges you, you always change your position, don't you?
No, you all are misinterpreting what I'm saying, and so I'm trying to clarify. That's what's happening. Every single time. Y'all have continuously misinterpreted what I was saying. So I'm trying to be.
Hold on a second.
Excuse me. Did I misinterpret what you were saying when you said you could measure an angle to a curve, and then we walked you through the steps outlining that you cannot measure an angle to a curve and exactly why you cannot measure an angle to a curve, and then you changed your position on being able to measure an angle to a curve from being able. Hang on, did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours? You changed your position from being able to measure an angle to a curve to not being able to measure an angle to a curve. Did we misrepresent you there at all?
Yes, you did, because if you had let me finish, like all the other times I've been trying to explain myself, I was going to say when they, including myself, including everybody in the STEM industry, says you can measure an angle, like this is what happens. I just said who they is, or they are, I guess. Oh my God, my grammar. STEM, people in STEM, engineers, mathematicians, scientists, physicists.
Bring one of them here.
In the STEM field.
Stop talking for them and bring one of them here. You aren't even out of school.
No, wait a minute.
Yet.
This is okay. What he's saying is anyone that actually wants to measure an angle to a curve, you're saying they do not say that you need a tangent. The ones that don't need a tangent, they're the ones that aren't in STEM, they're not in science, and the new breed, like you, will disregard what they say as being untruthful, right?
Wait, who says you don't need a tangent?
Hold on. He just.
Oh, hey, don't worry about that, mate. We know you definitely need a tangent, right?
Everybody who has learned geometry on my side
Wait a minute.
knows
Hold
you
on.
need
Wait a minute. Please stop talking. You just said anybody on your side, and they said they all agree with me.
It's okay, yes, he's alright. Because he says you need a tangent. He says you cannot measure an angle to a curve because you need a tangent to measure it. Okay. He's right. He's dead right. Nobody's wrong. I'm just glad he thinks that all of STEM and mathematics and physicists and scientists all agree with us that you need an angle measured to a straight line, right? You can't measure an angle to a curve. You need to develop a tangent in order for you to be able to measure the angle to it. That's fantastic. That's great.
If I can finish my statement.
Yep. You won't be going back on that at all, will you?
We've been saying that for the last 2 years, and how many people have argued with us about that?
In STEM say that we are measuring an angle to a curve. What we really mean is we are
Yes, you're
taking these
measuring the angle to a tangent.
tangent,
Yeah, we know
yeah.
this.
Yeah,
we know this.
exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
We
We
can
know this.
in complete agreement.
So then why argue with people? If
We're
you
not,
know what they
dude.
mean
We
is
are not arguing with you. We are just making sure that you aren't one of the people that say you can measure an angle to a curve.
Okay, but when I feel like what this has been described before, everybody who talks about this always brings up the fact that you need to take a tangent to the point.
No. There are a group of people who don't need the tangent, they say. You can actually measure an angle to a curve. Yeah. They do away with the tangent. Yeah.
Okay. Certainly not in any of the textbooks I've seen.
I know. Yeah.
Certainly not in any of the...
Have you ever read Euclid?
The book? No, I've never been through it.
Okay.
I've read through some of it. I've seen some of it.
Would you ever think that there was anywhere in there that says you could measure an angle to a curve?
No, it would say you need a tangent, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, now I am interested who on my side says that you can do it without a tangent, because everybody with at least anybody on my side who has gone through geometry was taught that you need a tangent. That is the mainstream.
I wouldn't say your side, right? Because when you're talking about geometry, obviously we're talking about Euclidean geometry, and that's the geometry of reality. Right? Because you don't actually have a tangent in non-Euclidean geometry, do you? They don't exist.
Yeah. But I honestly, fine. Let's just talk about Euclidean geometry, because I can't even talk all that much.
Because that's the only place that tangents exist, isn't it?
I'd imagine no, because the tangent is just a line that intersects a curve at one point. So that should be very possible.
It's a straight line, is it not?
In Euclidean it is, but I'm pretty the general definition.
A straight line only exists in Euclidean.
Well,
It
that's
is
what I'm saying.
defined in Euclidean.
Right, but I'm saying in general,
yeah,
he said
exactly.
he said you can't have a tangent. He's saying you can't
It's a
have a
straight
tangent.
line.
Yeah, in non-Euclidean geometry is a two-dimensional surface, right?
Let me. It can be in 3 dimensions where
That's Euclidean. That's Euclidean.
No. So in a curved 3-dimensional geometry,
That's
it
Euclidean.
means that the grid points
Solid
aren't spaced
geometry.
out. No, the grid points aren't spaced out evenly. That's what happens.
That's
in
Euclidean.
non-Euclidean.
Euclidean 3-space.
So you can have non-Euclidean 3-space.
What's that look like? It's definitely not
It means
spherical.
that
It's not spherical, is it?
Well, spherical is the description for a surface. But
Yep. So you can't have a tangent in that, can you?
In non-Euclidean
In
geometry,
spherical geometry, it's a 2-dimensional conceptual surface, so you cannot have a tangent in that, can you?
Okay, yeah, no, Bev, you have this actually is a misconception about spherical geometry. So in geometry, we always learn the 2D case first because it is easier to understand. But you can do both Euclidean geometry in 2D and 3D. You can actually do Euclidean geometry in whatever dimensions you want.
You have
2D, 3D, 4D.
In Euclidean geometry, I know you haven't read it, but when you go to book 11, it's solid geometry. That's 3-dimensional, like the geometry of reality. Right now, in non-Euclidean geometry, spherical geometry, you are talking about the conceptual 2-dimensional surface of a sphere.
No, not always. That's what I'm saying. You always start with the 2-dimensional case because it's easier. But the 3-dimensional case for non-Euclidean geometry is where you have the grid points that aren't spaced out evenly. That's what happens.
That's where you turn into Euclidean.
Okay, I'll just pull it up for you.
Sphere.
and then you can put a tangent to it, and it's Euclidean.
I'll just pull it up because I don't. Do you want a citation that you can have 3D non-Euclidean geometry?
Spherical geometry and 3-dimensional would be in reality, right?
It would be so. Actually, I just learned it. It's called
Using
Thurston geometry.
XYZ.
Dahomey, can I just interrupt a minute? You're getting some nasty feedback or something through your microphone. You better tell the people that are listening in to back off a bit.
Please back off, guys. My mic is crap. I don't know how to fix it. I've been trying to fix my mic in Discord for like months now. Sorry.
It sounds fucking awful. Like you've got some aliens talking in the background, yes. You want to try listening to it on the YouTube.
Hold on, let me try it. See if I can fix it.
Because I think I'm going to have to either quit this and get rid of it, because...
How about now? Is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I changed back to my other mic, which wasn't working at the beginning, but now it is working. I don't know why in the world. But here is a very complicated article that I will admit I have not read about something called Thurston geometry. It is where you have non-Euclidean geometry in 3 dimensions. It is incredibly complicated, and all I'm saying is that
it doesn't exist.
I mean, I just posted an article to it.
Yeah, you've posted an article of something that you haven't read.
Yes, but I'm just...
That you said supposedly, right?
The citation will show that 3D non-Euclidean geometry exists. That is what the article is about.
Well, I guess that sorts it then. I guess they'll be coming up with a full definitions and axioms.
I mean, Bev, you can just look it up. Like 3D, like non-Euclidean geometry has existed for a long time. This isn't really new.
Non-Euclidean geometry has never existed.
That field of mathematics has existed for a long time. In fact, I think the general field of mathematics is called, well, that's different. I was going to say topography, but that's a little bit different. But yeah, non-Euclidean geometry has the field of, like Euclidean geometry was the first one. That was the field of mathematics that described shapes with shapes where parallel lines don't intersect. Non-Euclidean geometry is a more generalized version of Euclidean geometry where parallel lines can intersect. And you can do Euclidean and the 2D and the 3D. The number of dimensions don't matter.
So is a direct contradiction a generalization?
And also, you know, when they do that, do they change the definition of parallel lines?
I don't know. I mean, fundamentally speaking, you can have 2 lines that start parallel at a point, but then in non-Euclidean geometry,
they start parallel at a point.
At a point.
Yeah, so at one point they will be parallel, and then you move further along.
Wow,
you really haven't done any Euclidean geometry, have you?
This is
freaky. I've done plenty of Euclidean geometry.
No, 2 parallel lines at a point. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, see, look, you just don't understand what I mean. When I say 2 parallel lines at a point, it means you have 2 lines, and then I take a cross section at a point.
A cross section?
Cross section of 2 lines
at a point.
A point.
A cross section of 2 lines at a point.
At a point.
I'm just going to graph it out because it'll be easier to see what I mean. Okay.
I'm going to have to write that down, I think.
Yeah. Just going to... So, are you all like...
How would I meme that?
Curious.
I don't know. How would I put that in a meme?
I'm going to get it
so, just wondering, are you all like
cross
intentionally
section
not
of
trying
2
to...
lines at a point.
So are y'all just trying to not understand what I'm talking about, or like you trying to just?
Dude, we're trying to
figure out that I'm
understand the
wrong?
cross section of two lines at a point at the moment.
Okay, so here, when I say at a point, I meant at a cross section. So at a point means that you take like x equals 3. In this
You've
particular
got a
case,
grid there,
the
dude.
point, yes, you do. And what you have is a line at y equals 1 and y.
You have
Let
far
me
more
finish.
than the cross intersection of two lines.
Yeah.
Okay, well, no, I want to
Looks
look
like
at the
there's
green,
two
blue, and purple
points
one.
there.
Okay, let me.
There's like 3 lines and 2 points.
Let me. Yes,
Is that
let me
3
talk.
lines on his shirt?
Let me talk. It's
Where's
like
the cross?
I
Where's the
said-
cross section?
It's almost like I talk. You interrupt me intentionally, so I don't get my full explanation out.
Okay.
Where's your
That's
parallel
what's
line?
happened this entire time. The green and blue lines are y
Are you
equals
really
1 and y
related to
equals 2.
Rumpus, by any chance?
No, I don't even know who that is. Y equals 1 and y equals 2 are two parallel lines. Now,
Is that not like 5 and 10?
Why does y equal 1 and y equals 2?
I just chose 2 parallel straight lines. That is the green and the blue lines.
Can you not just say the green and the blue ones?
Just 2 straight lines.
I'm being technical. This is what I mean.
You're being technical.
When I talk technically,
I know you do
misinterpret
sound
what I say.
really
When I
technical.
talk colloquially,
A cross section
y
of 2
equals 1.
lines at a point. Is that technical?
You know what? Yes, because it would make sense to anybody who knew lots of geometry.
So where?
y equals
Go
1
on.
and y equals 2.
Yes,
The
and
green
now
one.
Yeah, they're the
green one and the
lines.
blue one.
How can we distinguish between the others?
you should easily be able to. Y equals 2 is higher than y equals 1.
No,
It
but you
looks
said
like
y
it could be
equals 1 and
it
y
could be
equals
5
2.
and 10.
How can you just distinguish between?
It could just be the
Simple.
green
It
one
would
and
be
the blue one.
The y equals 2 is obviously the green one because it's higher. That would
Could
be
have
super
had
simple.
y equals 0 and the other one could be 5.
Can you
never know.
make the up and
Simple.
down one a red
Why-
one so we can distinguish
why-
from the other blue one?
Purple though.
Why is it
let me
purple?
actually see if I can change color. If you knew math,
Oh, it is
you would know
purple,
that
yeah.
y equals anything is a horizontal line, and y equals 2 would be
Ooh,
higher than y
horizontal.
equals 1. Yes, the y equals something is a horizontal line.
Y equals 1.
Well, that would
and
be
y equals
vertical.
2.
All the
That-
y's would
y
be
equals the
vertical.
same thing.
No, x equals something would be vertical. So that purple line is x equals 3.
And all
In
those
fact, I'll just
verticals,
send you-
they're all parallel,
just
right? Because they're all
sending you-
perpendicular to the horizontal.
Can you make X free red,
So-
please?
I actually might not be able to.
We've not had anybody put any graph stuff out before. So can we just confirm
no.
that all of the ones going from left to right across
There
the
we go.
page, you call those on the x-axis, they would be horizontals,
Wait.
and those on the y-axis would be verticals, and all of the x and the y-axis are all perpendicular, and they are all parallel. Right?
Yes.
So
I mean,
all
I
the
don't
way,
know why you
all the way along the x-axis, all of those y's are perpendicular to it at every point.
Yes, because this is in a Cartesian Euclidean geometric space. This is, I'm just using
A
a normal graphing
Cartesian
calculator.
Euclidean XY axis.
Yes, this is
Okay.
in this example. Y equals 1 and y equals 2, and I posted the full picture so you can see which one's which.
Yep.
And are two parallel lines. X equals 3 is a line that crosses in between them. When I said at a point, I meant it would be at the cross section, which I guess would be a line, not a point.
Oh, so
But then
you
if I
did
said at
misspeak.
kind of.
You meant the intersection
technical-
line rather than the intersection point. Because
kind of.
3
Because
lines,
if I-
2 of them
it's-
being parallel, cannot intersect at one point.
On no
and
side
that- and
on
that's
which
why-
is less than 2 right angles. A triangle will
that's
be
why-
formed if extended indefinitely.
Yeah.
And if you could let me finish, that's why I said
They're parallel.
The way that be clear to literally anybody else outside of the server. when I said at a point, I meant it is the section I chose.
Wow, you
that
seem a little
is
bit
parallel.
condescending for a little shit.
Section of a line you chose.
I mean, but that's true. If I had said at a point to anybody else, they would not have contested that.
Well, we know what a point is. That is which has no parts.
Yes.
So you're going to intersect it at some point, aren't you?
No. So
yeah, he said
the
cross section of 2
terminology-
points at a point.
But that's what I'm saying. The terminology I am using would have been accepted anywhere else. So I will change my terminology.
Okay.
Okay. They would have understood what I said.
Okay.
Because we speak this way.
So where's the cross section again?
Is that colloquially?
cross-
Do you speak
No, this is-
colloquially like that?
This is technical.
Is that
If
why
I
you
were
all
in a
understand each other?
technical, I was in
hang
a
on a minute.
technical environment.
Yeah, where's the
Hang on a
cross
minute.
section?
It's X equals 3. X equals 3 is the cross section in this case.
And more technical would be to say exactly what you mean, as in an intersection line, not an intersection point.
I said at a point, which means it's the section that the line crosses through the point. That is the technical jargon when I say at a point. It is the line that crosses through the point I was talking about. That is the
but the
technical
line-
jargon.
The line isn't a point, is it?
No, but I said it's when I say at a point.
So you're
the
not being
technical
technical.
jargon.
You're not
the
being technical at
technical-
all. You're
the
being
technical
colloquial.
jargon- No, the technical
It is
jargon
more
when you say
technical to say and be accurate to say the intersection line, not point.
well, you can go talk to my professors.
The
It is
cross,
more
the cross
Anybody
section,
else?
you mean?
I'm okay. Whatever. Okay, that's not. We're kind of getting off topic at this point.
Well,
okay?
I was
We
saying,
got
like a
y
cross
equals-
section is
Yes.
different than an intersection. And a point is definitely different than a line. You said x equals 3. That's definitely a line.
Yes, it is a line.
Okay, so it's not a point then.
Not a point.
No, I said at. Okay, never mind. It's a line. It's a line.
Yeah.
Just, I'll drop the jargon that I was using.
So you were doing
Yeah,
an
y equals-
intersection of two lines at a line.
We have using a line. Intersections have
The horizontal, is that parallel or is that perpendicular to the vertical?
It's perpendicular to the vertical, but that's not what I was talking about. The original point.
At every
was I was
point,
going
every
to-
vertical.
What I was going to do is I was going to compare what happens in Euclidean geometry and non-Euclidean geometry. In Euclidean geometry, this is what happened. You have y equals
Do you
1,
ever have any
and you have-
non-Euclidean graph paper? What would that look like?
Let me go look it up. Yes, you can have. There's plenty of programs, and you can make your own non-Euclidean graph paper.
So everything you showed us is Euclidean geometry.
Yes, because I was starting with Euclidean, because Euclidean is the simpler case.
So you've got horizontals and verticals.
It's
all-
simpler.
Yes, Euclidean is much
Usually
simpler
that.
than non-Euclidean.
Simpler or much more simple?
Have you have you ever seen the definitions of non-Euclidean geometry?
Oh, non-Euclidean? What do you mean by the Yeah, like what a geodesic is? What a
Well,
what do you mean by the-
I mean, I know you've never read Euclid, so you haven't got a clue about what actual Euclidean geometry actually is. I don't know whether he said he was. I think he's going to
Maybe
admit
it's-
that he didn't know what Euclidean geometry was.
Yeah.
Well, then he's going to say he does.
Maybe it's time for him to back out.
My mic cut out again. As y'all know, my mic is shoddy. What I was saying is I know plenty about Euclidean geometry.
Okay, then. So you know then that the definitions of Euclidean geometry go to form the base of what you use in order to give you the axioms, and then on to give you all of the propositions that formulate the proofs within Euclidean geometry, right?
Right.
So you would know all of that sort of base that it's not that, right? Non-Euclidean is different than Euclidean. Now, we know how we formulate all of the proofs and everything within Euclidean. So, what have you got in your non-Euclidean?
All
You've
the
got that
definitions and
really
whatnot,
bad
I
mic
can't.
again. It's awful.
All right, how about now?
That's a bit better.
Okay. Okay, if I cut out, I'll just cycle through mics. That seems to be working. So, as I said before, I cannot speak much about non-Euclidean geometry. What I would suggest, Bev, is that if you were to go to like a local university where they do, go talk to a professor at a local university who does especially research in like topography or whatever. In mathematical topography, specifically mathematical topography, they could tell you more about non-Euclidean geometry than I ever could. So that would be my recommendation: is you would go talk to an expert about non-Euclidean geometry, and instead of like
it's obviously not you, then, right?
Yeah, and I never claimed to be a non-Euclidean expert. I said I could do Euclidean just fine, but not non-Euclidean. That's what I said. It's a lot harder than Euclidean. I can talk about what I know about non-Euclidean geometry, like a geodesic will be shorter than a straight line. I can talk about how parallel lines in a non-Euclidean geometry will intersect. And then when you have a line that is perpendicular to both of these lines, they will be parallel to each other at that. See, this is why I said at a point. It's so much simpler. It's at those two locations where they are perpendicular to that other line. They will be parallel, and eventually, as you trace the path of both of those lines, they will intersect. That is what happens in non-Euclidean geometry. If you would like to further understand that, I would suggest following up with somebody who's an expert on it instead of condescending it.
Condescending it?
Yes, you don't need to stop acting like it's fake and go talk to somebody who knows about it.
It's imaginary, right? It can only be performed in your imagination.
No.
Yes.
They use it to trace the path of light from distant galaxies due to gravitational lensing, which happens in reality.
In your imagination.
In reality, gravitational lensing is not in our imagination. It is experimentally verified. Thank you very much.
That's where they use non-Euclidean geometry, is it?
Yes, they use it a ton in relativity.
They definitely wouldn't use it here, would they?
I mean, we've already talked about how we're not moving fast enough and there's not a strong enough gravitational force that the geometry of our space-time just isn't warped enough for you to need to use non-Euclidean geometry because of how much harder you could if you wanted to, but you would be sitting there for a lot longer.
Then how did you measure triangles with more than 180 degrees earlier then?
We're talking about the 3D. I thought we were talking about the 3D space-time. On the surface of a sphere.
No, we're talking about non-Euclidean. Did you forgot?
Okay, I thought we were talking about it in the 3D sense, not in the 2D sense. We're talking about the surface. Oh my god, we're gonna go back in a circle now. If we're talking about the surface.
I know, I must admit, they have trained you very well. You are completely ignorant of your own ignorance. And it's amazing.
That is incredible coming from somebody who thinks that water is flat or that this earth doesn't spin.
Wow, you a thought diviner now too.
I'm just saying that there are thousands, if not millions, of people that require the geometry of our Earth to be correct and require the spin of our Earth to be correct. There are millions of people who work their asses off every day to gain the truth of our universe that you are now discounting.
Who's discounting who?
All the geophysicists.
I'm just saying, no, dude. I'm just saying, you, particularly you, the one that's coming in here talking shite double talking, going back on yourself, stating impossible things. You are ignorant of your own ignorance.
That's what I'm saying. I can back everything I say with citations. Everything I have said, I have. Well,
I mean, like,
not
yeah,
everything.
people have
Most
wrote
of what I've
all
said, I
sorts
have
of
backed with
fantasy
citations.
novels about all sorts of things. You've
Exactly.
said tonight.
You
You've
never backed
said
up your claim with a citation.
You've said so far tonight. You've been the one talking all night, mate. You've never asked us anything. You couldn't be taught anything by us. You're the one coming in here with your big brain, telling us things that are fantastic, impossible. You imagine far too much.
I mean, the fundamental truth of our reality is that the Earth is a globe. There are millions of people around the world that require the Earth to be a globe for their job to work. Have you talked to PhD Tony, Bev?
Yeah. Get
and
your hands off your cocks! Was something like that he said to us.
They think they call him Krakatony because he pops off, but he uses satellites and he uses gravimetric readings to find minerals in the ground.
He zooms people in India if he ever does that, right? He doesn't launch satellites.
No, I said he uses satellite data and specifically the gravimetric data. Engineers use gravity to predict how much beam will be able to support a load all the time.
Yeah, what kind of model does he use to be able to do that?
Not a model, it's a tool called a gravimeter. To measure gravity. All over the Earth.
And what kind of model does he base all of that on?
The gravimeter, it just measures an acceleration that's being applied to it. That's what a gravimeter does. It just measures the acceleration being applied to it. It's a very, very fancy accelerometer, basically.
Wow.
Then what does he do with the rest of the data?
Oh, then he uses it to go find very valuable minerals in the ground, which people pay him to do.
Right. So you don't know then that he uses a flat Earth model.
PhD Tony.
All of that, right?
Specifically, I am talking. If you mean like a flat map, or I'm not sure what you mean by a flat model.
Three nail hookers,
all
Tony.
Flatness is either a projection or an approximation. When you say
to him for 6 hours one night.
Yeah. They got real, Pally. He's his best,
I'm sure
mate.
you do. But still, if gravity exists, and gravity certainly does, because
Do you know PhD Tony modelled flat Earth models?
And
you know, if you're ever looking for a flat Earth model, and then that's what PhD Tony used when he made his got his thesis for getting his PhD.
Was it for earthquakes? Specifically, the thesis. I think I've heard of this.
He made
flat
Earth models. Yes.
Yes, he's talked about how you can use a flat Earth model on a small size.
For his thesis, he made flat Earth models.
Yes, he did, because it was at a small scale. It was only over a small distance.
He was doing like the Earth, like the land in reality, and he ended up modeling flat Earth models.
Yes, a lot of people model flat Earth.
I know a lot of people don't know that.
Good. No, that's the thing. Yeah. Engineers do. A lot of people model the Earth as flat.
So when people are asking people for flat Earth models, right, the people they should be going to is people like PhD Tony and engineers and people like that.
But
they're the ones who actually model flat Earth models.
But those only work at certain distances.
In reality.
If you are only at certain distances. If you try to apply a flat model, a flat model over a much larger size or distance, it will be incorrect. It will not be correct. We do it because it's easier. We know that the assumption is wrong,
but we do it because it's easier and it's a good enough approximation.
You say we.
Who's this we? Who's we again, dude?
PhD, Tony, anybody in the STEM field who models,
Wow.
who does modeling, right?
Anybody that does modeling for flat Earth models, right? They do it because it's easier for them to do it like that, right? Because they wouldn't want to test themselves in a PhD thesis or anything like that, right? Doing reality as reality is. No, they do it because it's easier to do reality as flat Earth, isn't it? Obviously.
Yes, because reality is very difficult to model. There is no such thing as a 100% accurate model. At some point or another, you make an assumption. We do it in aerospace engineering. We do it in statics. We do it everywhere. At one point or another, you make an assumption. Because to simulate reality would require a giant supercomputer, where you make no assumptions, would require an unfathomably large supercomputer.
No,
so you make
reality already is reality.
Yes, but
you don't need to model it with a supercomputer. There's no such need for a model. Like reality, reality is fine as it is.
If I want to predict the flow through a rocket engine,
are you scrying?
If I wanted to predict the flow through a rocket engine, I'm going to need a model.
Wait, you just make a rocket engine?
No, because then the rocket engine might blow up. Instead of making a bunch of different rocket engines and wasting a ton of time, I would first use the model that was given to me, using specifically isentropic flow and the method of characteristics to design the nozzle, and then I would build it in reality, and would you look at that, it worked, because the model worked.
Conversation that we had the other day with somebody else.
Yeah.
Models work.
It's like it's scripted, isn't it? You can tell the way how confident he is, and
because I've used the model. I am being taught.
Not model afflicted at all, are you?
There is no such thing as model affliction. What you all describe as a model affliction is denying the fact that models are useful.
It's you. That's your personal model affliction, mate.
No,
you love the model.
I'm talking now. Any
model. Hang on.
We need models in aerospace engineering.
The homie.
There's no such thing as model affliction. Go ahead.
The homie. Did somebody, by trial and error, engineer rockets that worked, that didn't work, that blew up, that half works, that, did somebody go through that trial and error process to give you the data set that you use in your rocket engineering modelling?
Partially. Trial and error.
What do you mean partially?
The answer is in the design process. When you do design, you make a model, you design based off the model, you test it in real life, and if there are things you need to make, you iterate. So you do both modeling and trial and error. They are both a critical part of the process.
The question was, did somebody do the trial and error part to give you the data sets within your model?
Partially. Some of the data does come from trial and error. Some of it comes from fundamental physics. That's the answer. Some of it. That is the real.
So the part that comes from fundamental physics is guesswork, whereas the data sets that you've got from trial and error modelling would be more accurate.
No, because aerospace engineers use that guesswork, as you called it, and it works. So it's not guesswork. It's physics.
Just because you are using like a preset template of information, let's call it, that doesn't mean that it just appeared out of nowhere and go, oh shit, man, this is awesome. I can just use that.
Physics numbers.
It can't. Literally, I can derive the Navier-Stokes equation using pure physics. The Navier-Stokes equation is simply Newton's law. It is Newton's second law applied. It's the conservation of momentum applied to fluids. We apply the conservation of momentum to fluids. We do a lot of mathematical derivation, and that is the model we use for fluids. It is the Navier-Stokes equation.
it was not found empirically. It was found by using the conservation of momentum on fluids.
Yeah, it's more like a squared plus b squared equals c squared, right? It's a bit more fundamental, like, and a bit more simpler for you to get a grip on it. But, you know, that's the geometry and born of logic, right? In reality.
This is, nope, it was not using geometry. The fundamental concept was the conservation of momentum. From there, everything else is math. If you would like, I could show y'all
all of Pythagoras' theorem is pure geometry.
No, I was talking about the Navier-Stokes equations. I was describing a situation.
I was talking about Pythagoras' theorem.
I know, but he was saying
it's a bit simpler,
you're using
isn't it?
Yes, but he wanted a
more easy to apply to real life as well.
Yeah. Model affliction strong.
I apply it a ton in the work that I do. The Navier-Stokes
what work do you do because you are still at college?
As I said, I'm a graduate student. Graduate students do research.
Work
right.
Or research?
Research is work. We get paid for it. I don't know why you would say research is not work.
Nice.
So, and this is just true about aerospace engineering in general. The fundamental equations of... sure, fine. I don't work. I do research. This is what I meant when I said y'all are being pedantic. The fundamental...
We just like to get really clear and concise with our words.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. I mean, they pay me to do a thing. I don't know how that's not work.
We're trying to do what around here at the minute is active listening. Right,
no, you're being pedantic is what you're doing.
It's no, that you being pedantic is you not playing your part in the active listening. We're trying to get clarity. So go on.
Then why did you say that research is not work?
Hold on 1 second. Earlier you were saying that it's a continual problem of people misunderstanding you. So that's a you problem. So when you keep thinking it's pedantic, it's you not explaining something accurately. Or
I mean, I can understand how you could come from that, but if I talked to anybody else and I said my work was research, that would have been the end of it.
You're talking to 10 people.
And I'm saying
with a great mix of different backgrounds.
Okay, and I'm saying that outside of this Discord,
dude, you're not going to be here much longer, right?
Yeah. So can I get back to the point originally where I was talking about how
what you should be doing is going to one of the other Discords where people understand you, because to be honest, you've tried to do sophistry tonight, and you've been great helping at showing us exactly how far the sophistry goes nowadays.
I don't see how citing and backing up everything I say is sophistry.
You can't back up
you
impossible
are just
things.
All the evidence.
No,
all y'all have done is ignored evidence.
You've given citations for shit you haven't. You have given citations for shit you haven't even fucking read, dude.
Okay.
And you monologue.
It proves my point.
Interrupt and claim that you aren't being able to be heard. So that's what I'm getting out of this.
Y'all have interrupted me plenty tonight. Every time I try to explain something, I've been interrupted, and then y'all will intentionally misinterpret what I say over and over again.
How many times have you been corrected on things you have said tonight?
So you are absolutely...
No, how many times have we clarified a misinterpretation of what I said? It's a real question. Y'all can check the tapes. Y'all have constantly misinterpreted what I said.
You had to readjust your standing after that clarification. Not
several
us.
clarifications.
so that y'all could understand what I am saying.
So you had to adjust
Everything-
your standing
My
on that
position-
particular point.
I mean, we can go back through, but the clarifications I have made were for y'all.
And have
It's as simple
involved
as that.
you
That's who you're
adjusting
talking-
your standing on that point.
No, y'all can check the
Yes.
tapes. Y'all can check the tapes. I stand by what I said.
It's live on YouTube.
Yes, it is. Check it. Go ahead, clip it. I will see if I can find Bev's channel later.
So
Go ahead
you're
and
not
clip
going to
it.
address. So you're still not going to address the fact that you claim to have put citations out for everything you said, but then put out citations for shit you haven't read. You're going to totally ignore that?
I said I actually did address it. This is exactly what I meant. You can check the tape. I said I didn't read it. It still proves my point. You can check the tape. Y'all have been doing this all night.
Yeah.
Check the tape.
I said I haven't read it.
I read a headline.
Yeah.
Reminds
haven't
me of
read
Chunky
all
Butt
of
Boy.
it.
He
Yeah.
never
Haven't read
reads the
all of it.
citations he posts,
Yeah.
and invariably they don't back his claim.
And then he says, I never said they backed my claim. I never said that. I didn't say anything.
You probably misheard him too, honestly. It's like you'll have a preset conclusion about
and
what us
misread
Globers are going to
the
say instead of
citations
listening
he
to what we're saying.
posted that don't support the claim he made.
I mean, fundamentally, I'd have to see what he was talking about. But can we go back to the modeling? That's what we were talking about. We changed conversations because Bev brought up the Pythagorean theorem when I was talking about fluid dynamics. I was talking about where people who do fluid dynamics use models that don't involve geometry.
Can I give you a quick question real quick before you drone on
Sure,
again
go
forever?
ahead.
He's playing to a crowd now that's not us.
Yeah. So is this going to be an active listening conversation so that people can go back and forth and ask questions and learn some shit? Or is this going to be you just talking for a long time and then when somebody has a question, claim you're getting interrupted?
You can ask a question. The problem is what I have a problem with is when you misinterpret with what I said. A lot of times people say, so what you said, they didn't ask a question. They said, so what you said is something, right? If you want to ask a question, go for it. I'm cool with that.
I don't think anybody here has actually said to you, so what you said was.
Yeah,
nobody
has
No,
Nobody
we
said
don't
that to
do
you.
that, yeah.
You know what?
No.
I will clip where that happened. I will
Yeah,
go
go
find
on.
Bev's video and clip
Go on
it.
then.
Expect
you
to
go.
see it in a couple days.
And if somebody did say that, was somebody trying to take you out of context, or was somebody trying to get clarification on what you said?
I'm not sure, but it's at least on my end.
Okay,
It
well,
certainly
then why
felt
are
like
you
they were
saying-
putting.
So
it felt like they were
please-
putting.
please
People were
give-
putting words in my mouth.
Please give the whole clip in context.
Sure. I mean, the video is going to be there, so you can just go 30 seconds after the time code I posted. And then I will clearly state after that, no, you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. That's happened multiple times tonight.
Of course it has.
Okay,
You've
sure.
Misinterpreting and misrepresenting are not the same thing.
Yeah, he's been told to think you've been a bad boy, the homie Don. George has requested you over at Adult Globe Earth Discord server. Blue
if he's in-
Marbles.
Oh, I'm in that one. I'm in the blue marble
Oh, you're
one.
in the, yeah, that's George is ready for you whenever.
Okay.
You need to get your
Yeah,
shit
get
straightened out,
ready,
buddy.
yeah. Fucking hell.
I mean, I could
Triangles with over 180 degrees.
They're not triangles for the last time. But how? Why? Okay, but Sugar Cookie asked me a question, and now y'all are just deflecting away from the point that clearly shows that models are useful. Like, it's crazy. I was just about to demonstrate how models are useful, and then y'all deflected. Crazy how that works, huh?
Models are useful, but they don't prove reality.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing proves reality.
Well, we're not. We know what it's like. We know what you're gonna say. It's kind of funny in that way because we had this exact conversation literally yesterday. I think it was
I
yesterday.
wouldn't be surprised about that. There's a reason why everybody on my side uses models.
My
It's not
side.
just because
Jumped on the side, dude.
on the globe
We're,
side.
we're
I don't know what
just
you'll
we're
call
just
yourselves.
individuals here. We try and drop the model, right?
There's a reason why mainstream science uses models. It is useful. It is not some sort of indoctrination.
Yeah, I've
They
seen
are
it.
useful.
I've seen it. I quite like science myself.
Science is great.
When
It
science
allows us to gain new knowledge.
speaks, I always
That's why we have
listen.
computers. That's their.
You should see the
model,
shit
our
that
understanding
Mobius models
of
in Blender.
electronics
It's
is
really
wrapped
cool
up within the
stuff.
model
Yeah.
of Maxwell's equations. And I don't know if y'all are talking to me or not. Y'all are going green, but
No,
you
we're kind of
just kept
talking
lost.
over you.
I can't hear y'all.
Really
Yeah, he
fucking
can't
boring
hear
at the
us.
moment.
Don't worry about that. He can't hear us.
yeah, I can't hear y'all.
Okay.
I don't know if you can hear me.
That's great. I go and sort yourself out over at George's.
Okay,
Sorry.
I can hear y'all now.
Sorry.
What'd you say?
You should go over and get yourself sorted out with George.
Especially if you're going to start talking model stuff.
So before I leave, I just want to know what y'all have against models.
Nothing.
What? Who said we had something against models?
Did you not hear about the cool stuff that Mobius models in Blender?
Yeah.
Did you not hear me say that?
No, I literally just posted in the chat. I can't hear y'all. That's why I was probably over talking y'all. I didn't.
Yeah,
y'all know my audio is bad.
Mobius models some really cool stuff in Blender. You should have a look.
Scientific models, mainly.
Scientific models. Wow. Like astrolabes.
Yes, the modeling of the motion of asteroids is a great one.
Wow. Do you ever cut your fingers? Do you ever cut your fingers while you're modelling?
If you were making a model of an astrolabe, would you sand it and dry fit it before you put it together live on a live stream?
That's not what I mean by modeling. Not like building a physical object.
Are you
That's not what
avoiding the
scientific
question?
modeling is.
He doesn't mean modelling like
Something
modelling
about-
is modelling, right?
Yeah, you asked me about an astrolabe, but it was kind of my response is that's not the type of modeling.
Like using wood glue and stuff.
Would you dry sand it, or would you sand it and dry fit it before you put it together live on a live stream? That was the question I asked you.
Astrolabe? No, I would not do it on a live stream.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. I don't really do live streams.
Would you sand it? Would you sand it and dry fit it before you put it together though? Would you make sure that all the holes were
Make
right?
especially sure not to slice your finger while you're doing it on a live stream.
Yes, sure. I'm very confused as to what this question has to do with scientific modeling, though. My question is, why don't y'all like
scientific modeling live?
Okay, so the reason why y'all don't like it is because y'all think it lies.
What?
Who's putting words in whose mouth now?
You just said that scientific model lies. That is exactly how.
No, scientific modeling live.
Live.
Boom.
Oh, live.
12/7. Live.
Gotcha. No, I wouldn't do it on a live stream, but I mean, what I was explaining with the Navier-Stokes equation would be modeling the physics. It would be not asteroids, but it would be fluids. Although, what I am learning celestial mechanics, so give me a semester and I should be able to
Celestial mechanics?
Yes, that is a class I'm taking. So I should be able to do asteroids for y'all in about 3 or 4 months.
Rob would be good at that. He's a mechanic.
Yeah.
He'll be good at the celestials.
Maybe slightly different. I don't know whether he's done celestials.
We should ask him.
See if he's ever trained in celestials.
Yeah, I know he's
stop staring at them celestials.
different type of mechanics. different type of mechanics.
Can you not tell how bored of your conversation we are?
Yeah, but that's why I just want an answer to the question. Like, y'all seem to not like scientific model. And I'm
We've just given you demonstrations of models that we do enjoy.
Yeah, we do.
One of them
being scientific.
And one of the
Which
one
one
of the
was
best
scientific?
live streams we saw for quite a while. We had a proper chuckle the other day watching scientific modelling live. That was great.
I'm okay. Okay, now I'm just confused because y'all say like leave models at the door and stop talking about the model. So I'm asking
Who
the
said
why
about a
behind
door?
those. Oh, I thought doesn't it say
Modelling
here in the
doors.
Discord? Did I not see leave your
Was it-
models at the door or something? Yeah, try to leave your gobbles. It doesn't say. Don't enable the
Globbles.
model afflicted.
Yeah.
Try to leave your globbles at the door when
Yeah.
entering. So it doesn't
Yeah,
say
yeah.
model. It says. But isn't globble? Isn't that just a play on words for? Is it not like globe model? Is that not what that is?
Yeah, goggles. Globbles.
Globble.
Yeah.
Is that not globe model? Did I read that wrong?
Globbles.
Okay. So then when I
You
talk
know,
about models,
globbles.
there's no.
Colloquial globbles.
It's a chip.
So when I talk about models, there isn't an issue, and models are useful for helping to determine what reality is.
Measurements are good for determining what reality is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and why aren't models?
Even better than models.
Because
I would say.
models are for scrying and predicting, aren't they?
Yes, which is what we can do for hypothesis testing.
So you
Which is why I say
build
they're
a
good.
model for hypothesis testing.
A scientific model.
Like a physical model.
No, not a physical model. A scientific model.
Oh.
Not a physical one. When I say model, it's just a collection of ideas that allows you to have a prediction.
A collection of
That's what a model
ideas.
is.
Oh, well, we've got
Like
plenty
a
of those.
like
Like
a
a hypothesis.
consensus.
Have you got a model in your
Consensus.
head now?
Just
like
continuing to give us definitions of shit.
a few different
I'm
thoughts. Is that
asking
how we do?
why
Can
y'all
I?
don't-
Wait a minute. Just constructing a scientific model. Okay,
hard, Bev.
there you
Think
go.
hard, Bev. Have you got it?
I'm
Yeah,
just
it's all right. Do it.
asking.
Does it match mine?
Don't know. We'll test it, eh?
Oh yeah, we could do that.
I'm just asking the why.
We could make measurements
right?
of it, Bev. You measure your
Conceptually,
model. I'll
yeah.
measure mine. We could do thought measurements.
Predictions. I can predict.
Okay, look, guys. I know this is actually the
wait a
whole
minute.
reason
Yeah, that
of
worked
why
out.
I
Yeah, that was
joined.
great.
I want to know that, like, the whole reason for me joining all of this in the first place is because I wanted to know how y'all were able to rationalize the things that y'all know, right? And so it seems in this group, because there's other groups that don't care
what
about
did you
this
say
whole
that
model.
again?
We're talking about proof now.
You're talking about
East.
yeah.
I'm asked. So the whole
He wants
reason
to
I joined this wasn't
rationalize
even to
reality.
That's the thing. Reality isn't like what y'all say it is. It's a globe. It's been measured.
What?
We all know
No.
this.
You see,
What I'm saying is,
when
why do y'all
we're
think it's
we're the ones that actually have measured it. Have you?
surveyors have?
When was the
But,
last?
okay,
when was the
let's
last
say- okay.
time you made a measurement?
Surveyors have. I never said I did.
Okay.
Surveyors have.
Oh well, there you go. DP, when was the last time you made a measurement?
Probably 3-4 months ago now.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so y'all say that y'all have
Y'all.
this idea. We'll just say
actually,
it's
not
true.
all of
We'll
us.
just say
Not
it's
all
true.
of us.
Actually, that's not strictly true. I went in the garden and I've made some measurements out in the garden. I was measuring up for. I need some turf.
Yeah.
So.
There you go. Well,
Probably
that's-
just before Christmas.
Yeah.
I made some measurements.
Did y'all know that the Tonga volcano measured the whole Earth with the sound wave that traveled around the Earth?
It what?
Measured out the circumference. Yeah, crazy how that works.
Say that again.
So sound travels at the speed of sound.
No.
343
No.
meters per
Start
second.
from the beginning. Did you say the Tonga earthquake measured?
I said explosion. I said
volcano.
explosion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Explosion.
The sound wave
Measured.
from the. Yeah.
Explosional
guess-
measurements.
I guess
Nice.
maybe now I'm being pedantic or
Yeah.
sarcastic. You can use the speed of the sound wave and the arrival time. You can use the speed of the sound wave and the time of arrivals of the pressure wave at weather stations all around the Earth to measure
Are you
the
reading
circumference
this
of the Earth.
directly off of Google?
No, I'm not. I got Desmos calculator right up in front of me. I literally thought of this up because the speed of sound is known, 343 meters per second. The pressure wave was detected all across the Earth. So, if we know where it happened, we do.
It's a shame Blue had got rid of his
seismometer dish.
Oh, well, if this wouldn't use a seismometer, it would use barometers is what it would use.
We use
not the.
Yeah, I know you've not been round here for long, but that specialist round here, they use Cavendish to detect earthquakes.
Really, that's interesting.
Yeah,
Cavendish.
Yeah, but you know what they do? They have the Cavendish that's well isolated that the Cavendish manages to measure the movement of the room around it.
I would have to go talk to them directly because either A, what they said didn't make sense, or B, y'all misheard what they said. And I'm not sure
neither one or the other. Like we were told specifically.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah. I don't see how Cavendish can be, especially if it's isolated. If you isolate from your environment, I don't know how you would detect movements in your environment.
Off the room. Like the whole house have supposedly moved around it, or the garage.
Best go and have a chat with George at this point.
Don't know if he's still listening.
So, no answer to... I guess this is the answer to my question about the whole measurement over modeling thing, is because modeling is in your head or something. Is that the answer? That's all I wanted. I just wanted an answer to why model.
It is in his head. His scientific modelling that's where he said it's conceptual. It's in his mind. It's just a few thoughts.
I just wanted a why, right? I'm not trying to get on y'all.
It's conceptual.
I just wanted to know what it is about scientific modeling that we can't use to gain knowledge about reality.
It sounds like it's imaginometry.
So
done through science means, right?
Can I have a clear answer?
Scientific imaginometry.
Can I? If anybody want to provide a clear answer?
Has he turned me down?
This isn't like a trap or anything.
Yeah, he's turned us all down again.
Playing to his crowd.
He's just gonna question it and not waiting for an answer.
Mm-hmm.
But Bev keeps going scientific modeling. Like that's not an answer. You're just being sarcastic. I'll shut up. But I just want a clear answer.
I haven't got a clue what you're talking about, mate. You've got scientific modelling, but you've not told us what it is. It's just a conceptual thing in your mind that you imagine is something that you can call scientific modelling.
So before you answer the question, you would like a definition for scientific modeling.
No, we know you're full of shit. You're a sophist that'll just make anything up.
No, I was going to give you my best understanding of what a scientific model is. But y'all know what a scientific model is, right? Like, you've had this conversation before. I just want to know why, right? Like, it seems like y'all know what a scientific model is, and that you think they cannot be used to accurately gain understanding for our reality. My question is, why do y'all think that? That is my direct question.
Wow, you're a demanding sort, aren't you?
I was just trying to clarify myself.
Yeah.
Well, it's tiresome. It's tiresome going over the same shit with different people. But I mean,
I'm sorry. I'm not them. I can't be them.
Bev's got so much patience, and there's other people that can explain it better than I can. But okay, what is your question?
Okay, it seems like y'all know what scientific modeling is, and you do not think it is a good way to gain accurate understanding within our reality.
He's talking like proof. You all know what proof is, and you don't know. Why do you not think proof is proof? And like, it's such a vague shit thing for you to say. What scientific model are you talking about?
Not to
Okay, so
mention
you do want. Okay, so you do want a definition of scientific model.
They are all completely different, aren't they?
I mean, everybody's gonna have a different understanding of those two words, but the general
What
concept.
2 words? We're talking about
Scientific
modeling, right? Now,
Yes.
how many different scientific models are there? 2?
How many different scientific models
Yes.
are there? Like, actually, a bunch, but the definition of the word, there's one definition.
Right, so
How
when
many
you're
is a
talking
bunch?
about a scientific model, which scientific model are you talking about?
Okay, which one? Let's just do the globe, the heliocentric model. That's the one I'm talking about.
That's a scientific model, is it?
Yes, it can be used to make accurate predictions.
For
Well,
what?
hold on, my bad.
Scientifically, what?
Predicting the position of celestial bodies.
How many
Scientifically.
How many different models are within that one model?
Within the Helios. Oh my god.
Is that scientifically? Because, I mean, it's not my understanding of science.
Wait, sorry. Somebody asked me how many models are inside the heliocentric model.
Yes, that was me.
Okay, cool. So it's a weird question because when you say the heliocentric model, that only that refers to the kinematics of our universe. That is specific, the kinematics and the kinetics of our universe. That's what that's talking about.
So that's one model.
Yes. But oftentimes when we say...
How many other models are there within that
for example,
one model?
Right, yeah. So a lot of times when we say the heliocentric model, we're all, at least when I hear it, I also think of all of established science, right? So there's models for electromagnetism.
So you are talking about models within models within models within models. It's kind of fractal, isn't it?
If you use the colloquial term like heliocentric model, then yeah,
Well,
you can say that.
you were asking about a generalization being the scientific model. Now, how many models are within the scientific model, bearing in mind that we've just established that the heliocentric model is fractal with regards to the amount of models within that one model? So how many models are in the colloquialism of the scientific model?
Okay,
please?
I will say there are 2 from which all others are derived. There is quantum mechanics and there is relativity.
Which are both
Those are
fractal models, meaning that they have models within models within models within models. Am I correct?
Did he
Not
just
really,
say there's
because you
quantum
can-
mechanics and relativity?
Yes, those are
That's
the
it.
2. Those are the 2 current understandings of our universe, and you can derive
about the
everything
kinetics?
else.
What about
the kinetics?
What about reality?
That falls under relativity.
What about
That falls under
reality?
relativity. So we are modeling reality with relativity and quantum mechanics.
So you say that's scientific, right? The theory of relativity?
And quantum mechanics, yes, both of them.
Okay. What was the hypothesis for either or any of the theories of relativity?
For the theory...
Not before it got to the theory?
Yeah, I mean, that is a long answer that I don't think we have enough time for.
It didn't.
For example...
Like Mobius.
It's all math.
Yeah, so it started with the claim, for example, that the speed of light is invariant with. So relativity starts with the claim that the speed of light is invariant no
What
matter
came
what.
before relativity?
Classical mechanics is what came before relativity.
Right. So is there no classical mechanics left? Because you just said there's two models, relativity and quantum. Right. So,
Yeah, so
where's all of the classical stuff? Is that not applicable anymore with any models within the scientific?
So classical mechanics is a subset of relativity when the speeds are low and the gravitational field is low. It
So it
is
is a
an
model within a
approximation.
model. Yeah?
You can get everything in
it is a
classical
model.
mechanics.
A model
That's the
within a
thing.
model.
It's a weird question, weird way to term it, because it's
Well,
not like
but hang on.
it's not a new model.
Hang on. We are trying to clarify what you mean by a scientific model.
Okay, so the definition, that's the best I can give you, right? That I understand a scientific model is, it is a collection of theories and laws that are able to make predictions about the reality that we live in.
Are these scientific theories that have gone through a scientific method?
Yes, the ones that are accepted by mainstream science would have gone through rigorous testing.
Okay, so that goes to the question that I was asking about relativity. That's a theory. Those are theories, correct? Meaning they have gone through a scientific method. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay.
it definitely has. It is the most experimentally verified theory we have. And that is not just me making it up. Y'all can look it up.
It's not me making it up.
Okay, so
It is
you
the most experimentally verified.
Hypothesis for that, right?
Yes, and that is what I was getting at when I said that it is that's a long answer. I don't know of a easy way to answer
well,
that question.
I didn't mean to get everything off track, but what DP was asking is that it's basically what I was getting at. He just did it a way better way than I did.
Okay, what were you trying to get at with what was the hypothesis question then?
No, go on with the model part.
So about what?
Scientifically valid model, but that is composed of theories and some other shit you said.
Right. So, for example, a hypothesis.
Start going from there.
Right. So, a simple one would be time dilation, right? A hypothesis that relativity makes is that time dilates based off of the current gravitational field and the speed at which the object is traveling. That is a hypothesis that relativity makes.
Right? Can I just say I'm going to shut the stream off, the live stream. It's getting late. So
it definitely is, and I actually need to
catch you guys.
Probably leave as well
later. We'll be out probably round tomorrow. Oh, wait a minute. Please ask him if he knows what a slug is. Number 2. Derivation number 3. Why it's numerically what it is. I don't know.
Who's that come from?
I don't know. That was Jason Rogers in the chat. I don't know. So I can't get it. I click on the link if you want to come into the chat.